Here is bushy. Yeah. Hello, everybody. A little late today. Doctor's appointment. But you know, honestly, if you think about it, late is still early for me nowadays. World Cup Finals review starting in. I want to use. Thumbnail for this, I think. Graham. What's up? Finally, he has arrived. Yes, I apologize for the delay. At a doctor's appointment, and so we got off to kind of a messy start. Well, I was nervous for your score, so that's why I didn't score as well as you did. Okay, listen, buddy. Listen, buddy. I'm the peak. I'm the alpha Scott. That's what I am. No. Like the Scott one. Can't be bothered with the opinion of a stupid Scandinavian woman. Emails, am I right, guys? Good afternoon. Hello. Seriously, Sigma male activities. Yeah, seriously, guys. Can't trust them. All right, let's do this coaching session real quick. I gotta post the Reddit announcement once we actually go live here. Masters, Reaper Echo. Shalom, hello. How are we doing today, Bossman? I'm doing pretty good. I have a weird day, to be honest, but I'm doing okay. The coaching you just uploaded for the Diamond Ryan New Junk City was against the team I coached. Nice. That was such a unique session. I go in there, you know, like this guy's like high diamond, low masters, you know, and oh my gosh, his macro knowledge was actually insane. I actually really enjoyed that session because it was nice because we get to talk a lot about like advanced planning strategy and stuff like that. So I had a lot of fun. Hey, Jabberwocky. Hello. I occasionally see people that I've coached previously in my coaching sessions. In fact, I think the coaching session I did today had somebody that I've coached before. Okay, let's take a look at this echo stuff. So Wolfish Toast we worked with a little bit before. Dive is the goal, but it's okay to spam 24 rotations. Practice estimation with beam HP. Trigger discipline with a mouse wide. When possible, try a copy an off angle. Okay, so we'll kind of start with a fresh start here. Hey, Doug. Hey, what's up, mate? Yeah, let's take a look real fast here. So this is Masters Echo. Going to be a quick replay review, and then we're going to get into the juice, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be ridiculously juicy. You guys have actually no idea. Okay, let's go. So Ashfara. Maybe a little loud here. Maybe it's just no. That's actually okay. Probably top right here. Yeah. I swear my frames always drop. Ah! Nice. Whenever I go live with stream. I don't know why. computer should be strong enough to handle it better. Yo, Dry Ice, thanks for the sub.
Thank you for all of the awesome content. I am a coach.
Congrats, dude. No. You're the one that put in the work, y'all. You and the players.
Players into the GM3 playoffs this season.
Congrats on getting the playoffs, mate. Appreciate it, mate. And another sub from Impolify. Thank you, guys. Yes, indeed. Massive. Keep us updated on the progress. I like the movement so far. It's been pretty good. A little healing there, please. Yeah, I think this is just making sure you keep your eyes on the periphery. So you need to get healed here. This is all fine. But then as you're getting healed here, you probably need to drop and then again wrap around for the flank again. You want to kind of avoid what I would call the sandwich.
WSG Spillo.
What does WSG mean? What's sick German? Oh, what's good? Okay. What's good, man? Thanks for the sub, dude. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I listen, I can't help it. I'm trying to keep up. I'm pretty hip with the kids. We're struggling with it. No, I'm not. No, it's not Boomer Spilo today. No, it's not. But yeah, just avoid the echo sandwich. So you guys maybe have heard some of my Tracer sessions, maybe my Reaper sessions, where we talk about like the sandwich mentality. And it's really applicable for pretty much every character, really, where you don't want to be in the middle. You want to be on the outside. So when you're focusing one target and during that you put yourself in between two targets, it's generally not a good spot to be in. Case in point. This is how you get shot by Ashe. This is how you get shot by Ana. It's just because you can't see them, right? So you always want to either be avoiding your threats entirely or you want to be able to see them. So like right now, like at this point in time, you really should not be here. Once you get healed, you need to be wrapping around on the flank. Because even if you don't die here, it's still like this Ashe should be dead, right? This Ana should be dead. So there's like, your uptime here is like pretty bad because your response to getting healed wasn't quickly enough to reestablish your angle, if that makes sense. Add sandwich to the Spilo Bingo card. You know what would be really funny is if we made a Spilo Bingo card. I was actually thinking about that. Like I woke up in the middle of the night, I was thinking Spilo Bingo card. My brain is permanently scarred from content. I wake up with ideas all the time. And one of them was like the Spilo Bingo card, like angles, like timing, makes obscure, old movie reference, terrible analogy inserted here. Yeah. Not a whole lot to say here. This is all fine. Holding an angle, waiting for our team to regroup. You already have like 20 entries. Interesting. Okay, so let's go right again. Go right, go right, go right. The Reaper definitely opens up a lot of map to you to kind of do what you want. Nice shots. Saving stickies for... that sticky's a little messy, but we're cooking. Nice. Probably just a panic copy here. That's fine. Just bash out. Nice. Yeah, this is so far so good outside of the echo sandwich. Nice counter bash there. That's going to kill her. Should have killed her. It doesn't kill her. Nice dodge. That does kill her. Beam is good. Just be careful about the W key here. That Ashe will blow your head off. Yeah, I think this has been okay. A little bit shaky with some of the cover usage there and like the sandwich thing we were talking about. And also things like that. Still a little messy with mechanics, but not too shabby. Angles would be free space. True, they would. That's what I was thinking. I think angles are free space for sure. Yeah, we should do a bingo maker. Oh, fitness analogy. That's another one. Fitness or speed or sports or athletic analogy. Get rolled. Ah! Ah! Okay, that was terrifying. Holy crap. Nice. Now, in this situation, there's two ways of looking at this, okay? You can either abuse your mobility and just go underneath and focus Sigma and focus Brig because these guys can't shoot you from under there. Coochie Pro 69 can't shoot you. Or you can fly up and over and look for more high-risk, high-reward dive bomb onto Honor Ashe here. I would not spend a lot of time here, though, so let's see what you choose. Yeah, see, it's like, yeah. It just doesn't feel good, right? It's like you're risking your Mercy's life. Yeah, see, that's it. That's not it. So you're not playing your range. You're not playing from an angle. It's not a very smart engage, right? Like I told you guys, did I not tell that this was going to happen? So in this situation, abuse your mobility by avoiding the hit scan or dive them at an engage that's appropriate for you. And this isn't new to you, right? You either avoid hit scan or you directly dive your counters. There's nothing in between. The problem is that you chose to dive your counter, but you chose to dive your counter in a really stupid way. You needed an angle, you needed to use some verticality, you needed the element of surprise, you needed something along those lines. Violated the loud funnies again. Bro, I think about that sometimes. You guys ever have existential crises? I'm like, bro, loud is equal to funny. But I've been doing loud is equal to funny since like before I even was streaming. So I'm like, but it was my idea. I was the OG loud is equal to funny. I just wasn't famous enough. So now I'm like, what do? Do I reinvent myself? Do I have self-confidence? Unfortunate. I would focus on taking position for a Sigma copy here, honestly. Okay, sure. Ah! No. Listen, the Ana copy isn't even that bad. It's all right. You got a good position for it. You have the advantage in the duel because you don't have to worry about death. Dude, XQC did not create it, bro. I've been doing it since 2013, bro, if not sooner than that. I just wasn't on stream. Not a monopoly. And XQC, I'm so much smarter and better looking, more intelligent, more charismatic, more educated than XQC. And poorer. Anyway, so yeah, I think like when you have a position like this and you have a good copy, you really should not force the kill. You're totally fine. You're totally fine. Like you could just sit here and just, actually, I don't know if I'm more humble than XQC. Anyway, but yeah, you just need to sit in the high ground. I think when you have a good position for your copy, you don't need to rush the value. It's 15 freaking seconds, bro. And that's going to kill you too. Ouch. What are we doing? We're taking a quick look at a replay code review, and then we're going to get into our World Cup review. And then we're going to do counters discussion. Maybe we'll do Spilo Bingo. What is this guy smoking? That is a worthless ultimate. We don't have the replay code now. Dragon, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it, mate. Not a high bar, to be honest. Man, why are you guys going to be backhanded with the compliments? You know what I'm saying? Why? How about just a full slap in the face compliment for once? Just once. Barbazol, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it. That's a nice name. Barboozle. Again, here, be careful. It's not a bad idea because you are much closer than you were earlier. But I'm still a little bit, and certainly do not focus the Reaper. Maybe you didn't see the Ash, but that in of itself is a mistake too. Like you really need to be prioritizing the right targets. This like a better Reaper, a better Ash there kills you. Or even the current rank that you're at, like they will kill you like 40, 50% of the time. You know what I'm saying? You have fewer copyright violations in XQC that you know of. A little bit clunky there. Let's take the position. Love to see it. And again, you guys noticing the consistent theme here? You have stickies and beam. But why would you engage for a stickies here? You have the positioning. Why would you not wait for it and go here, or even better, wrap around here? So much higher kill threat here. It's a merge between Bluebeard. Ooh, that's cool. Beard and blue in Portuguese. Yeah, because it's azul, right? It's blue, right? Azul. Because this is just like you hit the shots, but honestly, that's more a crazy mechanical click from you, and she should have had nade. Oh, she didn't have nade. Okay, so that was like a crazy play from you, but why make it crazy? And the other problem too is you could have done that exact same thing here and then also killed the Ash and then also maintain a Sigma. Maintain an angle on Sigma as well. So it's like, I really think we need to take a little bit of a closer look at your approach angles on when you have positioning. Because that's been really, I think that's really been the only error besides a couple of mechanical clunks here so far. It was either the sandwich thing, and then your direct approach in a hit scan once, dropping directly in the middle of the enemy team with your Ana copy, and then this time, again, it's more of like this frontline approach. So, Diamond? No, not even close. You guys are, if you guys think this is Diamond Echo play, you guys are definitely out of touch. With all due respect. Not a whole lot to say there. You don't even need to go for backline. Just angle on the cart. It's fine. Obviously, just kind of frontline here, so whatever. It's Masters 3, yeah. Okay. Spam. Now, easy on the angle approach there. Now here, this is where you'd probably force like a Sigma copy here. So here's what I'd like you to do. You could go for the deeper angle on the Baptiste, which actually might not be too bad here. It's actually not too shabby of a play. But I think given the situation, probably a high ground Sigma copy would feel easier. Thought this was World Cup? Nice. You're overestimating diamond players? Maybe. But yeah, I think the Sigma copy here is the best play here. The Ana copy was fine earlier. You had a really good position for it, and Ana in general is like an okay copy. It's a really high spike and cooldown value, and it not too hard to farm in the ultimate. But Sigma is going to be one of your best copies in the game, and you have a perfect position for it, and you're not taking it. So I think it's just a micro thing, but it's not something that you want to go for. In addition to that, I want to see a cooldown dump from you. So like right here, throw your stickies. And if you don't get them to beam level, that's fine. You can copy, but at least throw your stickies before you ult. You react a little slow with the lamp. It's not a bad play. It does open up an opportunity for your team to win. The enemy team just dumped 3 powerful ultimates all into one. But it could have been executed so much better. Even if you had gone for the Baptiste copy, like a little bit faster on that lamp first, shoot, then shift. You could have. I think this fight was lost regardless, but yeah. So this is really, really hard for Echo. So I want you guys to think again here. Like this has been Oldfish Toast's biggest problem is these kind of situations. I don't like how we approach these situations. So you guys tell me, how would you approach this situation as Echo? What angle, what position can you take? Because it's hard, right? It's not easy. Can I send a Scrim leaflet for coaching? No, yeah, absolutely. Scrim, ranked. I've even had quick play codes. I obviously don't like quick play codes, but it's your session. Whatever you want, whenever you want to get coaching for. I've even coached freaking open queue, y'all. I've coached mystery heroes before, y'all. I had one of my actually best friends in the scene wanted a mystery coaching session just for fun. So poke from Mega, yeah, that could work. That could work. It's a deep angle. You're not likely to die. Obviously, like the hit scan range is a little bit tricky here, but it's possible. Go under, play payload, go aggro on high ground, go crazy. Yeah, so I actually think the best play here is probably to rotate through here, touch payload, and look for a dive bomb cycle up here, or look for a dive bomb cycle up here. And by that, I mean like use your shift aggressively and then just immediately cancel it and just drop like a rock to cover here. You kind of see what I'm saying? So it's like medium risk, medium reward, but it has like a perfect angle for it, right? Yeah, I think that's probably our best bet. So I'm curious to see what we do. This is also fine, shooting a little bit of Sigma first. That's kind of what we looked at in the previous review, if I remember correctly. The Blizzard World review. But you see, like, it's just tricky. You need to kind of think outside. If you're going to shift that, aren't you? Yeah, it's just not good. It's just not good. It's not good. You need to be a little bit more creative with how you're approaching these situations, especially when you have a Mercy Pocket. There's so much more freezing, even without the Mercy Pockets to play. Wouldn't that be a bit risky versus the Brig Bap? Yes, it would be. But remember, your character is a cyclical character that benefits a little bit from proximity, especially versus the hit scan characters that you're playing versus. So at some point, you need to close the distance, at least briefly. You don't have to stay there. So you would shift, fly, sticky, beam, drop, hide, and cart. And you'd wait for your team to walk forward before you do that as well. Yeah, Mystery Heroes is mostly about building ult, playing smart, and also abusing support characters / just generally comfort picks. It's more like a... Now, the good news is that you've somehow gotten here and lived, so now you're actually in a really good spot to kill this Ashe. A little slow. I think you could have gone for that cycle there.
Oh, boy.
Violent, thank you for the raid! Hope you had a good stream, mate. Long time no chat. Hope you've been well, mate. It was me talking, yeah. That's the money folder raid response. Thanks for the raid, mate. I hope you've been doing well. Hope your stream was good. We're just looking at a little bit of Echo play, and then we're going to be taking a look at the World Cup in a second here. But yeah, I think you're kind of realizing the struggle here is if you choose a wrong angle that feels super awkward, like it just feels like you can't do anything. It really feels like you can't do much to this character. But yeah, I think that needs to be. This is Masters. So this one has been ugly. I think what I've seen so far is that you have certain extremes with your gameplay where you look really good or you look, I wouldn't say really bad, just not nearly as good, which is pretty normal. But the reason why it's important to point out for you is because those extremes seem to revolve around one thing. And when you don't have an answer for your positioning, that's that one thing, right? So I think that's important to point out. Like first point, it looked pretty good. Like I think your first point approach besides the sandwich was really quite good. You knew exactly how to position and how to approach the high ground and you're fusing the rooftops. So it was great. But then second point was a little shaky. You looked a little bit lost how to approach their high ground. either through avoiding it or dive bombing over Ruth. And then third point, you've looked pretty lost. So that's normal. But I think that doesn't make you weird in any way, shape, or form. That's very normal for most Echo players and really most DPS players as a whole. But I think what I would do is I would identify those points, of those areas in the map, or even those compositions of different maps that I struggle with. And I would even just load into a custom game and like try some different angles or look into the replay code and just kind of like theory craft, right? Because I promise you, if I'd had you in voice and I sat there and I stared at you for 8 minutes and it made you come up with 4 or 5 different approach paths to how to deal with that third point high ground or how to deal with that second point high ground. And I said, come up with 3 or 4 different strategies. You would have come up with a good strategy, a better strategy, maybe something that I came up with, or maybe something that I haven't even thought of yet myself. But you need to do that. You need to do that. You need it whenever you have like a point in time where you're struggling, you need to think about that. Like I VOD review the points of the map where I struggle as a Sombra or as a Zen or as an Ana or as a Winston or as a Widowmaker. Yeah. Okay, Reaper time. Reaper. Reaper gonna be kind of hard versus their comp, but at least you have the starting position. I don't mind a little bit of early poke here. Your damage is actually fairly decent at this range, at least on the fat bodies. Good, nice, love to see it. I would be not playing this game. Yeah, so you've got 2 options here. 2 options. As soon as you see this here, chat, what do we do? Ashe is taking high ground. 2 options. I guess there's 3 options, actually. TP end, right? So you either TP directly on top of the Ashe or you TP back to your team. So I guess TP is one of those options, either aggressively or defensively, right? Or you just drop immediately on top of the Baptiste and avoid the Ashe and take value elsewhere. I would classify that and the TP on the Ashe as a high-risk play. Like dropping immediately in and going for a cycle and then wraithing out would be a high-risk play, for sure. Disengaging, totally, low-risk play. But you need to make a decision, you need to make it quickly. Because this is not going to work. Because you're going to wraith and you're going to be like, oh. You know what I'm saying? Like you're oh, thank you. Chicken, yo. So what do you guys think? What do you think would have been the best play? Obviously, the biggest thing is that we needed to make a decision instead of playing patty cake at range. But what do you guys think would have been the best decision? Because I'm honestly not too sure. Drop on BAP. Huh. Yeah. I mean, I all of you guys make good points. I really don't. I think it's really close. I actually don't think there is an objectively correct play here. I think it depends on what you want to go for. Because I think if you TP on Ashe like around this corner here, you minimize some of your risk. If you go for the BAP, it's guaranteed value, and then you can wraith out to their spawn, and they're not going to chase you. I think you probably would be good there. But then TPing back to your team and then just like pressuring the Sigma or holding an angle here or mid-fight like looking to pressure the Ashe when she's not expecting it, that would have also been really, really good too. Yeah. I actually don't. I think that like all of them, like not to be like the nice grandma. I love all of you equally. Yeah, right, grandma. I saw the present that you gave me. $15. I got a gift card. I didn't need an actual present. You just gave me a gift card. Like, bro. Like, don't even act like at first, it's not even the same monetary value. It had nowhere the same near amount of heart or care. Don't tell me that you love him as much as you love me. Like, give me a break. It's easy. Like, I'm being outclassed. And what have I done to deserve that? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'm not deserve. It's just a joke, man. It's just a joke. Dude, not even Walmart. Dollar General. Going for BAP gives up the angle and Ashe can free shoot for an entire Reaper ability cycle. That's true. That's true. Going for BAP or Ashe will force an escape route that will then hide your final position. True. Yes, I did hydrate, Will. Thank you. I'm back. I'm eating right now, so. Ooh! Sayonara. You know, one thing I noticed about Reaper is that he's the most along with Zarya, I will say, the most surreptitiously mechanically intensive character that there is. Not that Reaper's harder than like a Trace or anything, but because the way that the gun functions, it feels like you're hitting like big shots. But the difference between like putting your crosshair there and there and like landing it kind of close to there and still getting the dink, 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 but not doing near as much damage. I think it's just the fact that you're used to hitting a headshot noise and that means it's a good shot. But with Reaper, that doesn't mean that's the case. It could be a bad shot that still has a dinky. If you miss on Reaper, like the difference between having to take 2 shots to get a kill and 3 shots to get a kill is unbelievable. And there aren't very many characters in Overwatch where that's the case. A lot of the characters in Overwatch, you hit or you miss. That's all there is to it, right? Not with Reaper. I like this angle here. This is good. I don't even think you need to push. I think your effective range is like decent-ish. I actually think pushing there is like, again, like, okay, so we talked about the Reaper sandwich. You guys remember that in the complete DPS guide? This is why you don't do the Reaper sandwich. Don't do the Reaper sandwich. This is exactly why you don't do the Reaper sandwich here, right? Where it's like, you're going to get whipped or shot by the BAP, and it's really easy to get your Wraith Force by doing stuff like this. Where you could just literally hold the angle here. Or if you're going to wrap, actually go for the people back here, right? Think, hey, Pickle Rick. Yeah, it's not El Bueno, you know what I'm saying? Nice job. Nice target priority here. You were able to use, and you're thinking like, is that not Reaper Sandwich? Well, not really, because look at what the BAP and Brig can see. Yo, thank you for the sub, mate. I appreciate it. Look who the BAP Brig can see. And then when you push, look who they cannot see. You see that? So when you push through, they can't see you anymore. So then now you're cooking. You know what I'm saying? Like we're talking not like white people cooking, but like actual spice. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie. You guys want a life hack from yours truly? Black pepper fixes everything. Everything, guys. I think it's you guys have like the Ratatouille scene where like the what's his name is like just like eats it and it's like throws it back, dude. Dude, freaking black pepper, man. I don't know if it's just because I'm getting old, but black pepper, man. Oh, like white folks don't know what they're missing. Again, okay, I know Bastion is big, fat, and succulent, okay? But again, do you see the problem with this engage, chat? Do you see the problem with this engage? With the position that we're on, what is the non-Reaper sandwich engage? Right. It's the BAP, right? You have the high ground. If you go for the BAP, you're not going to get shot in the back. Now, I get it. BAP is not quite as fat as Bastion, but because I know if I go for a BAP, I'm not going to get shot, I want to go for BAP. I'm going around the enemy team, right? So when you do this, it's fine, but there's a possibility that that target gets supported. Like if that lamps even 2 seconds later, and there's also a real decent chance that you're going to get shot doing for that. I think it's better to go for Baptiste, make him turn around, no peel available because nobody even sees you. And if they do see you, they have to do this. This is what we want. We want people to have to do this. You get what I'm saying? To be able to shoot you. Or at least turn to the side. This, you're in front. And so you're getting either sandwiched or you're playing frontline here, which I know, but that's not what Reaper wants. Usually. Is this making sense, chat? / old fish toast? Toast. Black pepper's not my mistress, no. See, this is good. Why? Because it's not exactly maximum effective range here, but nobody can shoot us from this angle. So we're totally uncontested. And then also, combo it. You should combo it, honestly. Legit should combo that. I actually don't even hate the combo there. I think Death Blossom comboing with anything is probably fine. Just because it's a hard ultimate to get value out of. But yeah. Still a little bit frontline, but there wasn't really anywhere else for you to go, so it's fine. Nice job. A little bit fortunate that they didn't have accretion, but I think comboing with Flux is probably why they didn't have accretion, so. Fish with the juke, so? Oh, absolutely. He's sick nasty with it. Is that an old? That's an old phrase, isn't it? Sick nasty. I never liked sick nasty. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. Good. A little bit scary, but obviously you TP to where they didn't have an angle on you, so. It's kind of funny, guys. Are you noticing that like a lot of our Reaper and Echo things are like the same, not mistake, but like the same thing that could be improved? You know what I'm saying? It's like the way that we're approaching these from the angle, the angles, guys, the angles, voices. No, but like really, it's the way that we're approaching these fights, I think. Sigma just muttering to himself. Thank you, sir. Is Reaper ever played in pros? Yeah, he's basically played only in certain compositions, and even then, not very often. He was played in certain like speedy brawl comps where it was like a dive brawl hybrid, where it was like Lucio plus like divey characters where you needed a DPS with a defensive cooldown. But he's really fallen out of favor because generally you either had like Sombra Tracer or Sombra Reaper, right? Because you'd have like characters that could like take angles and have a defensive cooldown. But Sojourn's kind of taking that niche now, right? Where she's kind of is the hit scan with the defensive cooldown, and she's just stronger than Reaper. Even though they're not the same in terms of playstyle, they are both decent characters with really strong defensive cooldowns, and so Sojourn's just better. I'd be even cautious to peek this, right? This is fine. Careful. Now, yeah, you're chasing Bastion a lot. I actually don't have a problem with chasing Bastion as much here because you are, again, you kind of see the angle that we have here. You're making them turn around, so it's okay. It's just, I think you're just over prioritizing. See, what I would be doing is I would be thinking, somebody's underneath me. Let's wait for them to walk, wait for them to even let them turn the corner here. Go a little bit late, like maybe right now on the flux, then drop behind. Then you're able to shoot the BAP in the butt cheeks again, right? You get that deeper angle where they can see it, right? So again, I think this is, again, a situation where it's like, at least you're behind them, but you're still kind of in the middle of them. And because you go a little bit early, it's really easy for them to burst you down. Like your soldier's not shooting, your brig is not valuing whatever a brig does, right? Iliari isn't even honestly doing much. And so basically 1, 2, 3, 4 people turn on you instantly, and your team can't help you that much besides shoot the Sigma shield. So I think this is one of the timing things. Yeah, Reaper, I think, has just fallen out of favor. Reaper's fallen majorly out of favor. Even when he was played in an Overwatch League last season, it was because Tracer got hard nerfed and the meta was literally perfect for him. So of course he was played, right? He wasn't even that strong in the Overwatch League finals, last season. It was just that like the meta was perfect for him. Tracer also got nerfed, which was his only competitor, and then he was played. He was not a strong character. You're going a little early here again. If you see an opportunity, it's okay. But yeah, it's all right. At least your team is fighting, right? So you did force a distraction. You're able to hold the angle as well, which is awesome. Go get him. Sick him. Nice job. Nice. This is good. I even TP here, honestly. I might have even TP in the backline there. I get the risk involved, so maybe I just back out here. This is tricky. Ooh, this is risky. This is the you see the sandwich, ladies and gentlemen? This is why I was like, you had to go quickly or you don't go at all, because now you got to worry about respawns, right? And now we're getting sandwiched again. So you're getting shot in the back. I think you probably have to Wraith out this way. We're a little bit slow with the Wraith, and I think that's going to be it. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna believe, ladies and gentlemen. I believe I can fly. Oh, we see 9. Well, that's awkward. Okay, so for Echo, let's take some notes here. Echo. Actually, it's really just the 1 point for both. I guess maybe 2 for Reaper. Echo, consider approaches, angles, especially on hit scan, especially on points, maps that are tricky. I think your approaches could have been a little bit better. Reaper, remember, avoid the Reaper sandwich. Be on the outside, not in the middle. Doesn't mean that you're not close. It just means that you're close behind them, close to the side. You don't want to be in the middle or between 2 targets. And then always consider timing. Don't be scared to engage a few seconds late. Because you're going to be lurking on angles a lot with Reaper, the deeper the angle, the greedier the timing. In other words, the later you need to go, because the more value you'll get from kills in the angle, but the faster you'll die because you're the more isolated. If you're stacked with your team or on a more conservative angle, you don't need to go late because you can get heal support and you can disengage. But if you're going on a deeper flank, you do want to go a little bit late. Do you think they should rework Reaper? I certainly do. Not full rework, but they need to rework his abilities for certain. And we've already done that project. We have a video on him. For Rally, I think the only thing I would say is that try to use it mid-fight if you can, or if the enemy team is engaged on you, because it is a little bit slower than it used to be. Sorry guys, I haven't had lunch yet. So it is kiteable, so extremely situational. Yes, flame water, I think so. We went through a lot of ideas. I highly recommend the rework DPS video on YouTube. I'll link it. Give me a second. Yeah, so
We fixed.
Let me drop it in chat real fast. There you go. Check best friends channel. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm getting pinged. Oh my gosh. Rashi, remind me if you're still around. Maybe we'll do it after the World Cup review. What's my goal with coaching? Do provide enough free content that people don't need to book sessions? I think that I would like to work myself out of a job for some people, but I also think that having somebody in the same voice call with you, looking over your gameplay, and more importantly, conversing with you is something that really can't be replaced. So I would say that I would like as much of coaching or IRL advice in or out of the game as is possible to be done outside of a one-on-one conversation. I would like to fill that to the brim. I would like for it to be no topics that if you need general advice on that is not available. However, I know that will never, ever, you can never fill the cup, for lack of a better term, with that. So I'm not concerned that I'm going to coach myself truly out of a job. But for people that can't afford a session, I'd like to help them as much as I possibly can. Sure, Brax bro. Those weights in the back? Yeah. $25s and $50s, right? There. They're accessible because I'll be playing board games while I'm doing arms or something. I don't do arms too much, but when I do, they're available. Just because you're a metal rank doesn't mean that you necessarily have a bad idea. I think I would agree with that. Initial thoughts on Mauga. Super lackluster and a little bit concerning. But I will I'll refrain from an overreaction until I see him more playtested. I just think that he's hard countered by too many things. And the whole point of Overwatch 2 is to not have characters that are hard counterable. My impression is that if the stars align with the enemy comp, like Brawl Tank, not a lot of poke DPS, not a lot of CC, think like Tracer, Winston, or Reinhardt, maybe a Lucio on the enemy team. Something like that that's not going to burn you, right? You just don't die. Like, you will not die. You can sustain yourself in a tank matchup so easily. The problem is, that's very unfun to play versus if I'm playing one of those characters, right? I literally can't interact with you at all. I can't even come close to killing you. It's impossible. However, playing Mauga into Hanzo, Ash, Zen, or Ana, or Baptiste. It's not even just a support problem with them. Like it's Bastion, Mei, like a lot of characters feel terrible. And that's the whole thing. That was my impression of it. That might change the more that I practice with his charge, right? Maybe that mobility is underrated. But I don't like characters that are unkillable or totally one shot. I played a bunch of quick play games with my Patreons, and I was playing Zen, and I was trying to time my trance. I couldn't trance my tank. I could not trance him. He died too fast. Like he would be literally. I would go on a replay. It'd be 450 HP. Bam, dead. And you know who was killing him? It was the enemy Mauga. He'd set him on fire, or he'd be at a slight disadvantage in the duel because he was shooting something else, and you just died. And the other really crappy thing about Mauga is, chat, where do you get your sustain? What target do you have to shoot to get your sustain? Yep. Tank. So if you don't, so it's either a brawl versus brawl tank matchup, which is like Overwatch 1-esque, which is the worst part of Overwatch 1, arguably. And he's unkillable. Or if you can't burn the enemy tank, or the enemy tank avoids you, you just die. You just die. So he's either unkillable or dies instantly. It's not just a Discord problem. It's not just an anti-nade problem. I did make a tweet that anti-nade is a real big problem for him. But even if they nerf anti-nade, he's still going to die to Hanzo. He's still going to die to Ashe. He's still going to die to Pharah. He still gets two-shot essentially by a Widowmaker. Like, I'm not a fan. He feels fun to play, but he feels like my problem with him is, unlike Ramatra, where I didn't love Ramatra, but I still feel like Ramatra is fixable if they made a couple of tweaks with his abilities, like how his Vortex works, how his Nemesis form and Omnic form works a little bit. I think that he's fixable. He feels that Mauga. I don't know what you do to Mauga. I don't know what you do. Like having his sustain tied to guns that do an ungodly amount of damage in the right circumstances. I don't know how you fix that. I really don't know how you fix that. Maybe some armor. Yeah. Like maybe some sort of damage mitigation and then nerfing his sustain. Or like having like some of his peak sustain be maxed out to where like it's easier to get sustain versus non-tanks, but the peak of the sustain isn't as high. Like you almost have to heal bottom. It feels terrible. But I don't know. I'm concerned. I know Ramatra's a bit of a controversial one. But even if you ignore Ramatra, it's been 3 misses in a row for me from the Overwatch developer team. After Kiriko, Junker Queen, and Sojourn, 3 misses in a row. Well, 4 if you count Ramatra, which, yeah. I just think that you need characters that are fun to play and dynamic. And I do not find him to be particularly dynamic. I don't find Lion Fever to be dynamic. And I don't find Iliari to be dynamic. I don't have a problem with Sojourn. No, I like Sojourn. I think she's broken or OP in some circumstances. The same thing goes with Kiriko, but I enjoy them. We'll see. We just have 4 characters in a row, certainly 3, that are very one-dimensional with how they're played, with almost no, that don't seem to have a lot of nuance. Like I said, it's hard to say with Mauga just yet, but I'm getting that impression. And I will say, ego moment here.
No matter what.
Thank you,
people
Mashed
say,
Potato.
I think you're pretty.
No, wait a second. Is that another backhanded compliment? I swear, guys. Thanks for this, man. You guys are killing me. I haven't been wrong with my gut feeling on a hero since Overwatch 2. I've been a lot wrong in Overwatch 1, but at least with my opinion of characters hasn't changed over time. Say maybe that's a bad thing, but I haven't changed. The next DPS, hard to say. Really impossible to say. Sorry, Chad, I'm almost done eating. I'm starving. Yeah. My bias is that every character released cannot be one-dimensional. There's two things that are, you can, I don't think that I will go as far to say that I don't even think that it's an opinion. I think it's a fact. I think it needs to be fact. They need to be fun, number one, and they need to be not one-dimensional. If they're one-dimensional or boring, it's bad. You need to be both fun and not one-dimensional. I think it's easier to balance characters that are dynamic but are OP because you can actually just tweak their numbers because the initial design like actually has some sort of like logic. One-dimensional, as in there's only one thing that the character does really well, and that's all you can do. Because to then balance that, it's very easy to counter, or it falls into what was called, so let me give you one-dimensional. One-dimensional is Bastion. One-dimensional is Widowmaker. One-dimensional is Junkrat. One-dimensional is, to an extent, Orisa. One-dimensional is, oh gosh, Iliari. Mercy to an extent as well, yeah. No, Ball is pretty dynamic. Ball has a lot of flexibility with what he can do. He can function in a lot of different circumstances. So characters that only really can have one playstyle and that's all they can do. It's the playstyle that cannot be one-dimensional. Iliari cannot heal bot. Iliari cannot pocket anybody at range. Iliari does one thing and only one thing well, and that is hold an angle and duel people. That's it. No, Brig is not one-dimensional. No, Brig is not one-dimensional. She's not just the anti-dive character. She can also control angles. There's lots of things you get. So when your character can only do one thing, then it gets really hard to balance because Iliari either completely shuts down dive, which she did, or she just doesn't compete with the other supports. Like, would you ever play Iliari in dive? Never. Never. Would you ever play Iliari in brawl? Nope, never. Zen? You see, that's why they're doing Zen. That's why they're even tweaking Zen, because Zen was absolutely oppressive in spam matchups, but was too squishy in other situations. So I think even for well-designed, fun characters that are a little bit one-dimensional, I think it's fair to critique them, right? So you guys are saying like fun is what matters the most. I agree. The problem is when you have one-dimensional characters, they 100% without exception end up being unfun to play versus. Without exception. Because there's only one thing that they can do, and if you don't play their game, you're either going to die to them or they're going to be useless. It's basically showing up to like your friend's house and bringing any play clothes or whatever, just being like, hey, I brought my sandbox, we play in our sandbox or we don't play at all. And that's pretty much what we're in the world of Overwatch 2. That should not work. And that's also something that they've specifically talked about, whether it's preventing hard counters. And yet here we have like characters that are basically hard counters. What is fun to play versus? Anything where it becomes a skill matchup is a fun to play versus, in my opinion. That's the way I define it. Anything that's a skill matchup or factors in counterplay. But when you're playing Winston into Bastion and Bastion only does one thing and does that thing very well, then there is no counterplay for Winston to Bastion. Really. Same thing with Iliari. Any character same thing with Lifeweaver. And same thing with even with Mauga. Like either Mauga is going to be trash or his sustain is going to be so OP on tank that it's impossible to kill him. And there's only one thing that he does. Widowmaker, same thing. What is the counter to a Widowmaker? You kill her or that's it. She only does one thing and she does it well. They review any KSA games? We're going to be doing so in just a few minutes, yeah. The problem with having one-dimensional characters is they're either useless or OP. Because for them to only function in one niche, they're incredibly easy to counter, or they're so strong to compensate for their weaknesses. In other words, Bastion should, in theory, be weak versus dive, right? But if Bastion is weak versus dive, then he's a garbage character because he only does one thing, burn tank. So what they did is they said, you know what? Bastion dies too easily to dive. We should buff his grenade. We should buff his movement ability or his self-sustain with the armor heal. You guys remember that? So now Bastion is no longer as weak to dive. But now Bastion is also really strong in Brawl, and Bastion just beats everything now. So it's like rock, paper, scissors. If you have rock, paper, scissors meta, if the rock only does rock things, then for rock to be functional most of the time, you have to buff rock, where rock also beats paper. You think Ball also falls in this category? No, because what are Ball's playstyles, guys? What can Ball do? Ball can assassinate. Ball can disrupt or displace. Ball can be annoying. Ball can force CDs. Ball engages from an angle or a flank, but the way he does it, whether it's hard committing on a solo angle, focusing the middle of the enemy team, forcing CDs, going for kills, whatever, there's a lot of microdynamics, right? Harass, assassinate, boo, full commit, right? In fact, the reason why Ball actually feels bad right now is because in Overwatch 2, they removed one of his playstyles, which was displacing tank. One of the things that you could do, you can no longer do thanks to the tank passive. So that's why one of the reasons why Ball feels really bad is because they've actually removed one of the things that the character can do. No, I don't think you can describe the vast majority of the cast, though. Ana is playable in Brawl, Spam, and Dive. Brig is playable in Brawl, Spam, and Dive. She might not be optimal, but she's playable. Sojourn, Brawl, Spam, and Dive. Diva, Brawl, Spam, and Dive. Not as much spam, but they even have changed that with their recent things. Kiriko, Brawl, Spam, and Dive. Not as good in Brawl, but playable. Kira can do a good job with healing. She can do a good job with taking angles. She can do a good job with supporting an angle. Like, what hard counters Kiriko? What hard counters and if I ask you Diva, you guys are gonna be like, Zarya, but even that, right? There's a lot of counterplay options. But if you ask you remember when we had the list the other day, what counters Bastion? Half the cast counters Bastion, right? But yet he's just still too strong. No, I feel like Junkrat is really only playable in certain circumstances, but yeah, I think when you have a character that only does one thing, it's tricky. That's it. I can understand that there's definitely some points against that. I'm not saying that I have nothing to learn here. I think you guys make some good points, but yeah. And that's exactly it, Gore Chewer. In fact, the only broken part of Kiriko, if you think about it, is what aspect of Kiriko is too strong? What aspect of Kiriko is too strong? If I were to ask you, what is the one playstyle of Kiriko that she's way too good at and does way too oppressive? You guys are thinking about abilities. Don't think about abilities. It's playstyle. The abilities should complement the playstyle. It's really the dueling that she's a little too good at, right? Because she has a really good cooldown for it. She has a get out of jail free card, so anytime she starts to lose a duel, she leaves. And her hitbox, slasher fire rate, and all that kind of stuff. Like, there's a lot of little things that add up to where she's really obnoxious to duel, and she's too good at it, right? Not because she wins every single one, but she never loses if she plays, right? And so that's the word. That's probably at least the mid to high ranks. Probably the most annoying aspect of Kiriko is the one aspect that she's by far the best at. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that aspect I would agree. It's like anything that a character does too well and only does well, I think. It's not about having a character that's myopic. I think every character should have strengths and weaknesses, but it's the extremes that people have, especially when those extremes are, wait for it, easy. If an extreme, that's why Widowmaker, listen guys, that's why Widowmaker, hear me out, is better balanced than Bastion. Not better designed, better balanced. Because Widowmaker cheese one-dimensional playstyle is harder to do. Can you imagine if Widowmaker was as easy as Bastion? Widowmaker would get nerfed instantly. So, anyway. All right. That's my lunch. Let's take a look. With one-dimensional characters, they're usually easier, not always. And there's fewer things to balance. It's not easier to balance, I would say. I think it could be actually harder to balance a one-dimensional character, almost impossible. But there's fewer things you have to tweak. Whereas you look at a character like Kiriko or Sojourn or Junker Queen, you talk about the number of things, and Junker Queen is not even a strong character necessarily, but she's got Shout, which gives HP, passive movement speed. You have Carnage, which is a bleed, and a melee, an AoE melee that has a lower cooldown depending on the number of targets that you hit. You have a knife, which does burst damage, bleeds, and pulls on release. You have a shotgun. You have a melee that also bleeds, and you get healing from the amount of bleed that you do. Then you have an ultimate that has a bleed, initial burst damage, and a anti-nade effect with mobility. And for anything that dies, you get instantly healed for the amount that you bled them for. So you look at this, and honestly, even Genji is a relatively complicated character with this kit, right? I'm not saying that complicated is always better. It doesn't need to be complicated. It could be a character like Winston, who's very complicated but very simple. You kind of get what I'm saying? A lot of things that you have to be thinking about as Winston, and those are to me the most interesting parts of the kits. But it's also tricky to balance. Brig is also complicated but simple. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. Lots of little tiny interactions. Yep. A lot of little nuances, right? You could play Queen in a lot of comps. She struggles more in spam for sure, but she's more flexible. Yeah. Hero Dynamics tier list. Maybe that would be fun. Yeah, maybe that'd be fun. Okay, let's take a look at. Let me post on Reddit that we're taking a look at the finals here. Really quick. We'll get started, guys. Yeah, I think even things like hitbox size you have to factor in, right? Character like Mauga that goes as aggressively as he does without damage mitigation needs a much smaller hitbox. All right, let's do it, y'all. Overwatch World Cup. What are my thoughts on Mauga? We were just talking about it, mate. You have to skim back a little bit and see. Stong is stuck in my head now. Yeah, it's stuck in my head too. All right, let's take a look, y'all. So I guess first things first, if you have not watched day 2, this stream right here of the World Cup, I recommend you do so. One of the best days, definitely top 2 or 3, maybe the best. I mean, there's a good argument for being the best day in competitive Overwatch history. And whether you're an Overwatch League fan or a World Cup fan or not, crazy stuff. I'm telling y'all. Unbelievably exciting, unbelievably fun, without spoilers for some of the other matches, although I'm sure the results will be pretty evident given what we're looking at here. 4 map 5s back to back to back to back. It was so much fun. So much fun. I mean, there was a decent amount of compositional variety because these teams haven't been scrimming a ton. And I also think that even though if the meta had been kind of, I wouldn't say solved, but there had been enough time for teams to kind of sort out the meta a little bit more than there had in, let's say, the Overwatch League. But the difference is that you had very extremes in philosophy. Overwatch League can be a little bit inbred because teams scrim each other over and 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 over again for a long time and have characters, with the exception of some teams, that have similar strengths. China has Gushui and Leave and Shy. KSA does not. Finland does not. Korea has great dive players, but they don't have a great necessarily have as strong of brawl fundamentals, right? So there's very, very opposite extremes when it comes to Overwatch philosophy, and at least right now, because of a couple of like support positions right now, I think there's a pretty decent dynamic in terms of like power string. I wouldn't say the game is 100% balanced right now, but it's not woefully underbalanced. So very, very interesting. I think we see a little bit of a clash of the styles here, at least early on. And then unfortunately, China gets sucked into a little bit of the mirror and things start to get a little bit messy. That's all I'll say for there. Last thing I'll say, just so we're very clear about this, I don't want to have to discuss this anymore. I was pulling for Majid. I was pulling for KSA because I have worked with Majid before many times. I've been friends with the guy for a long time. Very proud of what he's done in Overwatch League. Good friend. I've not worked with any Chinese players. I understand that there is a lot of complicated feelings about the KSA, specifically the fans. And I agree that the fans were cringe. Some of the things that Yazan was either encouraging or indirectly supporting, such as the harassment of Cloudy, who I was in a call with, was really just shameful. For not a good look not for Saudi, nor for the Saudi players. Those guys had nothing to do with it. But for the Saudi fans, we're not going to have any conversation about that. I was glad that KSA won, was pulling for them in the finals. I was glad the players won. I feel good for the Saudi Arabian fans that were watching. I did not feel good for the Saudi Arabian fans that were on Twitter. Let's put it that wrong. Who do I have as World Cup MVP in this game? I don't think anybody from KSA really deserves it, to my opinion. I think Quartz could have played better, to be honest. I actually had higher expectations from Quartz. I think if I would have to go outside of this group, I think Gushui probably deserved a good shout. I think Langsa also at least initially seemed to have a decent game, a decent series. And I think really Vistola probably played the best overall. I think Vistola played really, really quite well. So yeah, I think you got to give respect to KSA for the win. I was very glad that they won. I felt very proud of Majid. I've also had the opportunity to work briefly with both Quartz, UB, and even a little bit of KSA a long, long, long time ago. And they're great players. So I was very happy for them as well. I think Majid did a fine job, but I still think Vistola gets it for me. I mean, kind of hard to say. It's easy to say that China got a little bit unlucky. I mean, I think if you were an Overwatch League team, which team would you rather sign? Like, I think it's pretty clear that it would be Team China, right? But today, KSA were the better team. And I think that like even blaming the meta is kind of unfair because I don't even think Bastion had as much of an impact in the meta right now. And if you look at a lot of the characters that KSA were playing, Mei, Sojourn, things like that, I mean, Bastion definitely helped KSA, but I don't think it was like the defining factor necessarily. So yeah, I mean, again, yes. Shy Leave. These guys are goats of Overwatch. Gushui as well, Monk as well. I mean, these are all phenomenal players. Like, let's not pretend, guys. Like, I think, they are way, but for today, KSA, and they also made a very good argument for these guys being Overwatch League caliber. Let's put it that way. Certainly, Quartz, KSA, obviously Magic we know already. Certainly those two in particular. And I also was impressed with Haku, who's a well-known Mercy OTP, who actually put out a pretty halfway decent Lucio performance as well. The guy's been grinding for sure. No, there is no World Cup replay viewer. The OWL replay viewer is still functional for whatever reason, but it doesn't have the World Cup replays.
Probably going to see him pick up the Lucio. It's time BlizzCon to crown our 2023 Overwatch World Cup champion.
Yeah, KSA was OWL forever ago, but I think that he's very clearly still OWL caliber on the characters that are relevant for Overwatch League. So let's talk about the matchup here. This is an anti-spam dive comp where you play Ana, Genji, and Sojourn because they can take really, really good angles versus Bastion, versus Sigma, versus Baptiste, and Threaten. You also have a sick ultimate combo. The Doomfist is the best dive tank, in my opinion, versus spam comps because he's got a great answer for Bastion. He's not fragile versus anything thrown their way outside of Hinder, potentially, but even that can be a little bit tricky. But yeah, he is Bastion, Mei, Sigma. Doomfist is pretty good. If you struggle versus Bastion as a Doomfist in ranked, it's a skill issue. I talked about this last week. With his power block, his power punch, his frequently available mobility, and even his ultimate, he has a lot of tools to deal with Bastion comps. So it's also something that Gooseray is really strong at. So it's a pretty easy choice. In addition to that, I think the Brig is by far the most interesting choice. Now, I have been a very vocal hater of the Brig versus these Brawl matchups. I think Brig has to play so careful, so slow. But if you have a really good Brig and you have the perfect positional awareness to know when you can play aggressive, when you cannot, and you don't play aggressive necessarily on the front line all the time, you can make Brig work. Lengsa played really well on Brig throughout the entire day, I think. Did a great job pocketing both of the DPS, and is definitely more of a comfort character than something like a Kiriko. I think Rally is also really a strong ultimate. And when things go down into a Sigma mirror or a Sigma matchup, Brig does very well versus Sigma compared to other tanks. So I don't like the Brig into Orisa. I don't like the Brig into the Rhine, but I do like the Brig into the Sigma, and the way that Lengsa was playing it was way better than, say, Violet with Houston Outlaws this past Overwatch League Grand Finals. I think Violet was a huge liability. Lengsa played it way better, way better, and it also makes a lot more sense with the hero pools. Okay. Now, this is an anti-dive comp, to be very clear. This is an attempt to think that they're going to roll out on something like this. Everybody knew that China was going to roll out on this, and they're going to try and dig brand them. They're going to go anti-dive with the Queen for defensive shout. Also, maybe a knife punish on to the Doomfist. The Sigma doesn't really have a whole lot to shoot when they're playing Doomfist. You can shield off the Ana, that's tricky. And Yubi, basically, this is just a TP option, can either TP the team onto the backline, or Yubi himself can TP solo and look for angles to deny the DPS. Mei would also be okay here, but Yubi will prefer the Symmetra. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think this is one of the weaknesses of KSA. I think Yubi struggled to find solo Symmetra value. I think it's very tricky to get good Symmetra value versus Doomfist consistently. I think it's really easy to punch you out of your teleporter so you can't teleport back and forth. And I also think Yubi was not playing it particularly well throughout the series. I think Yubi needs to find more solo angles. If you guys have ever played a GM or top 500 Symmetra OTP, you know how creative they can get with their solo plays. I think KSA would have benefited a lot more with more solo or duo proactivity with how they set up their off angles and flanks. I just don't think TPing as a unit will almost ever work in the situation. Okay. How's the volume, guys? Can you hear it? Just be able to hear it just a little bit.
What's that? Make an about face happen. KSA on the Junker Queen here and a Cassidy for Quartz.
That's good? Okay. I just want to be very quiet, but not I'm totally inaudible. Okay, so big thing here is that KSA is super stacked. I don't like this. Of course I don't like this. That's my job. I would love for an off angle from either Symmetra and Lucio, or both, really, over here. Really, Symmetra and Lucio, probably both, or Cassidy Lucio on an angle here, and try to either deny staging or poke out while they're doing that here. Now, I think Cassidy stacking with BAP so that the threat of magnetic grenade can kind of help keep your BAP alive is totally reasonable. Your BAP can be kind of cooked. What is it? Chopped liver? Yeah, chopped liver. If you split too far, but I think that this is already a bad sign for KSA. You see they're slowly getting off angled. Brig has dropped to help the Genji. You see the space control here? Like you have Ana over here. Where is the Ana actually? Yeah, Ana's over here. Doom here. Brig here. I don't even know where Sojourn is. I think Ana and Sojourn are grouped up here. Doomfist is here. Brig is here controlling space to where she can pack her Ana and pack the Genji at the same time. It's like, and then Genji over here on the off angle, pressuring point and also off angle. Like this is China just knows what they're doing, man. They just know what they're doing. They know how to play versus these comps. And then they TP on Monk 3-2-1 rush, but Monk's going to get double packed. Monk is then going to nade. Gushui is going to come in and punch these guys backwards. And the Sojourn's just going to slide away. They're going to disrupt her shot. I just don't think, especially without like a Mei wall, without a Rhine shield, this just shouldn't work. If you're going to play Symmetra in this composition, she needs to play something like solo DPS angle, pressure the Genji out, pressure the Sojourn out. You just can't group up and TP against a team that knows what they're doing. And there it is. Like that's the engage is totally shut down. The nade is massive. The point is flipped. And now you're like, oh, now all KSA has done is they flipped the map, but the point's still ticking. Like all China has to do is reset up on a different off angle, reset up around point. And Gushui just goes for a cycle, go for cycle, over and over and over again. He already has ultimate. Now he has fed BAP window, but again, you see how grouped up KSA is? It's just, you're just not going to make it work. And this is where I think experience versus dive is just something that KSA isn't good at. I think this is something that London is always been historically really good at, going even into last season, or season before last, where London playing these compositions is way better at taking splits, way better at quickly making like solo TP plays, Mei flanks, Backbone on the angle, Admiral with going with Sparker on the Symmetra. Like you need that kind of creativity and confidence, and that's just something that KSA just did not have. Yeah, it is a tough matchup, but I just think that like KSA's comp may be a little bit suspicious. And definitely if that's how you're going to play it, there's no way that you're going to win. And I think watching this, I was like, oh crap. If KSA tries to make this work, they're going to lose this. It's going to be a 3-0. That's the problem, right? Is everyone's grouped up on the window and all China has to do is just hide. Leave egos a little here. Tries to not use his deflect and just gets one shot. But even then, it doesn't matter, right? So it's like he's going to come back fast. There's the TP, there's the sim wall. They're all going to rush to point. They will get point, but China just disengages. And now they're going to start setting up their off angles again. And then now you got to worry about the old economy. I think the tough thing with dive is you cannot lose neutrals to dive. You have to lose the ult combos because China's ult economy is unbelievable. Sojourn, Doom, Rally, Nanoblade, and there it is, right? Nanoblade, and it doesn't matter. Because you're thinking like, oh, didn't they have beat? Well, first off, they didn't have beat in time, but then also people are still isolated because everyone's peeling off the Nanoblade, and so then somebody's isolated and then they die. And then they also commit Sojourn, which is maybe a little bit unnecessary, but yeah, it's just GG's. And again, do you notice how KSA has spent this entire time trying to react? But you can't react, you can't play slow if you're not controlling space. If you're grouped up, but you move quickly, you sometimes can get away with being grouped up, not controlling angles. But you cannot play slow grouped up. You cannot, because you're going to slowly lose HP. You're going to slowly give up off angles. And oh my gosh, guys. You want to guess where Monk was? You guys want to guess where Monk was for that 4-man or 5-man nade? They'll show it, I believe, after this. There's the BAP window. Haku's isolated again. They're just pulling them apart at the seams. I think they show the Monk nade here. Let's see if they show it. Yeah, check this out, y'all. Angles, ladies and gentlemen. Angles, flanks and angles, angles. Perfect timing as well. Look at this. Doomfist goes in first, then the nade. then the punch. They can't focus the Ana. They don't even know. They don't have time to react. They have to focus the Doomfist, but at that point, it's already too late. Do you think KSA should have been more proactive? I think KSA needed to do one of two things. They either need to take tempo, and actually, I hate to use the term fast versus slow, but they needed to like push and TP, or you spread. You send your Sim Lucy over here. You put your Junker Queen by herself here, controlling an angle, and then you have like your Bap Cassidy together, and you poke out and you squeeze out the dive comp, because the dive comp needs those angles to get on top of you. The Doomfist can engage from pretty far away, but the Genji cannot. The Sojourn cannot. The Brigitte cannot. The only thing that can really get you from an angle from far away is like a Doomfist engage, which usually requires at least one cooldown, if not two, which makes it higher risk for him, and on a nade. But you significantly cut down on the amount of risk by splitting up a little bit more. On old economy, no, I have not. So this is KSA just total masterclass of dive. KSA looks, China did. KSA looks totally lost here. Now, this is when they're going to go back to some of the basics. This is definitely a composition where Quartz can take more aggressive positions than a Cassidy can because he has a slide. He takes a little bit of time to build that value, but he can take more aggressive off angles. And I think the same thing applies to Mei as well. So the weakness of the Symmetra is that it is a little bit scary to take off angles versus a Doomfist, because your defensive cooldown, your teleport, is something that you can get punched out of. Like you get dove, you TP, but you don't get it in time before the Doomfist either kills you or punches you out. So Mei doesn't have that problem. They can just ice block. And so basically what you want to see here is the exact same playstyle from KSA. It's the same exact playstyle. The heroes have changed. The answer is not different. The only thing that they've really lost is they've lost the initial CC punish on Doomfist, right, with the hinder, which is more of a skill shot, right? That's more of a Gushui makes a mistake and dies for it. Gushui's not making mistakes. Or your TP onto the backline, which, as we already saw, isn't really a win condition in of itself. So they've lost two things that didn't really matter, which was hinder and TP. Mei is going to do a better job controlling off angles without the help of a Symmetra, and Sojourn is going to be able to do more damage without having to worry about being dove like the Cassidy. She also has a much better ultimate. So this composition does everything that they did earlier, but does it better. Even the Junker Queen is, Sigma's a better version of Junker Queen, at least versus this variation of dive, because you don't want to be grouping up all together with your team and shouting them versus dive against this level of dive. Because if you're all grouped up, you're going to die anyway. So you can't shout a 4-man anti-nade generally. So what the Sigma is going to do is he's going to play a little bit more self-sufficient and be able to hold space without getting poked out like the Junker Queen. What's up, Stefano? So on a Brig on the high ground. Group up, rotation here. And then you're going to start to slowly push out a little bit. Sojourn on the angle, Genji on the angle, Doomfist on an angle of his own. Sojourn, Quartz is already starting to split. And they're trying to poke out at Shy. And we could have a bit of a stalemate here. And there it is, right? Now, look at the positioning here from China. Shy, like if I were to draw like a circle here, you've got Ana Brig up here. You have Doomfist here. You have Shy here, and you have Genji here. And you have little KSA only here. I would want, I'm telling you, if this was Backbone or Sparker, Yubi would have gone this way towards Shy with Maywall Ice Block and probably Lucio speed. And they would have either tried to push Leave out to go back to his team, or they would get Shy off of this off angle, because Shy is farming rail from holding this angle over here. He can't be allowed to stay. He would be isolated. Doesn't matter. If you're forced, let's put it this way. You're not isolated if you're going with your Lucio and attacking what would be diving you. What would dive a Mei Lucio on the flank if you push out the Genji first? What would dive you? The Doomfist? Doomfist by himself is not going to kill a Lucio Mei. No way. And if you're forcing the Sojourn out at the same time, then she's not going to dive you either. You guys have this misconception that you can't be isolated versus dive. You can't be isolated versus dive once they've set up. But if they can't set up, or you're pushing that set up, then you absolutely can be isolated versus dive. It's a total misconception. It's not a stupid misconception at all. It's just something that's been misconception for a long time. And you see right here, Check out Lengsa, ladies and gentlemen. Lengsa actually playing the Brig the way she needs to be played. As soon as Monk is established on high ground, look at freaking Lengsa, guys. Lengsa is doing what Violet generally does in Kiriko, and they're pushing 2-man on the angle, while Shy is pushing here and Doomfist is pushing here. This is what you have to do as Brig into the Brawl comps. And Lengsa is a better Brig, I think, than Violet. And that's it right there. Lengsa's just going swinging in, Doomfist up front. The only problem is Lengsa overextends. I'm actually curious why. So I love that I caster jinxed it. It's actually the proper play. The only problem here is that I think Lengsa goes in too far. It's hard to see. He's definitely too far in. He needs to push, and then hold, push, and then hold, and then try to sync up with Gushui. It's the correct play. Just don't know if it's executed very well. Yo, Sunshine Bread! Thank you for the raid! We're looking at the World Cup thing. We're looking at Lynx on the flank Brig. I appreciate the raid, mate. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I think it was a really, it was the right play, just poorly timed. And well done by KSA to punish. Oof. Bakora, thank you for the sub, mate. I appreciate it. 1 billion raid. Yeah, I can't believe it, y'all. It's the biggest raid I've ever received. 6 billion people. That's unreal. Thank you so much. So, devolved fight. The point is still not capped, by the way. Because China's lost some folks, they've lost some angles. Leave is trying to retake this left angle, and you're going to notice that Sojourn and Ana and Brig are going to rotate to clear that angle too. Gushui goes in deep, a little bit early, but they hit the nade off of it, and he's got ultimate. There's Sojourn's slide. There's the ultimate launched. He's just going to go back to his team. The good news is that they've established Sojourn here. They've established the Sojourn on the right. There's the BAP window. Woo! This is just mechanics. This is mechanics and also the Brig being a little bit slow. So I actually think Lynx is mispositioned here. I would prefer. So you're going to notice Lynxa, unlucky tree, thank you for the sub. So you're going to notice Lynxa is here. And this is where like mid-fight Lynxa kind of wants to swing on the Sigma. I would prefer Lynxa to not worry as much with the Sigma, especially mid-fight. Yo, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Varashi, I appreciate it. I would prefer Lengsa to, especially here, to split off right. And I guess there's, look, it's a stalling point, but like, I really want Shy to have more help over here. I want Shy to have a pack. I want Shy to have my children. I want Shy to just have a little bit more support on this angle so that he's able to win this duel. Because this is a great shot from Quartz, but it's just a body shot. So Brig gets caught on main and then has to kite out on main because of the BAP window. And so what it should have happened instead is kiting out to the angle. So that would have saved this fight. And then unfortunately the nano comes with Gushui on the way out and then the points flip. So it is tricky with Brig here because if you are on the angle, you are so far from being able to proc your Inspire. So that is one downside. But if nothing else, Lingsa needs to keep his eyes on the periphery more. Lingsa plays bodyguard for Shy to get overclock. Right. So that's really important. Like, Brig plays the bodyguard for the DPS that are on and off angle, like a Mercy pocket. But the difference between Brig and a Mercy is Briggs can actually physically hold a space and be impermeable. Like, you cannot clear a Brig. It's the hardest support in the world. Like, the pocket. And if you allow her to play in close range, she's really good. So there's an Nanoblade. It's a huge teleport. There's a Flux. It's bashed out or punched out of the Flux, I believe. I can't quite tell. It might have, I honestly can't quite tell. You can't see through the wall. But one of either punched out or bashed out of Flux. And the good news for KSA is that, like, this is the entire old bank from China, right? What happens to Quartz here? Does Quartz get isolated? Yeah, Quartz gets isolated, and Quartz gets isolated with no support. No BAP support, no Lucio support, and that's why he's going to die. He also does not have his slide either, crucially. He slid to that angle and then get caught without his cooldown. It's not bad to take an angle, you just can't take an angle with a cooldown and expect to live without support. So the good news for KSA, though, is that was Nano, it was Blade, it was Rally, it was Sojournal, and while it did cost you a lot of your ultimates as well, generally the ult bank will always favor the dive team.
Like the hardest thing with mechanics.
Right. Brig is just an anchor. Like you find the most powerful position, like the most powerful off angle, and unless the enemy tank clears you out, you're hard to clear out. Even the gifted sub, Stefano. I appreciate it. Bork, Borf. Whatty, Titan, Spitfire 6, and Jolty. Congratulations. I appreciate it. It's done too? Okay, good enough. Good to know. So then, KSA has to win a neutral here, which means Yubi needs to take an angle. KSA needs to hit a rock. Force needs to hit a shot. It's the more likely thing. So there's a teleport. Now, it's interesting to me that they swapped to Symmetra. Again, I think this is where you're playing more for the teleport. Now, there's one thing that teleport can do. We talk about teleport one-dimensionally, teleporting on backline and killing backline. That it can do. But it can also, remember when we were drawing the circle earlier and we were like, yo, China's over here, and they're over here, and they're over here, and they're over here, and we're poor little pathetic pipsqueaks over here, right? Well, you don't have to teleport in the backline because that still puts you in the middle of things. What you can do is you can teleport on Shy in the off angle. And then not only do you have a chance of killing Shy, but you force Shy to rotate this way. And here's the thing, chat. If we can draw a nice thin little box around all of China's off angles, especially when we send Shy back to the gulag, back to his backline, then really all of our threats are in front of us. When you're playing this composition, whether it's with the Ryan, Sig, Junker Queen, whatever, and you have all of your dive threats in front of your screen, and none of them are here, and none of them are here, you are at an advantage. And so you can use your teleport, not necessarily to teleport on top of someone and kill them. You can teleport to clear one of those lanes. Or you could teleport and do something like this. TP, panic, and you actually make it so that you notice that they're not getting off-angled here because they're all running for their lives. Much better than Mei versus Scrims. I believe it. It's through stuff like this. The sim value, the Mei value has to be done. So I also think that it comes down to how you play it as well. I think if you play the Symmetra and you teleport well, there's value to be found there. I think if you play solo angles, I think the Mei gets a lot more value. And so far from watching Yubi's Mei, I don't think he knows how to play Mei like that. And I think that's hurting him. I think if he had backbone on Mei, maybe a different story. Maybe a different story. I think Sim might still be better. Maybe not after the 25 HP nerf, but different story. I think the play style demanded is tricky. Like you need to know how to play it. Now China is still, Monk with the nano dies. I forgot about this. He's getting off-angled from, and he's being forced to rotate, and he ends up dying in the rotation. Huge play from KSA. They TP, they clear the off angles, they cause chaos, and in that chaos, they're able to pick people off. Do you think if China had coaching, they could have won? I doubt the coaching has much of an impact at all, to be honest. Probably a very minor impact for most of these teams. There's not enough time. These players are either going to be good or they're going to be bad. I think with the amount of time they have to coach. I think it has a small impact, but I don't think maybe, sure. They go Winston because this is basically a situation where they know KSA will not want to swap the Bastion. So I think Winston can do quite well. Also helps that when you start with the Nano, Winston does really well with Nano. I mean, look at the value, right? All the CDs forced and a lot of ult charge built. Again, it's hard to look at that as like indirect value, but KSA should have died there. KSA should have died there. My only thing that I would say is I might have liked to have seen a better setup off of this Nano engage. You see Leave is a little far. I think there's a real opportunity here to force that kill. And then what happens here, ladies and gentlemen? I don't know what happens here. Oh, Shy just gets smoked. Where is Shy? Shy is off on front of our screen. Yeah, Shy just gets railed. That's it. Mechanics. Rally push. But Winston's the timing just isn't there from China, right? So, like, look at the rally push. Langsa pushes with rally as Gushui jumps out. Rough. So KSA gets so low. So low. If there had just been a little bit of a better timing off of that push, even the nade comes in after, right? So China's all over the place. Winston's in first. and then Winston's out, and then Briggs in, and then Briggs out, and then the nade comes in. It's just a total desync. A total desync. Beat perfect. He uses it just to force the Genji out. The only problem is where KSA is fighting is it's really easy to get pincered. You see how they're getting surrounded, right? So I think, yeah, I remember this. This is why this fight felt so rough. It's just how tight the area was where KSA was fighting. I think the key thing where KSA needed, at this advantage right here, they need to walk forward. I don't even think chasing the Genji here was the play. I think you need to walk on the point, push the Winston, push the Ana, push the Brig, get out of this area where you're getting pincered from behind. Like you just look, they're just getting off-angled from 3 different areas, even the Genji from high ground here. And also when you have leave, you just never know when it's going to happen, right? Like Quartz just wins them that fight, at least at the start, by hitting a rail, just because Quartz is really good at Sojourn. Leave is just a really good character. He's just a really good character, guys. Really good character. He's just a really good player. Yeah, it's a communicational breakdown from China. They really mess up that neutral. That should have been an easy win because there was basically an ultless fight for KSA. Good angle from Shy here again. I don't know where Lengsa is. I think Lengsa's playing closer to Ana now because of the threat of the teleporter, right? So he wants to be able to pack the Ana. Case in point right there. Again, the teleporter is able to catch the Ana Brig. I think this is, again, a positioning mistake for Hmong. Diabolical, thank you for the sub. I just think as soon as the teleporter goes on the field, it becomes more important for Monk to preserve his own life and not to give a good teleport target. I do not like where Monk is positioned right now. He needs to go back to the initial starting high ground where he was in the first place, where his kite location and even the distance is a lot better for him to play. I think this is a huge positioning mistake for Monk. He really should not be here. And this gives so much value. Like, it should never be that easy to just teleport and kill. Gushue is able to kill Majid. I don't know if that's a mistake from Majid. Let's see. I don't know if he had regenerative burst. He should have had regenerative burst right there. So I think Majid must have misused his shift. Huge window value, though. It's going to melt Gushue. Big nade. Wow. But ultimately, China just has more ults. That's really all there is to it. KSA makes the fighting, like, gets really, really close to it. But China has the ults that matter. Window has got a lot of value, but Window is just not a great ultimate into dive. So China just has the better ult economy. So China looks really clean first point. KSA looks totally lost. KSA turns it around a little bit at the end there. China looks a lot messier with their neutral game. And KSA does a good job throwing chaos into there. Chaos into there, specifically. Cheers, Scooby. You're very welcome. But yeah, okay. So China, a little bit messy at points there, right? Like not super cohesive all the way through. And yeah. Okay, let's talk about the composition here. Now, I was talking about this in the co-stream, but I am Hanzo pilled, boys. I am based in Hanzo pilled. I think Hanzo can work quite well into these brawl compositions. I think the threat of the one shot, I think Dragon is not as good, but it can function quite well into the brawl compositions. I think Sojourn is everyone's favorite popular hero because she's really good versus dive, but KSA is not going to play dive. They're not going to play anything that even remotely resembles dive. So the downsides of Hanzo outside of the crappy ultimate are just not all that evident. Like, Hanzo's way easier to dive, but there's not going to be any dive. So just play Hanzo. Just play Hanzo. Now, why not Doom here? The reason that they don't play Doom here is because KSA has locked a non-Bastion composition from the get-go. So Winston is playable. The other reason why no Doomfist is because with the high ground on second point and with it being generally a more open map, I think you could get it, even if they did play Bastion, I think you could probably get away with Winston on second point. Now, third point, you're probably going to have a hard time. I think Bastion's going to be pretty good on third point. It's pretty narrow, not as many high grounds. So you'll probably see a Doomfist up. I don't remember. I think they do go Bastion Doomfist, I think. But yeah, you know that they're not on Bastion. You can play Winston. That's it. And they're not likely to play Bastion on second point either. But yeah, KSA's comp, it's like, again, it's what we just saw previously. It's like an anti-dive attempt right? The reason that they're running the non-Lucio variation is because, again, the breadth of the map, the width, the depth, the size of the map means that speeding around and rushing onto people isn't going to be as useful. It's going to be more about what we were talking about earlier, where it's about holding off angles, spamming, shooting, denying the dive by pressuring out the Winston or pressuring out the Genji or shooting the Brig or shooting the Ana. It's more static. It's more holding off angles, and the Iliari is a lot better at that than the Lucio. Whereas in the previous map, because it was King of the Hill, because it was much shorter sightlines, the Lucio can do quite well. Now you say because Bapillari is just better. It's not better. It would be, if they played this composition on a shorter sightline map like King's Row, Attack, like any push map, King of the Hill, they would be trolling. This composition is not as good with the Lucio composition, at least right now. So yeah, that's pretty much it. How to counter KSA Sem? You need to play at a range or a position where either if you get TP'd on, you die in a blaze of glory where your teammates can all off-angle and pincer, which we saw earlier, or to where it's very difficult to reach you. How does Sim function in a poke composition like this? She provides rotations for her team, and she solo contests off-angles by herself. Like, Sim is not a bad poke. Like, orbs are pretty good now, like with how fast they are and the two-shot threat. My problem with Yubi has been both with the Symmetra and Mei. I just don't think that you have the creativity for it. So we talked about it earlier, like the threat of TP on the backline and killing backline. That's really good, and that was at times what helped KSA to look good the previous map. The problem with this map is too freaking big, and without the Lucio comp, I don't think you're going to be able to TP and rush anybody. So Yubi has to play like a gank, angle control, spam, pokey, off angle, teleport to get out, DPS. And if I remember correctly, I might be totally wrong, chat. I don't think he does a very good job of it. I don't think she does a very good job of it. I think that he needed more creativity and he didn't have it. He didn't have it. Because you're not going to group up with your team and teleport around in this map. You're going to have it like Iliari on an off angle, and then your Baps pocket and your Sigma, and then your Sojourn or your Symmetra or Sojourn. Yeah. So the question about the Kiriko versus Brig, I already addressed that one earlier. You're 100% right. The Brig is a weird choice, especially on a map this big. There's nothing that's going to dive here, right? So why the Brig? Well, what's probably going to happen is Brig is going to be +1ing another DPS like we saw earlier. My problem with the Brig is I think on this map it's going to be harder to +1 and then still proc your Inspire. But Lengsa's a really freaking good Brig. So if Lengsa can find a way to make it doable, if anybody can do it, Lengsa will find a way. But yes, I would agree that Kiriko is probably objectively on paper better than Brig here. It just comes down to character comfort at that point in time.
Doing some different stuff.
See, like right now,
I don't know what to expect from your analysis.
this setup in theory is not bad. The problem with Hanzo here is Hanzo makes it really hard to control and mark off angles because the guy can just freaking one-shot you. So if you don't put any pressure on the enemy Hanzo, it could be very difficult to play around him. Because even a Widowmaker you can hide from. You can take an off angle where Widow can't see you. It's hard to do that with Hanzo.
We have not seen them play Hanzo the entire tournament, right?
That's a shout out to my boy Jinmu.
Hanzo can like access the high ground a bit easier than like the Sojourn can, right?
Okay.
Just the deployables, ladies and gentlemen.
A little bit more burst damage for the shield, right?
Okay.
So I criticized Yubi earlier, but I do like what he's doing right now. So you're going to see Winston jump in, Winston jumps out. Leaves trying to take that angle at that point in time, but he plays with his turrets and he's playing by himself with a teleporter up to get out from. And you see, this is kind of what your Symmetra needs to do. She's holding an off angle, she's poking, she's marking their DPS. Leave is not allowed to use this room. Because you know what Leave would do when he took this room? What would Leave do when he took this room, chat? Think about it. Why does he want this room? Why does Leave want this room? What would he do with that positioning? Maybe not now, but 10 seconds from now. He'd either spam high ground with it, or dash. Dive on top of the high ground. Easy peasy. Instant one kill, right? So he'd chuck shurikens, and then Winston would dive from main. Hanzo would peek from this off angle. Winston would dive here. Genji would immediately dash onto high ground there, and there you got your dive, right? But if you make the Genji dash from over here, it's a lot harder. It's a lot worse. It takes him a lot longer to get there, right? So the Symmetra says, I know you want this angle to get to my backline. No. Problem now is freaking shy. Freaking shy.
Now you can get excited, crowd.
Freaking shy, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. I mean, you know. I think maybe the only takeaway there is that I think KSA probably should have put a little bit more priority in controlling the Hanzo and just open himself up to his backline being naded. I don't think there's a good solution. It's just crazy. So, now they're going to go Winston here, or Bastion, because of the Winston choice. But they'll probably swap Doomfist. I honestly don't remember. But at this point, it's pretty easy to avoid Bastion with how open and how many covers and high grounds and things that they're available. And also the Bastion is really quite terrible into the Hanzo. Like really, really terrible versus the Hanzo. Probably one of Bastion's worst matchups, to be honest with you guys. Easy kill for Hanzo many of the times. Can't one-shot him, but you don't need to one-shot him. I mean, this is just terrifying, right? Like, no. So this is where I think if you're KSA, first off, I don't like KSAA dropping to point immediately here. You just can't lie. The way to stop Hanzo is you have to put pressure on him. You must put pressure on him. I don't care if that's you sending Magid plus Symmetra and just pray he misses his first shot and go put pressure on this guy. More often than not, it's probably going to be more of the Sigma shield putting pressure on him and then just shooting Cart. Because remember, the one weakness of China's comp is they don't really have anybody besides Genji that can push Cart safely. Winston gets poked out really easily. So you don't need Sigma on Cart here. You could have kept KSA on top and spam controlled the Hanzo and only touch Cart when you absolutely had to, and probably don't even need to anytime soon. So I think this is a major oversight from KSA. And to be very clear, that's not necessarily a major error, because most of the time, you don't have to worry about this in this meta. You don't have to worry about marking a Hanzo. Even a Sojourn isn't quite as scary. It takes more time for her to build up. But this adjustment from China, KSA doesn't know how to play around it. And that's what makes these adjustments super OP. Is like, if you could do it well, the enemy team, it forces the enemy team to react, and if they don't react well, they will lose. Huge dragon, kind of a feed from Shy there, but he's gonna live, and it's just over. Double support from KSA, but it's not gonna be enough. I'm probably not gonna be making a Mauga video. Yeah, not gonna be making a Mauga video. Ooh, Quartz needed to get that kill. Quartz just chokes on that one. It did look like Quartz had some nerves. I don't think he played very well this match. Not up to par for him for certain. A little bit of early farm there. Quartz is going to go back to the Sojourn. I think that's probably the correct choice. You have a little bit more pressure on that Hanzo. And I don't think the Winston is necessarily a weak point here. And then again, like, this is the problem with the Hanzo. Like, think about how... Oh, yeah, I forgot about this, y'all. Okay, so I was going to finish my thought here. I was going to say, think about the weakness, the strength of the Hanzo is if you win fights just off of your neutrals because you're hitting headshots, then you end up winning. Because think about it, like, Hanzo doesn't have a great ult, but if you're winning fights off of Hanzo headshots, and then you have Primal and Rally and Nanoblade, like, that just feels terrible, right? Like, you're losing neutrals to Hanzo mechanics and then losing ult fights afterwards. Yeah, of course, Picklebrick. I don't mind. It was awesome to see you guys. Geez, this is so lucky. Like, it's so well done. I think the timing is a little bit off from China, but double Ajax, guys. It's a Blade Jax and a Nane Ajax. You get me? So it's a Blade Nane Ajax. Nano and Blade canceled, and monstrous. Of course. So yeah, I mean, you know, unlucky, and then very lucky. So we take it. Sounds like some hipster drink. Ajax. Yeah, for sure. Now they're going to use Sim Wall early and try to push to clean this up. I think this is a little bit of hubris from China. After they were down one, they needed to give up a little bit more space. They don't. And then they would like KSA does a pretty good job chasing staggers here, which is nice. Like, you build up some ult charge, you waste another 20 seconds there. It's nice. Okay. Problem obviously is that you still have Rally and Primal to worry about, and obviously Shy still dinking. Quartz is holding top. Now you notice this now, like, you notice that KSA is now stacked on top. He's not immediately dropping the card. He's holding high ground. And also Quartz on this off angle is preventing Shy from taking the same position. It's making it hard because that's what they were losing from. Like, you guys got to understand, mechanics and positioning are multipliers. And the result of hitting a headshot are always a result of whether your mechanics or your positioning are good. Positioning isn't just about saving your life. Good positioning gives you more opportunities to hit your shots. So when Shy was up here, because his positioning was so OP and nobody was contesting him, a person of his mechanical caliber was going to hit a shot. It was only a matter of time. Shy here doesn't have near as good sightlines. It's a lot harder to hit the shots in that angle. And so he is a lot more at risk and is much more likely to hit, less likely to hit a shot. So when you deny the enemy team good positions, you deny them the ability to hit shots. It doesn't matter how good their mechanics are, they're significantly less likely to hit a shot if their positioning is worse. Great punish on that rotation. Again, I really think just China's just being a little sloppy here. Like, even things like this Winston bubble timing. This bubble is meant for the rotation, but it's just like Shy just kind of like chills, right? They don't even time it right. The bubble's been out for a long time by the time Shy even starts to rotate. So it's just, again, it feels like China is just, not that they're disrespectful at all. I think China was, from what I hear, one of the more respectful teams, really. But just not treating this necessarily with as much intensity as they ought to, or maybe just a little bit out of practice. Yeah, true, Wep. By the way, good to see you, mate. I haven't seen that name in a long time. Guys, if you guys know, Ultimo Wep is one of the NA contenders, DPS legends. And again, another very, very cheap fight win. That's exactly what KSA needs. They're not going to be winning the old economy, but they need these cheap fight wins. Again, Shy is very... I don't like that disruptor shot. I would much rather prefer that disruptor shot to deal with Shy. Cheers. Love you. Drive safe. But yeah, Magic's over here. There's the ult. Looking a little bit lost in the sauce there. He needs pocket. Shy is trying to hit the shot. He doesn't hit the shot, but they do hit the rotation. And I want you to notice that, like, as messy as this fight feels, look at the pincer here. There's the UB. So I've been talking trash about UB Symmetra, but actually it's at points looked pretty good in this map. Obviously my initial impression wasn't good because this is a pretty good Symmetra flank here. He's distracting Winston. He's pulling Leave back. He also got to hit a shot on the Brig. UB then goes back to top. You have the Sojourn pincer. You have the Symmetra pincer, the Signal pincer, and then the Iliari in the sky. And Shy gets caught with his pants down from the flank. So Shy is not even thinking about Quartz on the angle. So KSA is doing a really good job of using their high ground control and like pincering from multiple different sightlines at the same time. Magic gets caught with his pants down though. What happens here? This gets really messy unnecessarily. Oh, nice Quartz. He has those in him. Keeps UB alive. Well, okay, delays UB's death, but does get the kill. And again, like a pretty reasonable fight from China, from KSA. Both Rally and Primal used, and China is really struggling to make this rotation. Like I think China just needs to chill and actually get a 3-2-1 rotate into the right room and actually set up their fights properly. China is not setting up the stage very well, and KSA is doing a great job punishing them. How did Submerged not die there? I don't think Monk had an angle on him. I think Monk had already rotated and couldn't see him. Why can't China go left? Like, you mean this way? The problem with going left is it's too far for your Winston or Genji to do anything. And then if you're on a Brig, go up top here. They can't pocket, like they can't peek anybody, right? So you would need to like, gosh, what would you do? You need to do like a rotation underneath, have your Ana Brig come up top, and dive like that way. That might work. That might work. I'm a little bit out of the scrim meta, and then maybe have your Hanzo rotate, like your Ana rotates this way. Maybe your Brig stays behind with Hanzo. EH picks here. Ana walks up. Winston dives here. Genji kind of comes from underneath and pincers. That might work. That might work.
Move around, right? You can try and dodge it. Shy again.
But regardless of whatever you do, it's going to take some effort. And right now, China is... It's kind of beefing here, to be honest with you. Then now China has to push card a little bit. Shy is messy with the rotation. Again, Magic and Quartz controlling that off angle. Yubi gets caught without teleport. I don't know what happens there. I think Yubi gets a little bit sloppy with it. Maybe he thinks that they have Nanoblade. He just wants to push. So Yubi's going to go out there. I don't know where his teleport is. He's left his teleport far, far behind. And Nanoblade instantly. I think it looks like KSA was just trying to fight a chaos fight. Like they knew that they had no ult economy, so they just wanted to like take a quick fight and see if they could force some cooldowns, force some resources. But maybe the execution's not quite there. It looked like they didn't know where Monk and Lengsa were, and that's obviously a bit of a problem. I don't think they get the touch. Oh no, they do that. They definitely get the touch with TP. A little bit early for Magic. Losing Pylon and the angle that early really sucks. And yeah, KSA is too late to touch. Yeah, yeah. Quartz, where the heck did Quartz come from, guys? Oh, he just freaking runs up the stairs. He takes teleport and just runs up the stairs. 3, 2, 1. Blam. Leave has no idea. Shy has no idea. Yeah. Oh, unfortunate. Yeah, the bash on a high ground was such. If you have time to do that rotation, it's busted. You think using Captain Sun and counter Nanoblade is a good idea? No, I don't. No. It's way too inconsistent. Way too inconsistent. It's doable if you have like a perfectly coordinated team environment. I'm not saying that it was a bad idea for KSA. If they have like teleport, it can work, but it's not something I would try to replicate in ranked at all.
Disrupt the shot or force Shy down for now. Still with the Hanzo.
What do you mean Quartz through? I think the Bastion angle was the only reason that fight even felt remotely winnable. Because it caught Leave by surprise. Leave got shot in the back. He was deflecting forward and he got shot in the back. He didn't even know the Bastion was there. And then obviously like Shy was getting crazy hard pocket.
From this position, send it through the corner. Gushue with the primal now as well. We know what that sound means.
EDR ult's used. It's just not great. Like Brig Lengsa outplays it with Rally, which to be fair can still work because Lengsa for whatever reason doesn't block it. Like I actually don't even know. Did he just miss it? So yeah, Lengsa gets hit for some reason. That's a bit of a misplay. Then gets pincered from behind by Quartz. He pops Rally to live, disengages. KSA then pops his ultimate. Dragon is used. Nano is used. KSA gets on the backline. Yubi's able to disengage. I don't know what happens with Leb does cooldowns. I would have to look at his CDs. He should have had shift for that to live. Yubi does a good job disengaging. That's going to force a primal to get the trade on Shy. Basically a backline trade, which I think is 100% the play. You've had Nano, you've had Rally, you've had Primal, you've had Dragon. Again, KSA should be very pleased with this result, I think.
Getting close in a few of these fights, but not able to take it as the team from China will continue to move the payload.
Team from China, ladies and gentlemen. Team from China. Now, if you guys want to see the biggest throw ever, you're going to want to see this. Because this was a real low point. KSA, who's actually had fairly decent macro overall, like maybe not so much on the Koth, I think, but like yeah, like that Baptiste shift from Lebda is a deep. That's a very DPS Baptiste shift. Look at that. He takes. Oh, come on, man. You just need to chill. You just need to chill. That's no good. Either way, this is a throw. So, what does this Baptiste window do? Think about it for a second. So you see the Winston use jump, you see the backline peeking from China, and you see what the BAP window does. So then now, everybody from China is like disengaged out this way, or this way, or this way, or in the case of Gushue, this way. So what you've done is you've forced a really ugly split from China. China is like all scattered, totally scattered to the winds. So actually, the BAP window is okay. So chat, what should you do now that you forced out the BAP window? Or you've used the BAP window to force this split? What do you do now? If you guys have seen enough of my videos or been in my stream long enough, you should know what you should do. You have control, you force them out, you need to deepen your off angles, right? You need Yubi to peek this way, you need specifically Quartz really to swing this way to start shooting on Gushue. Gushue should die from this off angle. You don't stack on main to shoot through a BAP window where nobody's peeking because it's BAP window. You need to deepen your off angles and take space. And then if they use an ultimate or you want to keep pushing, then you use your sim wall. Instead, what happens is they blow 2 ultimates that do the same thing and stand there shooting through main. Terrible. Layers, ladies and gentlemen. If you've seen that lasagna video, you know what I'm talking about. You do not pop 2 ultimates that do the same thing. You use one, get an advantage, and then either win the fight or then get the advantage, deepen the advantage by using the second one. Now, terrible, terrible ult use from KSA. Great disengage from China to not only disengage the ultimate, but to maintain map control and just really poor fundamentals from KSA there. A little bit, and you ask yourself, why do you think KSA's fundamentals window? And this happens all the time in matches, all the time in officials. I'm not saying necessarily this was 100% the case, but more often than not, it's nerves. It's a lot of nerves. People get nervous. People try to force things, especially in last fights, and just pray it works, and they choke. And that was a big choke from KSA right there. No way that they should have lost a fight like that. Okay. So, Winston opener on defense. Again, a little bit of ego. They don't think that they're going to play Bash on this map, so they're going to open Winston. I think that's a pretty reasonable tickle my throat expectation. Exactly, Stefano. Exactly. Layers. A lot of early pressure from China. Maybe not the... Oh my gosh. Maybe not the greatest Winston bubble from Gushui. I think here, Gushui just needs to let them walk forward a little bit more. Like, you're getting a little bit of cleave here, but there's too many members of China that are not, including the Ana, I think, on high ground, that are not engaged in this trade, so it's a bit of a wasted bubble. He builds a little bit of primal from it, but I would have preferred to, like, wait for them to walk forward a little bit further, and then they're going to be able to walk forward afterwards. Shy gets found, and see, this is exactly why you don't use your Winston bubble, because Shy is exposed here. Then they TP, and now Shy's getting pushed. Gushui needs his bubble right now to zone off the backline so that his team can peel off Shy, or so that he can jump to peel Chai. And Quartz is slowly clearing out this off angle. You see this, y'all? It's just mechanics. It's just mechanics. Like, it's actually pretty smart. The only nitpick I would have here is I would prefer Majid to be here with Quartz. I don't know why Majid is not here with Quartz, to be honest with you. Pylon would go so hard here. Pylon would go so hard here. But what Quartz is doing is the correct play. He's swinging wide. He's getting an off angle to shoot on the point. He just needs some sort of support. And we have both supports pumping healing up in KSA's butt cheeks. And it's just totally unnecessary. And so it becomes a mechanical matchup when it shouldn't have been a mechanical matchup. It should have been Quartz who has more support because of the composition they're playing. I mean, what it should have been. It should have been Lengsa. You see Lengsa? Lengsa was here before Majid was there. It should have been 1+1 versus 1+1, and then it would have devolved into mechanics again. You guys kind of see what I'm saying? Lengsa was a little bit slow. Majid was really slow, and then yeah, it got messy. It should be a 2v2, right? And Lengsa is there quickly enough to support, but really, yeah, it's ugly. A little bit of an overextension from Leave. That's a Genji classic. You use your deflect to get 1 kill, you get your dash reset, and really, really sloppy from China here. You got 1 kill. You're only 1 kill. There's 2 kills. Leave is low. Gets killed. Gushui needs to disengage. He just greeds his bubble. Like, Gushui just freaking greeds and then gets rocked. I actually have no idea what Gushui's plan was there. That was just a total feed from Gushui specifically. Leave a little bit as well, but that was just a total feed. Do you conf your Iliari to come with you? It should be communicated, yes, but also that should be something that instinctually should be happening from Majid as well. It's definitely scary going inside that smaller room when there's a Genji on the enemy team, but it needs to happen. Now, the good news is that not a lot of point progress because Shy did kill a few. There's the push out on the Hanzo, a little bit of pressure. And I'm telling you, this is what you have to do. You cannot let Hanzo sit here and shoot you. Yubi takes a teleporter, gets a little bit of heal, spams out, Shy drops. Now Shy's opportunity to hit a shot, significantly lower. KSA anchor on point. Nano. This is actually really big from KSA. They know the Nano is coming in. But you see the positioning here? What you see on your screen is all you need to know. KSA holding on main, quartz angle with what looks like pylon maybe, maybe not. And then Majid on a deeper angle as well. Maybe not with pylon. So then they peel off the Nano Primal. Meanwhile, these three guys are taking the backline trade. Shy is one. Shy dies to Majid on the flank, where he wasn't earlier. Quartz also kills. So you've committed Nano and Primal, but this is losable. The only reason that KSA loses this is Quartz. I want you guys to watch really carefully here. Quartz is on coast and falls off the map. I think he would have died either way. I think Leave kills Quartz almost 100% guaranteed. But not bad. They should have had TP ready, yes. They should have had TP ready. TP will not save you versus Primal, but it will buy more time. So yes, they should have had TP ready. Well, actually, that's a good question. Where was TP? Oh, he used it early. Okay, so that's why TP was used. He used it early to force out Shy. I actually don't hate that much, but I do think that once that TP is out, UB then should have backed up even further. Like a Sojourn without slide, playing safer. I think that would have been the play there. Good catch. Nano Monkey.
Somehow, ends up falling off or something happens, and I mean that's a lot of damage that you would have loved to have.
Now this is the fight KSA probably should win. Early sim wall. Gonna clear some space. Shy Dragon. Bap window is cancelled. They're gonna flux. They're gonna. I think KSA just misses his flux, guys. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. No, he gets stunned out of it again. Ooh, yeah, KSA not having the best series, to be honest with you. Like, you need to know that's going to happen. Also, not 100% a huge fan of opening with Flux here. You already have the massive advantage of Sim Wall. You just need to walk forward, take the space with that, and then make the decision from there. Push the Brig first, push Shy first, then Flux afterwards. I don't like the timing of the Flux. I think, yes, I think you Sim Wall. I think you then TP high ground. And then I think you focus, you burn the Ana or something, and then you go for Shy afterwards and then Flux later. I think this is not a great engage. The TP is there, but then the Dragon Force focuses up TP. The Bap one was also pretty bad too. So it's like a bunch of ultimates from KSA used with no real setup at all, and just slamming all these ultimates. It's like brute forcing. Like a lot of KSA's ult plans have been the last few fights. The last, I guess, several minutes have been really just brute force, and it's looked quite ugly. Nice shot from Majid. Shy hits a shot. Yeah, the only good thing from, I mean, really they get very fortunate there because they needed that blade, China did, and that just happened to be the person that Majid headshot. So KSA gets really fortunate there.
You really do see how effective the Alari is, though, against these types of comps, right? I mean, a few times we've already seen Marjet able to take out.
Yeah, I agree, Vexinate. I think, like, overall, KSA's ult execution has been left much to be desired, I think, in these matchups. A lot of, at least the last several minutes. Is Majid really the best Iliari? There's not a lot of competition at the Overwatch League level right now, but I do think Majid is really, really, really good, yeah. Now this one tilted me. So Winston goes in first. Focuses Bat. Leave comes from the angle. Gets rocked. But is on the other side of Winston bubble. so doesn't get follow-up. In Yubi, they just didn't hit the shots in time. No chance that should have worked, but it did. Vestola versus KSA, Vestola is better on Sigma for sure. KSA probably has the more diverse hero pool, but Vestola is definitely the better Sigma. I think Vestola is an argument for being one of the best Sigmas in the world, I think. Not, and this isn't recency biased. I've known of Vestola for... Vestola's been a crazy Sigma since like 2019, 2020. Okay, off angle from Magid. It's like an off angle with, yeah, Sojourn as well. So love to see it. A little bit of DPS. They Pensa the Genji. Love to see it. That's sloppy from Leave, really. Here's the Winston jump. He knows Nano Primal's coming in. So he's trying to look for Lengsa. He's looking for Lengsa, who's going to be pushing up off of the dive. And this is where I do think that the weakness of the Brig really shows out. Like we talked about how well Lengsa has been playing in terms of getting value in the Brig in these like suboptimal situations. But this is like a perfect example of where Brig just feels kind of bad. Where your Winston goes in, you can't really peel your Ana versus like headshots and such. And your Ana's also not really being dove. But you also can't really push yourself without risk of death because you're not mobile enough to get in or get out. And also this map is too broad for you to reach backline. So Magid thinks Lengsa's going to push. And the funny thing is, he's not necessarily wrong, but it's so hard for Lengsa to like reasonably push without being at a risk of death. So I think like Lengsa always has to play better than the enemy support counterpart because Kiriko or some other character would just be a little better. Nice shots. Obviously, it's a good shot. I mean, it's a Nano Primal again. There isn't a whole lot to say. Nano Primal is just really freaking good. The fact that KSA even got any cart push or got any kills is really, really nice because Nano Primal is just, there's just no answer for it. You don't have a support for it. Is Hanzo better than Sojourn? I think Hanzo is very reasonable as long as your Hanzo's under no pressure. And right now, Hanzo's not been under a lot of pressure.
This second checkpoint, you've got about halfway through to checkpoint B.
They're building up a huge bank of ultimates though, man.
Yeah.
They do have that going for them.
Not getting high.
Good angle from Hanzo and Genji there. We should see the Brig up at the top, maybe. Yeah, Brig's up top here, packing both of them. There's the dive. A little early from Leave there.
I don't know what you're doing with it, right?
I think Leave just really wants that dash. He does have the Hanzo angle, but he's not going to get support. And thankfully, they did take TP. And look at how aggressively Lengsa pushes to help. He sees the backlines out, so it's just a Sigma. So then Lengsa just totally drops in to help Leave. Huge, huge play. That does expose Monk, but in theory, Monk should be able to keep himself alive. Terrible Dragon from Shy there. The teleporter had already gone off, so I think he kind of missed it. And then Gushui actually just freaking dies. Like, Gushui... Yeah, Gushui doesn't realize his Ana's dead and then just freaking dies. So not really nice flip. Gil Kong, thanks for the sub, mate. Really nice little flip there from KSA. Not really well executed by China. I don't know why they forced this so much. Like, even Leave's dash here was sloppy. Like, you could just stuff this, zap, 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 zap. Let them teleport. There's the Sim Wall. Don't use Winston Bubble. Now jump onto the teleport rotation. Commit your dash and so on. It's just, again, it's strange. Vision, thank you for the sub. It just seems like they don't really know how to play versus this. Definitely an ult difference, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 ultimates used, but still, regardless, a confusing hard commit from China. A confusing hard commit from China.
Lengsa inside that flux. No chance to follow up on it though, but Lengsa is low. He's unlikely to use a rally for just himself. It makes no sense. And eventually Shy is brought down. Quartz has 3.
Late kill from Quartz there. Lengsa's on the move. Woo! Nice play. Forces rally out early. Shy on the Widowmaker. Because why not? This is a great sightline for Widowmaker. You're playing for one fight anyway. And China has time here to build this blade.
Maybe just really wants to punish Majid for hanging out in the air. Dangling himself.
And China is again reestablished high ground positioning. And they're going to punish that grapple usage right there. So they saw Shy use grapple, and they're like, yo, let's get this kid. Which is unfortunate, because I think the Widow can work quite well. but you can't use your grapple like that. You can't use your defensive cooldown like that. Lebda just freaking dies. I don't know what happens with Lebda. He doesn't even get his lamp off. Yeah, he doesn't. I don't think he just dies. He just dies. So that's a bit of a mistake. Langset in the small room needs to disengage, does so very easily versus, and then now we have Brig on the flank on Yubi, and this is the heartbreaker here. So like, imagine on the flank, he's gonna let ult rip, and he's just gonna freaking let it rip, and he's gonna avoid the blade while at the same time, Quartz is gonna slide away from blade, and you're thinking, no way that China wins this one, right? Well, that happens. So Shy hits a crazy shot from spawn. And then Yubi teleports like this. Which again, you know, under pressure, it happens, you know, like it happens to the best of us, literally to the best of us. Right? KSA is dead. KSA is dead. There's nothing they can do to save KSA. He is dead. It's Nanoblade. It's a Brig swinging. My brother is dead. Yubi should be alive here. And that would have been the difference here. So instead, Shy gets a crazy kill. Leave kills 2 for 1. And even though Quartz kills Shy, there's nobody to win the fight on card. And so, yeah. That's it. So China actually messes up pretty badly there and gets away with it because KSA also messes up and Nanoblade. So a little messy from both teams, right? Not the level of play that we see in Overwatch League, and that's pretty normal. I mean, even for a team like Team China, who is, you know, Overwatch League almost literally, but you know, bit out of practice, not scrimming as good teams. It's normal for teams to kind of atrophy just a little bit. And still very, very high level Overwatch. But yeah, it gets messy. Have you talked about the Genji pick for China? I think the Genji pick is quite good, personally. I think Genji is quite good. There isn't really a better pick, to be honest with you guys. It's good old economy. It's good off-angle control. Yeah, it's not terrible neutral. Yeah. Because what the Genji does is he controls an off angle and just puts out pressure. Now, you guys might be saying, would you not just play Tracer then, right? Isn't Tracer just a better off angler? Yes. In most circumstances, yes. But anything that has, like, for example, a Bastion or even like a Baptiste, a Genji can do quite well. I think Tracer has a slightly worse matchup in those matchups. And also, whenever there's a threat of like even something like if you're looking about like the way Dive beats Brawl through just basically taking angles and winning old economy over and over and over again, the Nanoblade is just going to be a more consistent representation of like that win condition, essentially. The Brig is indeed the weirdest choice. Yes, I agree. I have a little bit more confidence in the Brig pick on this map because it's a slightly tighter, shorter sightline map. But I do think that the Brig pick was a bit of a liability the last map. It helps that Lynx is playing it, but I do think it's a bit of a liability. The other thing, too, is about the last map. You would almost never play Tracer into a BAP Iliari. It's not just in ranked. That would be very hard to play Tracer into. Okay, let's go. Cheers, Skitza. So KSA is going to open Bastion, which is ambitious, to say the least. Bastion's quite good on this map. It's tighter sightlines, more speed-oriented, and you have the Lucio speed to help you, which allows you to get more value out of your turret form. But I'm not going to lie with you guys. When I saw this on stream, I thought, GG's 3-0. GG's 3-0. Because I'm thinking, no way China loses to Bastion Symmetra. I think China's comp, when played with this caliber of players, is just better. I think even with the Brigitte, I think it's just better. So much damage. Genji plays. Let me look at the Genji position here. Like, look, he's on the angle. Doom on the angle. Sojourn on the angle. Obviously, the Brig is kind of weird, but even she's getting good pack value. You can't really teleport on anybody. I will say that's the one nice thing about the Brig, is that it does give you an instant peel on your Ana if she gets teleported onto because of pack. So it does buy your Ana some time, whereas Kiriko might not be in a position to peel on the Ana as easily. That's the one nice thing. But yeah. So they get point first, but it's really like a ticking time bomb before somebody hits a nade, Sojourn builds a shot. And this is kind of what we're worried about. Like, even Brig right now playing aggressively on the DPS angle. Yubi actually just freaking melts. I don't even know where Yubi is. He gets punch stunned. I don't even know. I really don't know where he was, chat. I do not know where he was. He might have just playing with his team. No, he was on the right angle. I think Doom goes in and punches. And just freaking one-shots him. So that feels like a mechanical play. Maybe a bit of a failure to peel from KSA. I don't know. But they just get pincered from every angle. And there's just no way that you can win this. And the problem with this comp from KSA, I think, is there's just no damage on a Doomfist. Like, it's just so hard to kill a Doomfist with this composition. Unless he makes a major mistake with his power block, which should never get CC'd. There just isn't anything that's going to punish Doomfist or even poke him out consistently. Yeah, Lengsa was bodyguarding Shy. It did work well. I mean, I'm telling you guys, I saw this and I thought it's over. I thought it was over. Because they cap point and they already have the ult mink of all time, you know, and like this is just ridiculous from KSAA. Like, he slam cancels into a punch, but then gets rocked out of it. Nano Doomfist. I could not believe it. So then they're going to use Sojourn ult, but honestly, it's really not a great Sojourn ult in terms of placement. It does get the kill it needs. This ends up being a bit of an over ult from China, right? So there's 3 ultimates used, and really one ultimate well placed would have been better. Looking at this, I don't necessarily know what could have been done better. I think probably I would have preferred something like a Nano Genji here instead. I think a Nano Genji here would have been better with the Doomfist to set up the engage, because the Doomfist already had ultimate. And also the Nano Genji is a lot harder to stop. Your Doomfist can just go and absorb the cooldowns and so on. But basically, Leave doesn't really do a whole lot, and the angle from Shy maybe could be argued as a little bit too passive. But yeah, I mean, it hardly matters. Yeah, I mean, even with this over ult, it's still like, it's not the end of the world for China.
KSA did the tough job, right? Landing that accretion on Nagushli, it is pretty difficult.
The one thing I will say is, I don't know, to critique KSA, I don't know if teleporting into high ground there was the best move, because it still left you very vulnerable to all the off-angles. Remember, if you want to teleport, you need to teleport onto somebody, or you need to teleport onto an angle. Instead, they teleported kind of in the middle of everybody. So I don't love that teleport. I think even teleporting to point there would have been better.
Where you actually now will get that spawn for that next checkpoint, so actually close the gap a little bit.
Yeah, plus the Symmetra means you can actually get to the point first here.
Yeah, KSA, there's no way KSA retakes that. It's too late. Quartz is going to open with Bastion ult, which is fine. Can force some resources, can force nade. Huge pump. Going to buy them a lot of time. There is the nade forced, and Shy, and this is where weird stuff starts to happen for China. And this is exactly what KSA needed. They needed weird stuff to happen for China, where Shy is on the angle, gets TP'd on by a Symmetra, eats an orb, eats another orb, and then gets beamed and dies. I don't know if he didn't have slide. I don't know if he reacted too slowly or what, but this can't happen if you're shy. It's unforgivable. Unforgivable. You need to have slide. You need to respect the Symmetra because that is the risk of Symmetra. And so then they're going to commit Rally Blade, but Haku says no, gets off a great beat. That's going to shut down the Blade. Lengths is going to over push thinking that, oh, we can just push Rally, right? Well, no, beat. Beat is better than Rally for the first 2 seconds. And so Lengsa gets absolutely turbo stomped by the Bastion. And to keep in mind, this is all 4v5. So KSA gladly uses 3 ults for 2, including Bastion ultimate, and wins the fight handily. And this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be honest with you guys, this is what lost China the series. If you guys want to scapegoat anybody, there is an imposter among us. There's an imposter among us. This is by far the biggest throw of the entire series. Why did Shy go Soldier? Now, Soldier Ingles, Soldier flanking, even as recent as the Overwatch League play-ins, I think, if I remember correctly, was a legitimate strategy. Character was pretty strong, was a good strategy, was good. But it is not necessary versus KSA's comp. You don't need the Soldier legs to take an off angle. In fact, if you go back to the fight that Shy just lost, Shy in the off angle, right? There's nothing wrong with this. Just don't waste your slide. Symmetra uses her teleport, you slide away, you freaking rail her in the head, or you just build more charge. This is great from Shy. So Shy dies to this because he totally royally screws up his cooldowns and then says, you know what? I'm going to go a character that doesn't have a cooldown. The problem is this character does not have the consistent range threat to be able to handle this. And also, Sigma can pretty easily shut this character down. Oh, and also, this character's ult sucks. Sucks. Sojourn obliterates this composition if she's able to consistently hold an angle with slide. And that's what she's been doing this entire game. Guys, we have an entire support dedicated towards helping Shy do what he wants. But he's going to go a DPS that doesn't need support. But why? Why? At this point in time, if you're going to be running this, you should go to Lucio. And then that way you can get more value, like aggressive Lucid, because your other DPS doesn't need the support anymore. But no, we're going to stay on a Brig with a flank soldier that doesn't need any healing. This is a huge throw. This literally cost China the series right here. The stupidest thing, I was losing my mind in the coach stream going, why are they going? And not only, and by the way, this is talking about it from a strategic standpoint. I think Sojourn is better. But a hero strength standpoint, Shy, arguably one of, if not the best Sojourn in the world. He was at times, in times past, I think the best Sojourn in the world. If he is any more right now, I still think he's an argument for being one of the best Sojourns in the world, regardless. Go Soldier. I don't understand it, guys. So this was a huge throw. This was a big, big, big mistake from Shy. And it even gives KSA somebody to focus with Sigma Flux, because that's one of the challenges, right? It's like you can only really go for backline here. So we get this deep angle here, but you see he's getting marked. It's much easier to do this. Like the self-sustain is nice and all. The distraction is like decent. Like he's playing, like let me be very clear, guys. He's playing Soldier the way Soldier should be played in this matchup. But it's a straight up downgrade from what Sojourn could do. You cannot go in as deep of an angle with Sojourn, but the angles matter so much more. I just don't understand. And even with something like the teleport, right? The teleport allows you to totally negate these hard flanks because look at this. Bam, bam, bam. Everybody's now all of a sudden, where's my mouse? Okay, everybody's all of a sudden over here. This Soldier flank is useless. So you go for a super hard flank, they teleport away from the flank, and now you're left with egg in your face. And so they actually TP in with Flux, and they get Lingsa. I'm actually curious. I would have loved to look at replay viewer here because, in theory, China should have been able to still win this even now. I think maybe Gushui. Oh, this is what happened, chat. You guys actually see what happened? China is smoking some kush, guys. Look at this. Here's why the teleporter works. Not only do you have Soldier on the hard flank doing nothing, Monk is on the flank. And so they teleport, and Brig is totally by herself, and nobody can off. Because the thing is, to help Brig, you don't need to heal the Brig. You just need to shoot the people shooting the Brig. So the Brig will die, but they'll trade. Like we saw this earlier where KSA, I think it was on the second point of the Koth round, where they TP onto the backline and Monk dies like that, right? But Gushui jumps on, and then the DPS shoot from this flank, and then Leave shoots, and then the Brig swings, right? The problem with this is when they teleport over here, nobody can even shoot the teleporter. There's nobody there. It's just Lengsa looking totally by himself. So Lengsa just freaking dies. The only person there is Leave. There's 3 members of China that can't do anything to punish this teleport. No, there is no replay code for this. I have the Overwatch League replay viewer still, but the World Cup viewer isn't on this. There is no World Cup viewer. There's nobody there. The Ana isn't there. The Doomfist isn't there, and the Soldier's on the flank, and that's it. So it was a good recognition by KSA, but China is currently crapping their pants. They're totally screwing this up, and then and then more staggers, and then and that's it. So Shy, surely this time. Surely, chat. Surely. Shy in the flank again. And again, you see the problem with the Soldier flank, right? So again, Shy is taking the hard Soldier flank. The problem is all KSA have to do is teleport, and now this is no longer a flank at all. That's it. Bang. Shy is now completely worthless. Woo-wee! Woo! The bounce nade and smoked. Rolled and smoked, my doggies. Really, really good stuff from KSA. And China is just like, even the fact that Gushui died there is just kind of sloppy, Like, China is trying to get way too cute with how deep these flanks are, and then they're getting completely smoked by the teleporter over and over and over and over again. Over relaxing? I don't think it's an over relaxing. I just think it's a bad read. Shy just needs to play Sojourn. That's it. I think China's comp is totally fine. Just play Sojourn. You're totally fine. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I was joking. Somebody watched the Spyler TikTok. 1, 2, 3. They got the combo. Well done, Quartz. Check this out. Bam, bam. Where is Monk supposed to go? He can only go in one of 2 directions. He sees him starting to lean in that direction, and it's over. There's almost nothing that could have saved him there. If he was a little bit faster to react, a double Brig armor pack might have saved him. But it is so hard to play. Great, great Bastional from Quartz. Phenomenal Bastional from Quartz. And it's just... Hang on. Okay. Choking on my own spit. It's so freaking easy, guys. It's so freaking easy. It's nano. It's gone. No nano blade. So they commit. Huge rock from KSA, and the fight's just won. That's it. I'm actually curious where Shy was. Yeah, Shy was DPSing on the flank. Don't forget, Spyro took credit for the kill during stream. I don't give a rip, bro. I don't give a rip. I'll take credit for every good Bastional in the history of Overwatch 2 from now on. Why you wouldn't want to play Sojourn here? Yeah, I don't understand either. Sojourn, there's so many fat and slow targets. It's so easy to build rail. Nobody can contest you on off unless your ult is oppressive. Super, super strong. There's an Nano Blade. KSA honestly could just TP this. They're going to beat it and then TP it, which seems reasonable enough. The TP is broken, I think. But honestly, like, such a good response. And I think, like, again, I just feel like this is just not well placed. Like, I don't know where Shy is. So maybe Shy is ready. Maybe Shy is on the flank here. But I don't even know where, like, where's Gushui? Did Gushui get rocked? Like, Gushui just misses the engage, guys. Like, maybe I'm... Yeah, he cancels the engage, punches, but I think he misses the punch. I honestly don't know, because that they don't disrupt the TP. They just TP away. And then KSA beats, UB walls, and then they have the Bastion Bap on the off angle that catches Langsa with his pants down. And so the Brig again is struggling. The Simwall totally shuts down the soldier flank. Doom is in, so maybe this is still winnable. But it feels so messy. So messy. Oh, they also visored that as well. Oh, I remember this. This is crazy. Triple packs plus Inspire plus on an aid. GG's. Yeah, they tried to Ajax, I think. I think they tried to punch the Lucio, but they messed it up. So yeah, you can post a link if you want. I don't give a rip. So really expensive fight from China. Really expensive fight from China. KSA can generally just walk back in here. Bap window here is a little tight, but it should clear point. Gushui, 1 HP. Flux catches Soldier because Soldier sucks. Rally is used. KSA is low. Not the greatest rock ever. Monk, what happens to Monk here? I think Monk, yeah. They TP up to Monk. Monk gets caught. Brig and Linksa by themselves. Linksa basically just has to AFK to live, even mid-rally.
Here is the Monty Spillo Prime.
Hey, Reds.
Hope her doing better now.
Cheers, man. I appreciate the sub.
Down on content creation a little bit, man. Hello to chat and Pepper to smile.
Yes, it's been good recently. So, messy fight, but KSA wins because old economy and a really, really nice setup. At KSA at this point, big momentum shift. China's looking really lost. The soldiers doing nothing. The TPs are really screwing up China. The ult fights are not going China's way when they really ought to. The creativity from KSA is flowing. If you guys are crying about Ana Brig being able to live versus a Sigma at half HP, then y'all are coping. TP. And this is the problem with Soldier, right? You teleport on Soldier, he runs away, but unlike Sojourn, he doesn't run away and then have Railgun. He runs away and he stacks inside of his team. Bastion ult again. That one he actually puts in the skybox. I was very confused about that ultimate. I think he messed it up. Anchor on point, Nanoblade incoming, and he's dead before Nanoblade again. It's really easy to look at this and blame Lee for dying first, but there's so many other factors going into play. Lynx has had a much harder time playing Brig than he did on the first point because it's a little bit more open. Shy has been doing error this entire time. Gushui has messed up a couple of combos, stuff like that. Did you always push with Bastion ulti? You should try to take space with Bastion. Oh, yeah. You don't have to have the push, but you do need to take some space with it. TP, Shy dies again. I told you this was a rough one. There's the Nanoblade, but the beats in time. Monk also just freaking dies because he's too close. Monk got a little bit cheeky with it. And Lanx is unable to peel it as well, so Lanxa dies too. Leave should die-ish. Nice little tactical stagger, ladies and gentlemen. And watch this shot right here. Wham! Nice shot. Yeah. Yeah, well done. Way too many ult fights being won by KSA because the lack of value being get by 1.5 people on the field right now. It's really easy to look at this and be like, yo, why aren't we like killing 6 with Nanoblade, you know? But when it's literally just you and maybe Gushui doing something, and like half the rest of the roster is like doing no pressure whatsoever, not forcing any CDs, not splitting the attention, not cleaning up the mess, then it's really hard.
I gotta say, Haku's been really good with his sound barriers throughout this map as well. Every time Leave has had that blade, there's been an answer. Shy could be shut down by.
You think Doom punching Lucio as Nanoblade comes out as a consistent way to Ajax? Yeah. If you can get it, it's a skill play, but yeah. There's the Doom engage. I don't even know where Shy is anymore at this point. I don't even care anymore. Like, he's worthless. I actually think he might be on the flank here. There's the early sim wall. It's good. It's going to force Doom ult. That's actually a rock. He misses Flux, though, but it's the zoning ult, and that's just it. Like China, just really poor macro play, poor hero picks, and a lot of individual mistakes from them. Starts off like from a really clean start, and they just completely fall apart. KSA completely outclasses in terms of mechanics and in terms of macro gameplay. You think continuing with the Genji was a mistake? No. I think the Genji is totally fine. I think Genji was totally fine. I think from this point on, obviously, like I'm going to continue to second guess the Brig at points in time. But it was just an execution difference. Like if you're playing Doom, Ana, Sojourn, Genji, and you can't beat this composition with China's level of dive, it's just an execution difference. Yeah. And for like a little bit of like insight for some of you guys that might not know, this is considered easily the best dive push map because of the amount of like high ground and like flank angles that are available. So this was China's choice. On top, Sojourn on top. Shy is kind of on the angle here. Now, I was surprised that Shy did not peek this more. Like, honestly, I wanted Lingsa to kind of play here, Shy to play here, and just to keep re-peeking with armor packs. And then that way, if they TP onto Monk, Lingsa can still pack Monk. Monk can drop. Gushui and Leave can really mess up, plus Nade, can really mess up that TP engage. You think you rely on Nanoblade as much? Yes and no. I think the reason why Nanoblade failed so much last map is because it was only the Nanoblade engaging. Shy was nowhere to be seen. Brig value was nowhere to be seen. And Gushu would also mess up his rollouts and well. So I don't necessarily have a problem with relying on Nanoblade. Nanoblade will go right through a beat if there's any sort of support. But yeah, you don't make a bad point there. So again, I just don't like Length's positioning. Like, you look at this here and you're like, this is so powerful. So powerful. He just needs healing. Like, it hurts my soul that he has to use slide there instead of just getting an armor pack from a Brig with him. Not necessarily on top of him, because Brig needs to be able to see Ana too, but it just hurts my soul so much. And Gushui, I assume, just gets rocked. It's a mechanical misplay there. Yeah, he's going to get rocked. It just messes up. It's just like, that one hurts. That just cannot happen if you're China. You guys want to see something funny? Check this out. You guys may not remember this. He just freaking dies. He just freaking dies. Magid's busy, I think, fighting Leave. I don't even know who Magid's fighting. Yeah, I think it's Leave. And just KSA just slowly dies to a Brig. Super funny. So big fight win from KSA. Shy has a great angle, gets no support, has to disengage. Gushui makes a mistake with his cycles, ends up getting rocked out and punished. Really nice job from KSA, because you know that Quartz had to time that turret form perfectly to follow up off of that rock to burst on Gushui, and he did it. So yeah. That's why they picked Brig, right? Bash on the top. Bap window is pretty good there. It forces a decent amount of space. Again, I just don't like how many people are shooting through that BAP window. I don't think we need that many people to shoot through it. And then also Magid just gets mechanicked by Shy. Would have also liked a better timed combo with nade there. A better team is able to synchronize that up a little bit better for a chance of a one-shot with that nade. Nano and Genji goes through. There's the beat. Leave is just going to play his life. They're up one, so he just needs to live. Gushui gets punished, though. What happens here? Very difficult to see what's going on here. So they're able to focus down Gushui because they've zoned out backline. So then the window did kill Gushui indirectly because it forced the supports out of LOS, and Gushui takes him the mother load of damage. I think the only thing there is Gushui probably could have just played his life a little bit more. He drops down. He uses CDs. And then even here, like, you know, he just gets one shot. Like, look at Gushui's HP here, right? Bam! I think they peek up over the edge, and the support is just a little bit low. It's a huge nade from Quartz. So KSA does a really nice job. Oh, man, yeah, Lang says so much hubris from China here. So much hubris. And KSA does such a good job, like, controlling the high ground, controlling the off angles, and, like, really kind of funneling China out into the open, and they just slowly bleed HP down. I'm telling you, positioning is everything. China needed to win that one, and they needed to win it cleanly. They don't do that. They have a hard time clearing high ground. They were able to kill Majid. They needed to re-stabilize and then re-engage. But instead what happens is in the panic of mid-fight, they nano the Genji, but people are too low to follow up. So the Nano Genji forces beat, they disengage, but they're unable to stabilize and then re-push. Like, that's the thing with dive comps, is like, you have to have these ups and down cycles of like where you're in and you're out and you're in and you're out, because you're very cool and reliant, you know? You're not standing there as Sigma and shooting or as Bastion and shooting. Like, you play around your nades, you play around your Sojourn rails, you play around your Genji CDs, your Doomfist CDs. And China and KSA is doing a good job preventing that downtime from happening, and China's having a hard time stabilizing. Early Bastional. Not the best placed. So if we're gonna like coach this a little bit, you'd want to put one here, and then you'd want to do a 1, 2, 3. Do you see how these two are too close? These are two close together. This is the problem. If he'd gone 1, read the movement, and then gone 2, 3, or had gone 1, 2, force her to move forward here, and then gone 3, it would have worked. Not bad. It puts a lot of pressure on them at an awkward time, and it does zone out Leave. I don't even know where Leave is, bro. Where is Leave here? Is he on cart? I think he might be on cart. No, he's on the right. And he just gets lasered down. Shy as well. Should Bastion ult always kill an Ana? No. I think a lot of it depends on how quick the Ana's reaction speed is, and if she gets peel. If she gets like any sort of peel and or has nade, it can be a little bit tricky. So they're unable to turn the corner. That's fine. They're going to go retreat to high ground and hold space. Now, this is where if you're KSA, you really want to have you be on high ground with a teleporter ready for your Bastion and your Sigma, just in case you want a kite and ultimate. It will probably be Nano, maybe Sojourn ult. So they've already used their teleporter a little early because Quartz was sitting on the floor. Quartz should have been on the high ground. So they have to use their teleporter early, which now exposes them to being ulted on. Nice shot. I mean, it's just a crazy shot. Like, I mean, it's shy. Again, I don't understand. I just don't understand the Brig pick in this situation right now. I don't understand why you have a DPS go that aggressively, and like there's not some sort of preparation there, because like that fight could have been so much cleaner. Regardless, whatever. Huge shot from China. You have the space now that you need. You have Nano, you have Doom ult, you have Rally. They're able to. This is a good job from KSA. They lose a lot of off angles here, but being able to stop the cart from underneath without peeking it is pretty good. See, even this is just not, it's really not that good from China. It just really isn't that good. Like, it works, but it's not great. Like, you look at this here, chat. You should, Monk, it's so bad that Monk has to drop for this. And also, Leave should really not be here. Leave should be pinching from behind. And this is the kind of the little things from China that just didn't look, it wasn't clean. It wasn't clean. Like, this is fine. Like, it's an AoE Doom Punch. Like, of course it's gonna work. You know, it's a nano slam, and it's a like, but it's just, it's not clean. Like, a slightly better team is able to fully disengage that, because you're able to absorb the punch, lamp, then TP out quickly. So China's showing. And I really don't think it was necessarily like an understanding diff. I just don't think China was on their A game today. And then like stuff like this, like Gushui almost freaking dies to that. Like, that's crazy. And then look at this fight play from KSA. You guys want to see something absolutely delicious? KSA feeds, drops right into the middle here. Gushui focuses him out, forces him out. They use full CDs. And then they TP pincer window combination with Flux, because there's no punch anymore, right? To cancel it. I mean, guys. I mean, talk about fight plans. I mean, talk about fight plans, guys. This is next level from KSA right here. Check this out. Early CD, TP, flank window combo. Beautiful fight plan from KSA. So hard to read this one. And this is where you're using that symmetric teleporter to make up for your lack of off angles, right? It's beautiful. It's so nice. Now this, yeah, you guys are catching it. This is just plain stupid from Gushui. Like, there is just no excuse for this. And this happened multiple times this series. Why the frick did Gushui ultimate there? Why on earth would you ultimate there? No way. No way. Like, that's a plat move right there. So they've been able to turn the corner here, which is nice. And again, I want to remind you guys that teleporter, honestly, teleporter doesn't even need to be ready here because it's just a blade. So you could just beat the blade and push. Early Bastion ult from Quartz. Again, it's just for a little bit of space. It's hard to use this ultimate and dive. It's not nearly well as executed as it has been in the past, sadly. But at least it buys a little bit of time. And this is just hubris. Like, he doesn't have his deflect. He just doesn't have his deflect. He takes a full volley from KSA, and he just takes a couple of shots, and that's it. You can't do that. Like, I know a lot of people were scapegoating Leave, and he deserves a lot of the criticism. But I think, like, I just want to point out that, like, as bad as that was, like, Shy tossed an entire round. Gushui freaking wastes his ultimate. Langsa has done error. And even Monk has had some issues as well. So this is just, that's plat Genji stuff. You don't have your deflect, and you're standing out in the open, you can't do that. I think one China win traded. The real win traders were China all along, guys. I knew it. Western propaganda. Again, like, chat. I know we're worried about teleporter here. But what's the problem with what's on your screen? Obviously, him dropping was feeding. But where is Brig? Probably Kiriko. Probably Kiriko would be the play, I think. Where is Brig? If you have Shy playing this aggressively in the angle, you cannot do that without Pocket. And why? And yeah, I don't know why he got that close. To be honest, this is where the most obvious answer is mental, just busted. They're choking. They're nervous. So yeah, huge nade from Monk, like monstrous nade. But China really has to dump the kitchen sink at this one. I will say one thing that KSA does that I do not like. Can you guys spot them? What's the ult mistake here? One team makes a really, really bad mistake with the ultimates that they use. Check it out. See if you guys can find the person that makes the mistake. Just check your game sense here. Know the situation with the ults right now, and then read the mistake. So the blade is just poorly executed and poorly followed up on. There's a bit of a miscommunication, and so Leave bails too early. That's not the problem, though. Yes, the wall was terrible. You should never, ever, ever sim wall into Nanoblade. Ever. Because you're going to end up having to stack ultimates. You should beat the Nanoblade, and then, if anything, you should sim wall now. So then you have a fresh sim wall, and then you're able to totally block off all the damage that you need to worry about. If KSA had sim wall now, they win this fight. So I think the blade from Leave, there's some sort of miscommunication with China. Like, that blade was terrible. Even into the beat, like, there needed to be more value than that. So the execution of the blade, something went wrong. But the wall was really, really bad. So yeah. You just shouldn't stack. Like, you don't want redundant ultimates. You can beat, like, you guys noticed when we talked about, like, the flux window. You guys saw the TP, the flux window? The reason why that was okay is because you knew that the flux alone, when they had rally, wouldn't do the job. So you needed something that pulled them in the air and then you could shoot them, right? But Simwall and Beat kind of do the same thing. The same thing as using Simwall, like they zone or they control space. So you don't want ultimates to do the same thing. The Beat is in response to Blade. Yeah, they need to try to and you guys also need to remember that Nanoblade usually, when executed well, counters Beat. Not always, but when in a good coordinated team environment, Beat is not a consistent counter to Nanoblade. Baptiste is too easy to kill. Bastion even is too easy to kill because if you can get 4 or 5 chops with team follow-up, it will get you a kill. It won't be a team wipe, but it will get you a kill. And so what we've seen too many Nanoblades that are getting countered by Beats, and I don't know why. I think the coordination, I mean, for that one, for example, but I will say that one, part of the reason why that one didn't work is because freaking Shy was dead. Not counters, overcomes Beat. That's a better term, yeah. And especially when you have the threat of Doomfist Punch. Yeah, I mean, this is just a lot of China's blades have been 4v5 before, like they had so many feeds, and then they're like, oh, we need a Nanoblade, and then there's the Beat, and then, yeah, there's just no follow-up. I mean, this is unbelievably good for KSA right now.
Rally up here for the team for China. Again, this is dangerous. He can't do this for long. Eventually, the damage gets too much. So we have a rally. The team for China trying to go for it now. Says, beam me up.
So let's talk about this one. This one is a tricky fight. So you're going to see Ana Sojourn on the angle, Brig on the angle, Symmetra. Symmetra gets caught a little bit on the front line. He sees Punch, he sees Bash, so he pulls out the ultimate. Brig dodges it. This is a bit of a mistake from KSA. He needs to focus the Brig here, not the Doom. I think it's unfortunate. But yeah, even that though is not the end of the world. This is actually a really well coordinated dive from. Okay, can we just appreciate the fact that like China has actually dove here? Doomfist, Brig, flank nade with Genji, Sojourn, and it actually works. Like, China actually sets up a really nice dive here. You got to give credit where credit is due. And it does force another ultimate out. So, it's unfortunate for KSA, but it's not the end of the world. Like, that fight was always going to be hard to win. And the fact that you forced out both the Doom ult and the rally is not the end of the world.
Victory here for the team from China would rank amongst the biggest comebacks we've likely seen on Esperanza. And this is the first step. Checkpoint achieved.
China's playing top. They're going to try and play this slow. They need to kind of farm this Nano Blade here. They'll probably wait till the cart turns. Now, this is wild. You guys ready for one of the wildest moments of this entire series? Check this one out. I'm going to let it play out, and then we're going to talk about it slowly afterwards.
Beat for it to even use it on the blade.
That's due to the disruption. The Saudi Arabians split themselves up trying to get into the TP, but Crucial overstays welcome. The assault configuration for Quartz means he is on a hard timer. Here's Lead with the Nano Blade now. Looking at KSA. He's being chopped up, but not enough. The sound barrier doesn't save him. Ultimately, it's just a trade, though. Monk still standing. Monk can't get away.
That was just a bizarre fight. So let's talk about this. KSA wants the TP top. China knows this, and so they're going to punch TP. However, problem is that KSA and Yubi, I think, maybe not even Yubi actually. Who makes it? Haku doesn't make it. Magic doesn't make it. Yeah, so KSA and Yubi take the teleporter up to top. They make it, which is why they're nading. So these guys are solo zoning off the backline right now. Now, if you guys want to see really something funny that I do not understand, to be frank with you guys. Leave goes on the flank. Check this out. You guys want to see something funny? Leave goes on the flank right here. And my brother is in there from the back line, pincering off the teleporter, which, if they can cancel the teleport, is really good. And as we saw, they did. They didn't stop the Sigma from teleporting, or the Symmetra from teleporting, but that's not the end of the world. It's okay. So first off, yes, the Nano had to come out. The Nano does not come out. Monk is under a little bit too much pressure. I think even a Nano on Langsa here would have been fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Overwatch. The funny part, though, is that Leave, I think, thinks they take teleport and just freaking leaves. He walks away at full HP. He freaking leaves. He walks away. He literally has everybody 1 HP, shooting them in the back, his Doomfist ending, and he walks away. He literally walks away. And so you're like, how on earth does KS? Well, this is why. He literally walks away. I might have to check this out here. I don't know how they got the POVs, honestly. As far as I know, the World Cup, the replay viewer isn't available. But chat, we're going to have to check this out really fast here because I want to see. Does anyone read Chinese? Is there a way to increase the quality here, or is this it? Maybe not. All right, guys, let's see it. You have to register. Okay. Well, I'll pass on that. Why? He just walks away. He has his deflect still. Full HP. He walks away. He walks away. Oh, he could have bladed it. They could have nanoed it. They could have just sat there and thrown shurikens. He just leaves. And he doesn't need... he could at least stay for more shuriken throws because of deflect. The deflect duration is such that he could deflect out and wall climb out to clear safety. He could have stayed. He should have stayed. He doesn't even need to stay in, like commit. He just needs to stand right here on this corner, right here in this pixel, and just throw shurikens, throw shurikens, throw shurikens, throw shurikens. They look at him, he deflects, Sim beam won't be able to charge up in time, he walks out. Huge miscommunication / misunderstanding. And it's a big issue. So now, in addition to that, let's also not forget that Gushui kind of ends. Just Gushui hears the voices. Because the slam and punches, he commits all of his CDs, and this is the Bastion mistake that we talked about, where Doomfist will never die at his composition unless he feeds, and he kind of feeds here.
No blade. They've also been saving that beat for it to even use.
Where I think really here, he probably he's trying to save slam so that he could follow up top, but he commits the slam here instead of just backing out. And then, yeah, it's just so much greed here. There's a lot of ways that they could have played this fight differently, and then Mauga just doesn't use the nano. And so he commits the nano, but Langsa, it should have been on Langsa. Langsa is nanoed, Langsa lives. Langsa lives, and they trade this cleanly. Because Yubi dies either way, and honestly, they probably could have committed and won the fight. Great peel from KSA. Great peel from KSA to win that one out. But, oh my gosh, this KSA crapped the bed. Now, get ready, chat, because you thought that was a choke? We're going to keep going. Why would he even leave back out there if they TP'd? I don't know. I don't know Unbound. I think he got gun shy. I have no idea. Huge rock from KSA, kind of kills the momentum there. He still has punch though. KSA is just happy to just mark this. Now, if I'm going to be honest with you guys here, I do think Yubi should have pressed Q here. I think this is a nice neutral. You have space. You can cause enough chaos. So if you press Q here with your sim wall, you're going to be able to win this fight. Or at the very least, I mean, honestly, you might just win this fight. Because it's going to counter Shy's ultimate. I don't think you need to wait for Shy to press Q here. I think you can just press Q. So I think this was not, yeah, this was a mistake from Yubi. This was a huge problem in the Finland game when Sauna, I love the guy to death, just would not press Q on Symmetra. And so they kept, and this is the perfect situation to use Simwall early, because Simwall gets countered by Nano Doom, it gets countered by Rally, it gets countered by Blade, but it's a freaking good ultimate versus everything else. And this is exactly what it counters. But you don't even need to wait for it to come out. You could just use it, get the advantage now, and go. So this is a situation where, like, Shy slides on an off angle, gets the pocket from Langsa, which is exactly what we want to see, and gets the kill. And that just hurts. You know, that should not happen. Now, this is, again, the China hubris, though. Like, I won't even say hubris. I would say the panic. You have perfect map control. Everybody's nice and healthy. You're up one. And we pop ultimate here. And I remember watching this and being like, I think Saudi Arabia's just won the map. So it's scary for Saudi. They should have pressed Q there. However, the fact that he used ult there while up one with perfect space control is a big deal. Now, again, I'm out here like sitting in my comfy clothes being like, I shouldn't have pressed Q there, but it's freaking last fight. China has to win this fight. And so there's always a little bit of pressure there. And so you generally see that to be safe. So it's not necessarily a mistake from Shy, I would say. Now get ready, chat. We're about to see a nice juicy choke. I do not agree with this ultimate here. I do not agree with this sim wall here. You sim wall when you have a position where you can actually push something. They're going to sim wall and then BAP window. It's, again, stacking two ultimates that do the exact same thing. And or have anti-synergy, where the BAP window is more of a hold, take an angle. Sim wall is more of a push, but the BAP window doesn't want people to push. So this is not good. Not good from KSA right here. And then they're going to catch the ultimate with the rally, and Yubi is now screwed.
How long? He gets the kill, and he's still alive. They lose shy. 4 versus 4 though. KSA stunned through the increase in animation now, falls back with the bionic.
And then Haku just gets freaking destroyed. So Haku goes up in here, and check this boop out. He boops Gushui in, then gets punched and absolutely rolled.
Sent over the fence.
And this is, again, though, where just a little bit of panic from China kicks in. They're up 1 again. They nano Lengsa.
Increase in animation now, falls back.
I'm honestly, okay, to be fair, he was pretty low. He was pretty low. I'll give credit. He was pretty low. So maybe not the end. But this is where, in theory, it should be GG's.
Quartz hasn't had a chance to have an impact.
Nah, dude, I don't want to go over the USA games, bro. I like, with all due respect to the USA team, the players are great. There's some ugly execution. I would prefer to not look at USA games.
Going to have a blade with an opportunity.
Easy to say that they should have saved Nano when Lengsa was pretty low there.
One of the greatest comebacks.
But yeah. I think this fight is really hard to win either way for China. Even with Nanoblade, you have beat, you have flux, you can throw literally everything at the blade and 1 kill and it's over. Yeah, it wasn't good. Have I looked at the Finland games? No. I watched them live on stream and I was very impressed. I thought Finland was easily like, I think Hadi said it and I agree. Any team that finished top 4 was 1 good day or good game away from being number 1. China, Korea, Finland, KSA, really anybody's game. All 4 of them deserved it.
In the making here.
There's the Doomfist engage. There's the Blade. They're trying to focus beat. Yeah, so they got what they wanted. So this is smart from China. They know they can't go deep because beat. So they go in hard. He's trying to maybe Ajax the Lucio or scare the Lucio. But the Genji's only going for KSA. You see this? So then all they need to do, the problem here is that Monk just could not get caught in the flux. This is the problem here. Or Brig or somebody. Yeah, I don't even know where. No, so it wasn't Monk. Lengsa gets caught, which is unfortunate. But I really think Monk just got a little bit close, and Yubi goes with a crazy backline trade. See Yubi on the flank here? And catches the Ana. So Monk gets too close and then dies because he gets too close. So the supports there, I just think needed to play it differently. I think Lee played it fine. I think Gushui played it fine. I think probably even Shy played it fine. But supports had to try and big brain KSA. Why was the USA so bad for me? I mean, it's just they weren't that good. They're just like a top 8 team. Like, why would I review a top 8 team just because it's USA? You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't review Australia necessarily, not because they're bad, just because they're just not as good as some of the other teams. So, like, I think Anabrig tried to hold in the room to dodge flux. Yeah, but even then, it's tricky because it's easier for them to beat push you. Am I Australian? No, I'm not Australian.
Quick pick here from Quartz on the Widow.
I just don't think USA was that good.
Weaver platform will find nothing.
And we saw Lifeweaver at the World Cup.
People were expecting high of USA. Yeah, but USA has a history of choking, and I'm not convinced that they were like as well prepared as these other teams. So I just don't know. These teams, like even Finland, who didn't necessarily, besides Vistola, they didn't have like the best players. I just think there was so much more. I think Cloud and Vistola were really good. I think Masa had his moments, but like they're just way better prepared. They're just better teams, you know. I just don't think America was prepared. I think they also have a history of choking. A lot of those players do, and yeah, I mean, it was just not it. I think UK did about as well as you could expect. To be honest, I think UK did fine. Yeah, they roll in scrims. See, here's the thing with the scrim bucks. You guys want to talk about USA scrim bucks? All right. You can pop off mechanically in scrims all you'd like. But if you don't have a basic system, even just a very, very basic system that you can carry over and take, whether it's discipline or old economy or old fight planning or anything, or a basic understanding that you could take into a match, when the stage lights are bright and you don't have a basic system to fall back onto, then you're not going to perform. You're not going to perform. it's fine to be American Tornado and, screwing around and like just having crazy mechanical players and just like calling stuff. But if you can't do that, can't match that same level of energy in matches, then you are not that good. You're not that good. You're not that guy. That's it. Your measure of skill is how you perform in matches, not on one day, because anybody can have a bad day. But this has been a consistent problem with many of those players. And yeah, exactly. It wasn't even like one bad match. Every match that America played, they looked outclassed. Even against France, they struggled on France. They struggled versus France. So I love the guys. Some of those guys are friends of mine. And I don't think it's necessarily a team-wide issue, but they just were not prepared. They just were not prepared. So that's it. And that's also been been a consistent theme with the American teams and a lot of those players is that they don't put in the same amount of preparation that a lot of the other teams do. And so you either show up, you have that confidence, you have that mechanical energy, that alpha chat energy, and you do great, or you don't and you lose. And that a lot recently it's been a lot more losing and a lot more winning. And I've worked with enough of Western players to know like the difference. European players tend to overthink things, over-strategize. They tend to like get in their own way. American players do the opposite. They both have the upsides, they both have the downsides, but America's weakness was front and center. So I just don't think the preparation was there. Yeah. So, they were better teams, easily better teams. That's it. What was different for 2019 though? Different players, different leadership, different roster. I think you could probably argue, I don't remember the timing of things, but there might have been more time to prepare as well. But like, I don't look at that roster and think that like they were spending a lot of time going crazy with preparations or VOD review or anything like that. So, it is what it is. And it's totally, totally different players too. So it's like, it's apples and oranges really. I think over the last 2.5 years, I think it's time for American players, Western players in general, to realize that we can't cheat the system. We actually have to prepare. We actually have to VOD review. We actually have to communicate. We actually have to work on being, building our mental, building ourselves. We can't be whiny degens. That is the American Tornado strategy that worked in 2019 and 2020. It doesn't work anymore. The game has moved on. You're not the mechanical warlord that you were before. It doesn't work anymore. You can't do that. And to be honest with you guys, that has never been like the righteous way of doing things, but it's worked because those players are really, really quite good. But they've not been able to leverage the same thing, so it doesn't work. So, you have to be continually developing, and that doesn't work. It only works to a certain extent, in my opinion. I think the cockiness is more of just like part of the flavor. Like I think like when we're talking about this, I'm not talking about like the social media cockiness, like hide and trash talking. That's just part of the fun. It's just being a heel. That's just a sport specific fun thing. I don't think that's really correlated. But you got to put the work in. You got to put the work in, and you got to put the smart work in, and you got to put the VOD review in, and you got to study, and you got to prep, and you got to have a basic system, and you got to work in competitive mentality. And again, it's not like people are taking the World Cup that seriously, to be clear, but some of the teams that were taking it more seriously, like Finland, they did better. That's just it. Yeah. Everyone's cracked, right? Like everybody's cracked. Like, so you can't be treated specially. I also think that like no commentary on Gator, because I don't think anybody can take a team in like 2 weeks and like turn a team around, or even a week, even less. Like that's not possible. Coach doesn't make that big of an impact. But I also think that like, I guess speaking largely as a whole, and like the contenders and like I'm really just even going back into 2020 and 2021 and 2019, I think the coaching scene in America was really bad, like really bad. I think the overall American Western coaching scene was like really weak in comparison to Korea. And even in comparison to Europe, I think the coaches were way, way, way better, way more knowledgeable, way more likely to actually lead things. Western coaching scene, America specifically, has always been like a giant like social club, basically, where there's not a lot of coaching, not a lot of leadership, a lot of buddy being friends with so-and-so. Even a couple of coaches in OWL, I won't say who, they're morons. They don't know what they're talking about at all. They have no understanding of the game sense. They have no understanding of macro. They don't know how to communicate well. They're not very good at like leading or bringing together the team. They're just there because nobody necessarily this season, I'm not going to say names, but in years past, they're just ornamental coaches that were friends with players and they don't know what they're doing. You don't have to be a strategic genius, but you do have to know how to communicate and lead. And the American coaching scene has been really bad at developing player talent for a long time, I think. I just think it's been way too much of it's not like not a meritocracy where they say it's like a buddy system. Bro, there were contenders teams that I was trialing with back in 2020 and 2021, maybe even earlier, that didn't like me because didn't like me. They just didn't want to coach. They literally did not want to coach. They didn't want any sort of feedback. They never VOD reviewed it. Never VOD reviewed. Bro, there was a freaking Overwatch League team last season that almost never VOD reviewed. So it's like when you're like that, I'm sorry, like you're just gonna fail. And the problem is that you have a lot of like young. Okay, we're going on a tangent here, but there's a lot of young guys that they don't need like a big boss. Like, don't get that impression at all either. They don't have like a lot of leadership. They don't have a lot of good examples. They don't have like people pushing them, even in a little way, and so they just totally get away with being a degen for years until it finally bites them in the butt. It wasn't Shengdu. Nah, don't make this about Gator. Like I don't know jack all about Gator, and it really wasn't about Gator either necessarily. Like there's nothing that Gator could do in a week. So I don't know. No, it wasn't Defiant. I think Kasaurus is somebody that I think applies himself pretty well. I'm not familiar as much with his coaching style, but he's a friend of mine and he's a good guy. So it's not Kasaurus. Now, Kasaurus might have had a hard time working with some of those guys in terms of like making them the work, but you also can't second guess Kasaurus because Kasaurus made moves. When it didn't work, the American Tornado gamble, Kasaurus made moves and they looked a lot better at the end of the season. So like I think you got to give credit to Kasaurus when credit is due. But yeah, there's a lot of coaches out there that have been in the scene that just have no business whatsoever. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know how to communicate. They're still using terminology from like 2019 macro. Yeah, so it annoys me because it's like the number of players that are kind of getting not screwed over because they could take ownership of it as well, but like they just don't have like good leadership or good examples. I don't know. It annoys me. How transferable traditional sports coaching skills to esports coaching? Very transferable. The only thing that you have to be careful with traditional sports coaching is you can't push quite as hard, can't be quite as it's the structure of like, especially these contenders teams where you really aren't the boss. You're just so you can't like make roster decisions like you would with normal sports. But at the same time, don't get me wrong, guys. This is not at all about like the coach tells you what to do. Like I am totally against a lot of that to the point where me and Christopher have a lot of like differing opinions on that. Right? Christopher is to the opposite end of the extreme. I don't agree with his takes necessarily. Although I do think he's a great coach. I really respect what he's done. But I think you have to be able to encourage and build an environment where like players are developing and reviewing and improving and pushing themselves and communicating and having a base system that when in the stress of the match, you can fall back on that system and building confidence. And there isn't a lot of that. I don't do league coaching anymore because I don't want to be a degen anymore. Like Overwatch League coaching was like the most, like just contenders coaching too. Very stressful, a lot of hours, garbage pay. And I wasn't willing to relocate by myself and live with a bunch of guys for 8 months. So yeah, it wasn't good for my health. Do you think coaches need to be really good at the game coach? No. How do you develop yourself as a coach? Practice. What made me so much better than everybody else in contenders at the time, I'm not saying I'm the greatest of all time at all, of course, duh, right? But what allowed me to develop from some random crappy plat team coach into Overwatch League is because I grinded so hard at studying the game and communication and getting feedback from players and making stupid roster decisions and admitting my mistakes and apologizing to players and building teams and trialing and talking with other coaches. I remember I would, in the off season, I would meet with like 20 different coaches and take notes on what they did and what they thought of things. And I would reach out to everybody and get feedback. And I'd ask my players about what I needed to be doing better. And I did this for years. And I read books on player management and psychology. And no, people don't do that, bro. And it's such a shame. It's such a shame. Like, I think like, if you're not working, and all they did was they'd sit there in scrims, half AFK, tapping on their phone, and write up like the most bare bones communication or like feedback, if even that. And and then they'd study VODs for hours because they wanted to flex how long they worked, and yeah. I think you can maintain sane, healthy working hours, but the problem is that you have to be the head coach to make that happen. And I think to make that happen takes a lot of guts. And I don't think anybody in the Overwatch League has the combination of guts / knowledge to make the minimal hours strategy work. You get what I'm saying? Like the 2 blocks a day, short review, no triple blocks, efficient VOD review, efficient feedback, pushing people really, really hard, getting players involved. That takes guts and that takes knowledge. You got to be smart and you got to be willing to risk things, the player, because people are always going to think, oh, you should be working hard, you should be working harder. And I don't think anybody's had that opportunity. What books would you recommend for coaches? Oh, crap, I had a list. Here's your list. I might be able to dig it up really fast. So many books. Hang on. Okay, ready for this? The Art of Learning, Conscious Coaching, Everyone's a Coach is a niche one by Don Shula. Anything from John Wooden. Anything on sports psychology is good to know. Including, I read a textbook called Introductory to Learning and Behavior. It was really good. Legacy by the All Blacks, Mind Without Mind. Phil Jackson, 11 Rings. Anything on Phil Jackson's good. Peak, The Science of Expertise. Turn Your Ship Around. I think are all good. Yeah. One of my YouTube videos has a list. Those are just several of them. But it's not just enough to read books though. You have to actually apply this stuff, actually try to apply this stuff. And I don't know. I'm grateful because I worked my butt cheeks off for years to get to where I was. And that is one thing I have a big ego about. I don't give a rip. I'm not going to sit here and be fake humble. I worked so much harder and I got no breaks at all for the position that I was at. And obviously, it's not like we won the Overwatch League. It's not like I was in the league for 4 years and dominated. But I am very grateful that I was able to get the position. I was able to get the opportunity. And I'm also very grateful that because everything that I do right now, content-wise and YouTube, would not have been possible without that grind. So it was not wasted time. I learned so much from that, about even myself, right? I think there's a lot of crossover between Overwatch and anything, to be honest with you. The more I've gotten into sports, even sports before Overwatch and then after Overwatch, the more I realize that anything competitive has carryover. But yeah, anyway, long segue to go that yes, and America did not deserve to win. I feel bad for the players, but it's time to apply yourself to the same standards as everybody else. So. No, you're good, Strats. You're good, Strats. It was a good question. And again, no hate to the American players or American staff or anything like that. I'm talking very broadly, generally, not even this year, just years past. It's been a big issue. There's just a lot of people in the scene that I don't have a lot of respect for. Not because I don't think they're very good at their job, but because I don't think they're very good at their job and they don't put any effort into it. And it's hard for me to respect somebody who does that, right? There's too many people out there sweating their butt off. And because I was one of those people that just because they don't know people, don't get those same opportunities, right? And I think like in years, especially in years past, that was an issue, and I think that that's very, very unfair. And that makes me very sad. Makes me very sad. I got screwed over by freaking Avala back in 2020, and I'm still bitter about it to this day. But that's just the one I'm allowed to be public about. I won't even tell you guys about that trial. That was a joke. But yeah, it was ugly. Anyway.
Go square, folks.
All right, y'all.
Gushue will respect the disruptor shot.
Shy back on the Hanzo. Pretty good in this map.
He probably had to go up and do that.
I think Sojin would have been reasonable as well. Maybe a little bit less space for the Hanzo.
There alongside Lexa in the tunnels.
The Hanzo is also really effective.
Ooh. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that,
The Hanzo is also really effective.
I mean, I don't even know. Like, what even happens here? Does he just not have his deflect? I think he just greeds a little bit, or like, his Linksa should be there to pocket, but maybe Linksa pushes up. Like, it's just a good mechanical play. Like, you know, like, people talk about like Lee feeding first fight, and I agree. There's a lot of times, but it's also like, you know, it's just a good play. It's just a good play, and that's a good nade from Monk in response.
Give a good of a count of himself there. Because he got split off.
Yeah, Jane was a fun content creator. Jane is what I aspire to be in terms of like building community. I don't think like it's an ego check to pretend that like to say that I have better like a game brain than Jane. I think that's just, I don't think that's unreasonable to say. But Jane was really freaking good, and I'm always like trying to learn from him about like how to like build a community and how to make things fun, you know. And I think that he was just so good at that, and I think the community is definitely missed him. You know what I'm saying? I hope he's doing all right.
Side here for Saudi Arabia, so maybe you can make something out of this. TP.
He was just really good at what he did, you know.
It means, yeah, Shy reads his head. There's any threat from that hit scan. You could duck in under and play a closer game inside Big Earls. Munto has that nano available. Gushue will be ready to receive it, and in he goes. Yubi quickly trying to get
And that's like that's the Doomfist power right there. Like the Nano Doom, if he does not respond quickly with that TP, he gets punched out and he's freaking dead. And all the angle control from China is like actually crazy. I think this is where I was like criticizing Saudi just a little bit for playing it almost a little too safe. Like I felt like Saudi needed to try and take a few more risks, because I think like when China is firing in all cylinders, you just are not going to be able to peel. Like you're just not going to be able to peel. You have to try and trade. You have to force some chaos. You have to try and like, you're playing double flex, right? So you have to kind of create a little bit of that chaos. And I just don't think Saudi Arabia did as good of a job at points in this map.
no immortality field here, so if there is a big gravitic flux, it's very hard for the team from China to counter. Yubi wants to TP away here. The rest of the team going to be left upon. No one to
Like, yeah, it's just rough. Like, you see how grouped up KSA is. Like, I get that they TP at least one person out, but it's just too easy. Like, it's too easy when everybody and their mother's all on that one stack. I think the sim ult is actually okay. But like, again, it's just so difficult for them to get value as well. I also am curious what happens to KSA's ult. I assume it gets stunned. Yeah, it gets stunned. I mean, Langsa pops the rally for it, which is not the end of the world for KSA, but like it's the lack of create. Like you need, like it's hard to coach this comp. You know, like when it comes to like marking off angles and running, like you have to have some like level of creativity, and like more than that, you also need a lot of like for creativity to come out, you need to be comfortable in your shoes, right? And if you have to be, which means you need to be good at all of these characters. Lepta is not a good Baptiste. He's serviceable. He's done the job fine. He's a DPS player. He's not a freaking BAP player. And that's problematic, right? Even Yubi, right? Like you need to be like a almost sim OTP level of creative to make this work. You need to pull out some crazy shenanigans, right? Think about what Backbone was doing on the Symmetra in these Bastion mirrors in the Overwatch League clip. You need like that level of creativity / team play. And I think this is why this, like, I know I'm criticizing KSA and they win this map, but at points, that's where KSA was struggling, is in situations like that, right? Like even now, like everyone's grouped up, we're forcing point, which is fine, but you need a little bit of creativity here, right? Like you need like an angle, like or a TP or something. It's like all they're doing here is they're just stacking and they're forcing cart and they're stacking and they're forcing cart. And I just don't think their composition is as good at that. Now they have a massive ult bank here. The pocket on the Shy is late. The blade from Leave, bad. I don't even know what happens there, to be honest with you. It just looks like he beefs the dash, like the HP. Like he just leaves. I don't know what Leave does there, to be honest with you. I don't know what the plan was there at all. And he dies for it. You think Gushui is the best Doom player? No, I don't think so. I think he's a very good Doomfist player. But I think we haven't seen enough Doomfists from other players to say that for sure. He might be the best active Doomfist player right now. So I guess that's probably correct, I guess, by that. So we're seeing a little bit of high ground control here from KSA, which is good. I think Dante's a phenomenal Doomfist. I just don't know if he's got that level. He's got that dog in him anymore, you know? Nano Doom. They absorb. He gets the Mega, though. Langsa catches Quartz, or Quartz catches Langsa, rather. I don't even know where Langsa was. So that's a bit of an error. And Nano is lost. I don't know. No. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Nano and Gushui. Slam out to avoid rock. Nice shift from KSA. The slide punch is pretty bad. Flux. Huge Flux. Ooh, Monk barely misses that one. Vestola for Sigma. I would say KSA for total off tank. You know what I'm saying? Total tank. I think KSA is better. But Vestola for Sigma for sure. Winston swap because basically they've committed to this here, and there's a lot of space in this map to play around Bastion, even if they do make this Bastion. Leave on the flank. There's a good sim wall from Yubi. Well timed. There's good armor packs from Lengths, a huge pocket, huge whip shot as well. But Gushui is getting absolutely melted on cart. Bap one is being used. 3 ults basically used. Well, what's happening? Okay, here's what's happening. China's not winning these ult fights cleanly. You look back to this fight here, and do not tell me that in this Nano Doomfist ult fight into 0 ultimates, that China gets traded because Lengths just freaking dies. And then in addition to that, the Flux somehow catches an Ana. And because Lengths is dead, there's no peel. It's things like these that was killing China. Like absolutely butchering China. Like you go into these ults and you have 3 ults. Of course you're going to use all your ults if you're KSA. Of course you're going to use all your ults. Guaranteed, win the fight, man. Win the fight. Where was Leave that fight? I don't know. I tried looking. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Quartz thinks about Bastion, then he sees the Doomfist swap and he's going to go right back to Sojourn. Leave left. Leave leaved. A little bit early for Majid there on that angle. I think that he would have been a little bit more patient there. Shy desperately needs support. That's going to force an early rally. I think a little early for Leave. Huge shot, though. So they win that fight. And that's okay, because now we still have Nanoblade. Why don't people play Bastion into Doom? Because Doomfist does really freaking well versus Bastion. Really easy to abuse and avoid Bastion as Doomfist. Okay, Genji is really good in this comp. Genji can control both supports, even though he can't necessarily kill them. He can kill them with follow-up. The ult's very powerful. He's able to control, contest high ground off angles better. Having a dive DPS to work with Doomfist is really, really helpful. Echo is an option, but Echo is really bad versus this backline. It's not terrible, great versus Sojourn either, but Tracer won't work, Sombra won't work. Genji is actually okay into this with support, with the Ana support, with the Brig support, with the Doom support. But this is the stuff that kept killing China so much. Like, this should be a clean team fight win. Let's set up our Nanoblade. 3, 2, 1, dive. No, Magic just diffs Shy. Dink, dink. There's the Nanoblade. So the kill is there. The reaction's a little slow, but it's not clean. This is a situation when Shy needed to be building ult charge. And again, Leave dies. So there's more missed ult charge. They don't even kill the final person on the battlefield here. And this is what kept happening, right? Even in the fights where China was winning with ults, there were messy fights.
In the blade gun, you've got them to use everything. They're just kind of pooling KSA for these big fights.
Like, you should be getting cycles of ultimates. You kind of see what I'm saying? Like, you Nanoblade, and then you Doomfist into, Dragon, and then you can rally, and then you Nanoblade, and it's not happening. Because the people are dying, they're not building additional ult charge. And sometimes they're just flat out losing. And then, like that, for example, I'm gonna be real with you guys. This should never happen. Never should that happen. Never. And you know why it happens? You know why this works? He sees punch. And I think it's Magid. I think I'm looking at the ult chart here. I think it's just Magid hits a shot. And that's it. Would leave on Sojourn have been okay? It would have been okay. Yeah, it would have been all right. But I mean, come on, guys. Like a rally, like how many times have we seen a Flux just Flux on and she just freaking dies? Very, very, very rarely. And yet, there it is. Now it's a huge pick from Shy.
How big is that? We look at the team from China, they have to use 2-3 ultimates to win these fights. You use just a Flux, you get one support. Now look at this, the potential for staggers.
Good stagger. Langsa needs to live. Surprised he didn't push Langsa there, honestly. Huge ult. I think a sim ult from Yubi is really late. Huge play by Monk. I don't know I don't know, chat. I have no idea. I don't know. So we just got done complimenting Monk. I don't know what happened here. He just jumped. And to make matters worse, look at Langsa. So Langsa's coming back from spawn. You got me? Wait, no. Where is Langsa? Chat, where's Langsa? Where's Langsa, chat? Is he spawn? That's Shy. Just coming out right before jump, but he's taking damage right now. Wait. I think I found him. I think that's him there. So in the backline. So Langsa's backline here with a leave. I don't even know what he dies to, chat. I think he just drops behind. I think he's behind Monk. And just dies. They show it later? Okay. But it's a really bad play from Langsa and Monk, who have a massive advantage. They can play for time. There's no rush. And need a 3-2-1 drop on Yubi, and the game is over. And Langsa and Monk just feed. And Yubi dies so late. Oh, it's a not. Thunder. Chat, should I say both just to mess with them? Should I say both?
Where it looks like that. Not only
All right, I got to see this. What happens? So Monk? Yeah, so Langsa's behind Monk. I just like, oh, wait, what even is chasing them? Is it Quartz? Yeah, they like run from Quartz, but I don't understand why. There's two of them.
that is like a pixel over.
But he wasn't even overclocking. He's 92%. He doesn't overclock until they're dead. I don't know. So let's be very clear. Again, the reason I'm pointing this out is not because Monk and Lynx are so bad at the video game, literally the worst. No, these guys are on freaks, the best in the world. But they're choking. They're choking. Choking.
At the start of some of
Choke.
rounds with the composition that they want to play. They want to play distance. They want to play range. As Shy, manning the Hanzo yet again. Still going for it.
No way you drop there. No way.
When he gets those picks,
No way you drop into Sigma.
when he gets shut down or dove or forced away, not so much. Very defensive setup in that high ground. Lee figuring that out just now with those 3 turrets tickling at him
Nice little soft dive there. They're going to be able to push the cart from that.
with the Doomfist here.
Langsa can honestly play underneath, I think, as long as he saves Bash and has on LOS.
Entry into that choke, right?
I mean, GG's Shy. GG's Shy.
Right.
Check this out, y'all.
Some of these players like entry into that choke, right?
Get her rolled.
Sweep the leg.
Absolutely wasted.
Great accretion there from KSA, getting rid of the biggest threat in a long fight in the Hanzo.
And Shy is going to go, all right, screw this. And that's exactly what we talked about. Hanzo can do so much, but as soon as you start controlling him, you got to go Sojourn.
Accretion and Shy already done. Gonna go to the Sojourn.
What controls Sigma in their comp? You're basically free to do whatever you want. You're basically free to do whatever you want. But the problem is that especially when you reach like second point, it's really, really hard to, it's easy to avoid him. Let's put it that way.
Healing turret he does. Doesn't take too much of a risk to do so either.
Ooh.
Keeping him honest here. Very quickly he'll be given 1 heal pack. And there goes Gooseray to the high.
And Leave freaking dies. Where the frick is Leave? I mean, it's just a timing issue. So it's a timing issue, and it's a great shot by UB. Well, so watch this, guys. Watch this. So dash from Genji first onto Quartz. So he's already half HP before he even dashes in. Check this out. So he's already taking damage. He dashes in. He gets packed. But because he's ahead of his Winston and he doesn't deflect in time, Yubi from this angle here launches the mother of all right clicks and completely wrecks him.
And there goes Gooseray to the high ground, but Yubi intercepts Lee. KSA still a problem. He hasn't been shifted off that high ground. At least Shy makes it honest.
Mid-fight Nano, huge shot by Shy though, and it's just Shy things, right?
Shy is hitting.
Questionable window.
Yeah, Slot is gonna use that ant matrix, but I think it's
So Shy doing Shy things.
KSA and Quartz up on the
And I think on this point, Sojourn probably, this map, I think Sojourn going to be better all the way through.
China taking that you do. The Bastion
What separates one Sigma from another? Game sense, decision-making, positioning. And to be honest with you, there is definitely a mechanical gap. Even just in the Sigmas in this series. Pistola was easily the best mechanical Sigma in this series. Like, noticeably so. Even over somebody like KSA, who's really, really quite good at Sigma. Like, there is 100, even in Overwatch League, there's 100% mechanical gap on every character. I don't think there's almost any character that there's not a very clear best or worst, with very few exceptions. He's better than Poco. Poco is great at Sigma, but Vestal is better than Poco. Questionable Flux. You got to hold that because the slide will come out and then you can Flux afterwards. So that's not a great Flux from KSA. Doge. Doge is a good dude, but I'm not taking Doge on Sigma, y'all. Rally Blade. Very early, but it works. The Ana's on cart, so you got to be really careful. Oh, clean. Not the end of the world for KSA. Again, 2 really crucial ultimates used there. The question is, are they going to be able to walk out of the choke? Best Batiste. That one's harder. I haven't watched enough POVs. Someone, no. Someone not even close. Someone's not even the top 10 of best Sigmas in the world. At least in terms of mechanics. Now, this is where the TP is super busted. Because this choke is nasty, TP out, beautiful. Iliari ultimates used. Pretty nice on Shy there, like, we'll take that, right? Just a little bit of chokage. And then Primal and a huge nade, and that's going to be a kill. I mean, this is how ult fights should go. You're like, what? They use 2 ultimates, they also use 2 ultimates. Doesn't matter, dive ultimates are better. It was a nice try, but it wasn't enough. Someone is not even close to the best Sigma in the world. Someone is a great tank player, and because he is able to play so many tanks to a top 10 level-ish, but he ain't anywhere close to Sigma. Is Winston, Reinhardt, top 5, I would say. Maybe he was Ramatra as well, but not Sigma. Oh, Shy, man. I don't even know where Shy was. Shy was underneath. And then somebody drops. I think Lebda just drops, and Shy just rails him at point blank range. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Shy is just having his way. Is this the right move? No. But I think what KSA is doing is, first off, they have the Bastion, so they have a little bit more brawl punching power, so they could, and they also, I think they're trying to force out another ultimate or take a quick fight. I don't think they want to play this, like, I think they want 2 fights here, so they're going quickly. You seen Usama during World Cup? No. Wait, Quartz swap, oh, that's right, Quartz swapped the Bastion, we had overclock. That was silly. I'm not gonna lie with you guys, that was a huge throw. I forgot about that. That's a huge throw. I don't care if they're still on Winston. You have freaking overclock, and he's just going to go back to Spawn and swap Doomfist anyway. You saw a tiny bit of Sombra, actually? What match was it? You might be right. I assume you're right, yeah. Oh, K-pop comp, yeah. That's right. It was Circuit Royale, no? I forgot about that. Misses the shot. Nice little strafe there. Magic mechanical diff. And again, Genji on the nano. And it's just the most unfortunate timing in the world. And I will say, this is the thing, is like it's just so unfortunate timing. Like, you can blame a little bit of mechanics here and also maybe a little bit of timing here as well. Because it's like Shy just needs to be a little bit more cautious here, right? But also it's like, it's not even like it was that bad of a peak, but I just don't think he respects his HP enough. He needed to wait for him to fully regenerate. He needed an armor pack, or he needed, Inspire or something. So he peaks at 80 HP and he just freaking dies. Because this nano is okay. Like, maybe it's a little bit poorly timed with it, but Gushue is focusing the Sem. He's already on point blank range. I will also say Langsa freaking dies again. That's been a big issue too. This is a fine play from Leave. Like, this is a fine play from Leave. He's just getting 0 help because Shy died before the fight started, for re-peeking, and Langston dies to Sigma. And Langston should not be dying to Sigma. So if you're playing Brig and you're dying to Sigma, you're messing up. That's your mistake. Langston just dies. He doesn't even get rocked. He just freaking dies. So Leave gets screwed over this time. Leave gets screwed over. Leave does fine. Creates a lot of space and gets a kill. And yeah, I will say the Sigma feels pretty darn good here.
Ah, boy.
Yo, hello! Thanks for the raid, mate. If you guys want the world's most famous, handsome, and competent Bastion player, you just found him. Thanks for the raid, mate. I appreciate it. And again, this blade is like actually fine. So, well, okay, let me look at this a little bit more carefully here. So they're gonna dash in. The punch on KSA, they know ultimates are gonna be used. They're just baiting resources, baiting ultimates. There's lamp, there's shift, there's 2 support ults, 1 deflected. But Bonk dies. And you know what he freaking died to, ladies and gentlemen? Do you want to know what freaking Monk died to? Damage boosted, smash a right click. And Leave is fixing to lose his mind. Leave played that one perfectly. You got exactly what you wanted out of that engage. Ult for 2 ults, and lamp, and cooldowns, and easy disengage. And then all you need to do is chill 2 seconds and push with either Rally or Doom ult or Sojourn ult or whatever, and it's a cap. It's over. Mechanics. Mechanics. Ladies and gentlemen, mechanics. It keeps happening. China is not able to get these ultimate combos because KSA, whether it's Majid, Yubi, or KSA, or whatever, or Quartz, are hitting shots. Oh, bless me, that's scary. Now, this also annoyed me. I really, really wish to goodness that Brig had been with him here. But, you know, it is what it is. I mean, this is just a mess. This is just a giant, giant mess. Shy goes on an angle, gets no support, ends up messing up his timing as well. He goes a little early, gets no pocket from Langsa, and just freaking dies. I have no idea. Ridiculously cheap fight win for KSA. It's messy, but it does the job. Gushui again commits Doomfist ultimate in a questionable circumstance. And that's it. And so, again, another messy, messy fight. It's exactly what KSA wants. So now, surely, we're okay now. Surely, guys. Disaster. And you're like, why is it disaster? Why is it disaster, Spilo? Well, this is why it's disaster. Because Nano Doom has forced about 7 billion cooldowns, and yet, where is Shy? He peaks early, no Brig pocket, gets his resources forced, he's slid out, he's doing no damage at all. At all. I don't know where Leave is, so I will reserve judgment on that. But and now Rally committed. But wait, did he get stunned? Oh, he got stunned again, didn't he? He got stunned again. Gushui is like trying so hard. But this is so much, and again, Langsa dies. Again, Langsa dies. Oh my gosh. It's so much messier. That should have been a 2 ult fight win, not 1, 2, 3 ult fight win.
KSA on the Dita. And all of a sudden, the team trying to back up.
They're waiting for Linksa. They got to get Linksa back in here.
They get a measure of the situation, and here's that play. Captive Sun, no lead, can't chase the Iliari. He's up in the rafters, but Shy doesn't. Here's that play.
They're waiting for Linksa. They got to get Linksa back in here.
They get a measure of the situation, and here's that play. Captive Sun,
Labda gets naded. Right, where's Shy? Shy's in the high ground there, right? Shy is 1 HP and not getting healed. Ah, man. I don't even know what Monka's looking at here. He's been 1 HP for like 6 years. The Brig's helping Genji on the off angle, but Yubi again on the flank just gets the kill, and that's all they need. That's all they need. It is again a very, very messy fight. The D.Va swap just to touch cart quickly. Yeah, that was only the other map, sadly. It's just like it requires so much focus in these circumstances under this much pressure to be able to perform it in China, and China is struggling. Oh. Yeah, so a little tidbit here. Jane Cater, thank you for the Jane Cater, thank you for the sub. This is where I think KSA lost a little bit of focus here. I think really they needed to take the time to try and push this top right into the Ana Brig. Or at least take some angles there, but then this gets really messy where Yubi kind of goes by himself, and then both Suzu and TP are forced, and then Quartz is kind of like left on his own, and then it gets really messy. So kind of messy. Okay, so Cap here. Yeah, I mean, it's just basically every fight has been messy, and it's really hurting the team that has to get a clean fight win. It's also hurting Old Economy as well. Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you so much. I'm glad I was able to help. Appreciate the kind words, man. I appreciate the sub as well. Ooh, scary. Yeah, what happens to the leave here? I mean, yeah. Yeah, leave kind of ends this. Vaccinate, thanks for the sub, mate. I appreciate it. All right, we'll look at this death. I can already say that I don't like this dash from Leave because his Doom is not with him. And also the target that he's dashing really isn't that low. So you guys will see what I mean right here. Oops. So he's got this. He's controlling the angle here. Dash, deflect out. Okay. A little bit of greedy, but all right. Like, even that is just so sloppy. Like, he's just hoping that KSA doesn't hit that rock. And now his deflect is gone. And if any one of you has seen any of my Genji VODs, you know what I would tell any plat Genji what they need to do right now, right? Right? You know exactly what I would say here. No deflect, because you got it forced with bad positioning. So you cannot go aggressively here. You need to hold an angle and be patient, right? You can't do this. You can't do this. You don't have deflect. You can't do it. 100% Leave's fault there. 100%. You cannot do that without deflect. And is the worst part about it too is that his deflect wasn't even earned. It was just sloppy positioning too. Like, he didn't even go for like a play. He just died. And again, I don't know what happens to Lengsa here. My whole point is this. If Lengsa is dying this often to Symmetra TPs or dying to like just Sigma, then what's the point of playing Brig? What's the point? You haven't been pushing angles. You haven't been winning, helping your like at all in the TP stuff. Like, what's the point? You're dying anyway. You know?
Shui's in trouble, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a theoretical. I know it's a comfort pick, 100%. But I guess looking at it, especially with the power of hindsight, it's, I thought it was going to look better than it did, but it
So now you put yourself in a position.
hasn't really impressed me, y'all. I'm not going to lie.
That's the worst part about this. KSA has to stay on the payload. We saw this earlier.
I mean, I agree the armor pack on TP is useful, 100%. But
That is a huge accomplishment right there. Getting that
Lifeweaver, I don't think Lifeweaver would necessarily be better. But
You have to feel there's a sense of panic setting in. You alluded to it a couple of maps ago. And now more than ever, they need to compose themselves.
I don't think Linksa can play Kiriko, right, Chad? It's just unfortunate.
He lets it go. Where's it headed? Back towards his team. He tried to get Shui. He was diving with an enemy.
And this is where KSA really struggles. They get stuck in the choke. They know they're playing into Nano, so they try to make a clutch play happen, but Shui will have none of it. It's a good play. It's just hard because when the first ult is Nano, it's just a better ultimate in this situation than Iliari ultimate. So it's like, it's hard. They had to make a play. I probably would have liked to seen something with like cute with TP there instead. No, I don't think Mercy would have worked. Mercy would have been too easy to lock down. Too easy for Quartz to farm.
You can kind of like see from side to side here. A early pick for KSA would be huge.
Might be over there, but look at that bio. What's
Huge bio nade from Monk, man. Huge. Magid on the angle. Magid's gonna get cleared a little bit. He jumps out.
burst away? Shui is right up.
He's able to keep his pylon. Aerodog, this is the sub, mate. I think Lucio would have been great if they weren't on Sojourn, or if they weren't on both Sojourn and Genji. Like if you had like a Tracer pick that I think like Lucio can work quite well. I think Houston should have been running Lucio more in the finals. But they're the Soldier, I think a lot of times in the Overwatch League finals, I think Lucio would have fit better.
Now it's got a favor.
Yeah, he was just trying to force his ultimate really fast because they knew a nano engage was coming and they didn't have an answer for it. So they had to make some sort of chaos happen, right?
It's on the clock. Gotta go. Card still lumbering slowly, ponderously around the corner. But it's
Okay. What happens? I'm watching it, don't worry. Deflect is fine. Kiriko, I think, would be the best theoretically, I think. It's fine, it's fine. I don't think the timing of that was as good, but it's all right. Frick! Oh my gosh. There's no way, man. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. Mental boom, guys. Total panic. Total panic. No deflect, half HP, no Doomfist engaged, and my man is solo peeking. No way. This is worse than I thought it was. I thought he just got like sniped or something, but no, he is actively feeding. Actively feeding. How do I get player POV? Some random uploaded it and Billy B. I don't even know how you get access to the World Cup viewer. I don't think it's even through the Overwatch League team. I think maybe the World Cup players have it. Yo, Keys, no. Being naughty. But yeah, that's just actively feeding. And again, like, is Leave a bad Genji? Heck no. Guy's great at Genji. It's just, in the heat of the match, like, tough. Leave is one of the better Genjis in the world, I would say. But just, that's rough. And that was just gifted. That wasn't even that great of a play, and that's it. Like, that is it. That wasn't even that great of a play. And I think that's what's kind of like disappointing for me is it's like, I don't know. Give credit to KSA though. They didn't fold as much as China did at crucial moments. And they also made the mechanical plays when it counted too. Like it wasn't just, oh, China choked. A lot of fights, it was just great plays from KSA. I don't know. So good, great series. Great series. And ironically, I actually think this was the least, I mean, I know it was a reverse sweep, which made it really hype in that regard, but I actually think many of the matches prior to this had even more exciting moments. Like this might have been the least interesting of the 4 matches in terms of like gameplay quality. The ramifications obviously were huge in the reverse sweep, but I actually think Korea versus Finland was more exciting to watch. I think Finland versus Korea, and I also think Korea versus China was more fun to watch too. So if you haven't checked those out, I mean, it's fun. It is just, there isn't any better compliment that I can tell you outside the fact that it was just freaking fun to watch. Fun games all the way through, and Saudi deserves it, bro. Saudi deserves it. Saudi deserved it. So sad Finland lost. Yeah, me too. I was pulling for Finland, I think. I just want to see EU represent, whether it's Saudi or Finland. But I knew more of the Finnish guys like Vestal and Sona. So, but Finland, like you gotta feel sad for Finland, but also at the same time, bro, you beat freaking Korea, like as sad as it that you lost to Saudi, like you gotta feel pretty good about that. Yeah, it's not technically, obviously not EU, but EMEA or whatever. The Tarantino moment of Circuit Royale? Wait, what are you guys talking about? Yeah, Toronto playoffs was a huge disappointment. I'm not gonna lie. The entire event was awesome. I freaking had a blast in Toronto, but the game quality sucked. Yeah, it sucked. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. I think Finland in general was the better mirror team. I think Saudi just, I think little things, Saudi did better. I mean, it's hard to really put your finger on what they did better, but Saudi, I think just clutched it out more often. You know what I'm saying? I think they clutched it out, and you got to give credit where credit is due. Like if a team is able to clutch it out like that consistently, I mean, that's the better team, y'all. We ain't cashing scrim bucks. I think you can definitely say that some teams get unlucky, but and some teams do get luck. I think luck plays a huge factor in single elimination, but you also have to give credit where credit is due. Is Korea's OT defense circuit 7? Korea's OT defense.
Finland can to win the map. It's gonna.
I mean, but you're getting in here.
Sparkle there.
No.
Pulse bomb here for Sparkle.
Where? Oh, here?
Whether or not nice luck on the cards. It's South Korea.
Defenders. Oh, yeah. This is such a choke. This is such a choke from Finland, I feel. Now I see what you mean by Tarantino. I was so confused. I was like, Sigma feed? I was like, what is he referring to? Yeah, this is crazy. What a bloodbath. Biggest complaint from China, Spilo? I don't know. Like, it's hard to point any fingers, y'all. It's hard to point any fingers. It really is. I think Lee fumbled the bag. But I also think Shai completely tossed through Ravasa. I think Lingsa had a pretty unimpressive series all the way throughout. I think even Guchui and Monk had weak moments too. So I think even just the team play at points in time wasn't as clean as it ought to be. But yeah, that was crazy. Sparkle should not have been the cup. I mean, maybe. Yeah, maybe. But you also have to understand, this is the worst kept secret that, who makes the cut for Korea is dependent on a lot of factors that we're not really super in the know with because we don't know that community as well. So, whether it's boosting or behavior or whatever else, I don't know. Yeah, it was interesting. I just didn't play the game yesterday. It was World Cup quality stuff. Good on you, mate. Good on you. I wish I was that good at. Wish I was that good at. You need someone merit. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think somebody was saying like Alpha Yi. I think Alpha Yi would have been a good shout too. You know what I'm saying? Alpha Yi, 100% a good shout. I want to do the tank counter discussion. Just imagine Smurf, someone proper. You wouldn't need, yeah, I mean, Hanbin, Smurf, proper, Shorong, Alpha Yi probably would have been better, yeah. Alpha Yi is projectile. From what I know, his projectile, like his Mei is actually pretty decent and stuff. How do we refresh this? Okay, so what I want to do is we're going to continue. I'm going to have a video. I want to do a video. We're currently working on a video. We've already done the supports of like hard counters in Overwatch and soft counters in Overwatch. So what we're doing is we're going to throw, like, we'll just go down the list here. Let's just throw Reinhardt up there, right? So we talked a little bit about, I'm not going to reiterate the entire discussion, but I'm going to try and do a video where I discuss about when you should swap in Overwatch. And basically the idea is that if you're facing two hard counters or multiple soft counters and the map is bad or your team comp is bad. So what I want to do is I want to make a quick cheat sheet, which I'll throw on at the end of the video so people can skim through. I'm not going to have the time to elaborate on all my thoughts during the video because otherwise it'd be way too long. But we do have time to elaborate on all our thoughts here in the stream. So basically, we need to make a list of what hard counters Reinhardt. What do you guys think?
I don't need this tip.
Yo Spiller, when the other support is like Mercy or Lucio or Zen, does Brig provide enough healing to make up for theirs? Or should I just go like Bap or something? I'm better at Brig, but I'd if she's a main healer like Ana or Bap or whatever.
Depends on your tank. Like Brig Zen, Brig Lucio, even Brig Mercy in certain niche situations can work fine. And you're what? Plat Diamond, right? If I remember correctly. I don't know what your support rank is at. So yeah, it could absolutely work. It just depends on your tank. Like if you're playing Ryan, yeah, it might be tough. If you're playing Winston, yeah, it might be tough. Sigma, you're fine. Hog, you're fine. Ball, you're fine. Junker Queen, you're fine. Zarya, you're fine. Ramatra, not so much. So I would focus more on my tank. And so if your tank, I appreciate the bits, by the way. If your tank is something that demands a lot of healing, I wouldn't play it. Mercy Brig worked with Ram the other day, but just heavy pocket thing. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely pushing it a little bit, but yeah. Okay, so chat, sorry. Bastion, soft counter to Ryan, right? He can play into Bastion, and there are ways to play around the Bastion. It's not going to feel as good. I would disagree with hard counter. Hard counter is Bastion versus Winston. Nothing that the Winston can do. Yeah, no problem, mate. Like you guys are thinking hard counter, but there are way hard counters. We're talking about Sombra and the Widowmaker. We're talking about Bastion and the Winston. We're talking about Pharah versus Junkrat, stuff like that. I'm talking about, yeah, see, the skill level is a great question. The spectrum, everything. So we're going to have to kind of find somewhere in between. Ryan is not only locked down to only shield building for his team. Not if you play around his turret cycles, because you can play around his turret cycles because you're not as cooldown reliant, right? Bastion doesn't do much damage to Reinhardt when he's not in turret form. But yeah, Ryan may not have a hard counter, I will say. But we'll talk about maybe Pharah, maybe. But even then, it's like you can go. Okay, anyway, let's keep going. So, Cassidy. maybe annoying. But see, even then, like, yeah, maybe not even Cassidy, because you can counterplay him and he's killable. Yeah, Hanzo. I think Hanzo's annoying because you can't get to him consistently. I think Hanzo's annoying because you may not be able to get to him consistently. He does a decent amount of damage to you. Because he's hard to actually reach. Same thing with Junkrat. Like, Junkrat is something that you can definitely deal with well, but it just feels bad to deal with him. Freaking Trap sucks. You know, Riptire is annoying. So I might put Mei in soft counter, but not for the reasons that you think. I think Mei is very easy to kill, but I think the reason why Mei falls into maybe soft counter for me is because her ultimate plus wall is pretty hard to counterplay. Blizzard does pretty freaking good job against Reinhardt. You know what I'm saying? Freeze doesn't really bother Reinhardt. Maybe it's annoying then. Wall is tough to deal with for sure. Wall is annoying, but Wall is so squishy now too that it's not as bad. If you guys are getting frozen as Reinhardt, then you need to, oh man, like one swing or two swings, it does a lot of damage to me. See, the only reason why I want to keep Mei in soft counter is because you do have to change how you play versus Mei. I think any character, maybe not a hard rule here, but a soft rule is that any character where you have to change how you play significantly to avoid getting screwed over by them, I think it's probably worth pointing that out. I mean, I guess, but not as much. Mei's ult changes how I play, I think, more. I don't know. Maybe I'd say top of annoying or bottom of soft counter. Pharah is soft counter, I feel like, because you can't really deal with her at all. But also, she, at least in her current state, she means that she needs range support, and nothing, right? Like, it makes it easier for you to kill other things. Let's put it that way. No, I don't really want to do mirror matches as much. So you can avoid the Pharah and just kind of do your own thing. Reaper's annoying, although you can do pretty well versus a Reaper. You definitely have to play around it a little bit. Yeah, I'd say Roadhog soft counter. I think Shield Break is actually pretty relevant with Roadhog. I think Whole Hog is really tough to deal with. Hog doesn't even, like, okay, he doesn't even stop. Like, he's not even that, he's a terrible character, but he's just annoying. Like, he's really, really hard. Yeah. I'm not going to lie with you guys. At worst, Symmetra is annoying. Maybe not even annoying. Especially current Symmetra. I don't even know if I want to put current Symmetra in there. 200 HP, slow beam charge. You can swing on her. You can fire strike her. You can shatter her. Y'all, I think it's a skill issue. She's so squishy. I think Sim relies on Reinhardt to be relevant. I don't know. I think it's so, you get 3 swings even with her heal and she's dead. A swing and, like, I don't know. Shatter. She's vulnerable to shatter. and you don't even care about her. Her wall is not very good versus you. Yeah, I don't find Sim to be that like. Yeah, no. Tracer is annoying only because you can't deal with her, I think. Maybe. It's so map dependent, you know, like just because Ryan is no, I'll put her in annoying. You guys are thinking too one-dimensional. It's not about whether Widow can kill Reinhardt. It's about Widow can deny Reinhardt value. It's the same thing with Tracer. Tracer's not killing Reinhardt, but Reinhardt can't do anything to stop her. And if your Ryan is denying Widowmaker's sightline, then your Reinhardt, then your Widow sucks. I think it's dependent. Like there's definitely situations where you can hold space that the Widow wants to hold, but I don't know. I'll leave it there. You can put Genji's easier to deal with than Tracer. Genji's easier to deal with Tracer. Slower movement, fire strikeable, shatterable, can swing on him as well. What do you guys think about Torb? Shield break issues, right? Again, just like hard spam character with a little bit of speed. I think probably top of annoying, honestly. The problem with these tier lists is there's always somebody in chat who has a strong opinion about something. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but so if I ask a question, it's the psychology that I'm always going to get a yes, it definitely counters, or you know what, definitely doesn't counter, because the people that are more on the fence or less indifferent generally don't say anything. So there's always extremes. Yeah, but the difference between Torb and Hanzo is Torb does more spam. Yeah, I guess technically if with overload, but you can actually reach him, but is a tankier, you know? This is my tier list, but I'm open for suggestions, which is why I'm here. But it's not just Rush, right? Maybe? What do you guys think? I think maybe with new 225 HPs then maybe. And even like little things like kick and stuff. How easy is it to remove the Discord with Ryan? Maybe not with new Discord. Zen is not a problem after nerf. All right. Yeah, okay. All right. Trance is also really pretty bad versus Shatter. Like there is ways of playing around it, but it generally isn't fast enough. All right, you guys want a hot take? Cheers, Farashi. Ana doesn't even belong on the list. Maybe annoying. We'll put annoying. You know, we'll put her in annoying, sure. You have every tool you need to counterplay her. She doesn't belong. You can block sleep. You can block nade. She has no shield break. Skill issue. If we're talking about Wrecking Ball, sure. Doomfist, sure. Heck, Junker Queen, sure. But not Ryan. Ryan always has a tool. Too many of you guys are from the competitive Overwatch subreddit. Y'all hate, I don't know what it is between BAP, Iliari, Kiriko, whatever. Everybody on that freaking subreddit freaking hates Ana. Hates Ana. Every time I read a support thread, it doesn't matter. People will be like, who do you think was the best team in Saudi Arabia? Top comment. Freaking Ana, man. I hate that character. So freaking Ana. Like, bro, come on, guys. Even Samito doesn't care that much about Ana. Now, I do agree that, like we've talked about, like anti-nade duration on tanks unquestionably needs to be addressed. But y'all are wild. So I think Ana is annoying, but many tanks don't have as many issues with her. You speak from the heart. I mean, even Nade, like Reinhardt has so much HP and so much with sleep and Nade. He's much better equipped to deal with the sleep and Nade than other tanks. So like, I don't find it to be as much of an issue. Now, you guys want a spicy? You guys want a spicy? You guys know what's happening. Do you see it? You ready? You guys aren't ready for this. Maybe bottom of soft counters. Maybe, if not annoying. Soft counter. Now, hear me out. Hear me out. You want to know why you think that she should be in hard counter or top of soft counter? This is why. Your brain is lying to you. Your brain is freaking lying to you. You want to know why? Because she stops you from getting the value that you want. She doesn't stop you from getting value. She just stops you from getting the value that you want. You want to go swing on people and kill them, but you're still getting value when the Orisa is hard focusing you and unsuccessfully killing you, and you're still getting the enemy team's attention onto yourself. We literally saw this in the recent Blizzard dev diary where they said that Orisa's win rate isn't even that good, and Reinhardt's win rate in the lower ranks is the highest of all tanks. Problem with Orisa is she's really good at raining on your parade, but she doesn't really provide a lot of value besides raining on other people's parades. If she doesn't do anything on her own to create space or secure kills, she just stops you from doing that. And she's even unsuccessful at that. The problem with Orisa versus Rein is Rein can still get shield value. So Rein can still shield for his team and shield for himself. And in general, ironically, if the Reinhardt is even halfway decent, will take less damage than the Orisa as well. So it's the psychology is it feels really bad. She has an answer for everything that you do, but it doesn't stop you from getting indirect value. Indirect value. So I do find her annoying to play versus this Reinhardt. I don't go, oh, they're on Orisa, yay! I go, they're on Orisa, crap. Well, we're gonna probably win, but I'm not gonna have fun. And I think that's where I think like any complaints about Orisa are 100% accurate, but she's not that good. I don't think she's that good. Shut up, Matt. So I think that like it's one of those characters where it's just like, it's annoying. Getting indirect value is so feels bad. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I mean, obviously it's a different animal, right? But even in Overwatch League, like the only team that was able to successfully run Orisa into the Reinhardt comps that London were running was Boston. And the reason why they were able to successfully do that is because they went past the Reinhardt. They went around the Reinhardt. But yeah. Doom is tough. I would say Doom is like something that's, I wouldn't even put Doomfist really in annoying maybe. Because you can deal with him and he can't really kill you. Like you can avoid, I don't know. Maybe Doom is annoying. I'm actually this close, chat, to actually delete. Should we just delete the annoying tier list? Maybe we should just delete the annoying tier list. Because this tier list is going to take freaking forever if we talk about the all annoying thing. Because the thing is with tank is like, let's be honest, there's a lot of things that are annoying to deal with this tank right now. And we're just going to be here all day if we... let's at least just move quickly then. Moira's no. Brig, no. Ball is not a soft counter. Ball is just annoying. Ashe is not a soft counter. Sigma, no. Maybe Echo? What do you guys think, Echo? The only... Okay, so... Okay, hear me out. I understand the argument for ball and soft counter because you can avoid the Ryan entirely, right? But by that very same logic, wouldn't ball be his own counter? I think the idea with Tank, which lines up with what we want, is you want Tank to be good at dealing with the enemy DPS or the enemy support, but it doesn't necessarily need to be good at dealing with the enemy tank, right? Because you're not going to be, you want to, right? So if you can't deal with the enemy ball, but you could deal with the enemy backline, isn't that good enough? But knocking right into your team, that hasn't been a thing since 2021 or 22, I guess. You can't boop Reinhardt anymore. I just don't think like ball and Reinhardt are like ships in the night, you know? So it's like any character that's like that. The reason why I feel like Tracer's annoying though is because that's one slot that is something that you should normally be able to go swing on and kill or threaten, and you can't. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? So I feel like with any tank, like ball is just like, eh. See, I don't agree with that digital DJ Lawlin. Okay. I mean, you absolutely can trade backlines as Ryan. You absolutely can. And you don't even necessarily, like, here's the thing though, is like the difference between Ball and Reinhardt is Ball has more opportunity to go for backline. Ryan dies less to backline. Ryan can get value by holding shield in front of backline and doing nothing to backline. But Ball can't do that. Ball actually has to take a risk. And like Matt says, it also depends on the map. So you think of Ball as like, I'm more able to kill backline, and in many circumstances, you're right. But with Ryan, you don't need to kill backline. I don't know. Okay, Ashe, no. Bap, no. Sigma, no. Echo, maybe. Echo is, again, a DPS character that you can interact with. What do you guys think? Yeah, okay. Sojourn, no. I think Sojourn is dealable, and especially Sojourn might have been a soft counter back in early Overwatch 2 because you built Rail off of shield so freaking fast, and you couldn't. She was harder to pin down than other DPS, but building Rail off of shield takes forever now, so I don't think so. Is Kiriko a soft counter, guys? Because that's a support you really can't do anything to, and that's and again, you want to be able to threaten support somehow. Like you literally can't do anything to her. Oh, true. I didn't even think about Suzu Shatter and Pen. Yeah. I don't think Reinhardt's gonna have any hard counters, honestly. I think it's gonna be a bunch of soft counters and a bunch of annoying things. Ram is tough. I think Ram is one of those situations where everyone in my chat's going to go Ram, soft counter, soft counter, soft counter, soft counter. But you're better in the brawl if you enter at full HP. Your ultimate does pretty well with him. Pen is pretty good versus him. And again, it's another one of those situations where Ram will dump resources into you, but he will himself be taking a lot of damage because he doesn't have that consistent shield mitigation. Yeah, I don't feel confident putting Ram in a soft counter, to be honest with you guys. Annoying for sure, but because the problem with Ram is that once his shield's down, you get punched through shield as Ryan, but Ram everything hits the Ram, right? And if he's sitting there blocking, he is literally doing nothing. I don't know. I don't think Ram. Is Life Weaver a soft counter? Chat. You can fire strike through Petal. That's one saving grace. No, Grimiorn, no. I think kind of like Kiriko moment where life grip ruins you, Petal ruins you. Tree is really annoying to deal with because you generally have to fight on that location. You just generally don't ever interact with him at all. And that's the thing. It's like he not only is uninteractable like Kiriko, but like Suzu, life grip prevents you from making a lot of plays. Yeah. Right. There's no counterplay there. Like honestly, I think, yeah. Let's actually remove this. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Iliari, probably nothing, right? Tickle damage, doesn't really matter. You can get to her. It's not fun, but it's doable. Fire Strike, one-shots Pylon. I think this is done. Yeah, I think this list is done. Tickle damage. Tickle damage. Yeah. Okay. Good enough. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. This is just a very basic general guideline. No. Yeah. Oh, gosh. I would have said maybe soft counter if she'd had 225 HP. But she's terrible. Like, Yadurpy thing for the sub. We remove the annoying tier. I think it's really easy to play around Symmetra. And she's a squishy that you can easily kill or pressure kills on. I think maybe a soft counter, maybe, because you can freeze this like actually good damage, and you're not killing a May. But yeah, I don't see it. Oh man, I don't know where to put Zarya, y'all. Obviously a soft counter. But she's so easy to avoid. I feel like it has to be soft counter, guys. I feel like you guys are gonna flame me for this. I just feel like she's so easy to avoid on mini maps. Like again, our definition of a hard counter is Bastion and Winston, and I just don't see Bastion and Winston as being. I mean, Zarya Diva is just it's easier. A lot of it depends on the map. Yeah. I'm going to leave it in soft counter with an asterisk. We'll talk about it a bit. I actually think Sombra's a bit of a soft counter to Diva. I'm not going to lie. Playing versus Diva was like a dream come true. So easy to farm. Like you can just actually Sombra 76 and Diva all day long. It's like one of the few characters where like you actually still feel the hack duration. Like honestly, like a hack on Diva feels honestly just as bad as like a hack on Ball, I feel like sometimes. Like I felt like her HP melted just as fast. And you could just angle on her, you can just farm. I don't know. I don't even know if it's a soft counter though, because like Diva can clear Sombra out pretty quickly. Yeah, I'm not going to put soft counter. I would say it's more of a skill matchup. For sure. Because you can spy check, yeah. And you can chase down, yeah. I maybe not soft counter. Not Zarya level for sure. Can't spy check as much as 5-5. True, but still. Actually, yeah, maybe. I'm just throwing stuff up here. Because D.Va doesn't quite have the same level of burst healing. What's up, Necros? You can't consistently backline dive. I mean, Brig stops D.Va from doing a lot of things. No, No. I don't know how I feel about Brig, y'all. It's so tough. If she can pocket the angles that that you're diving. She can proc or inspire on you. You can't kill her. You can't kill her backline. Yeah. All right, we'll put it in the bottom. We'll revisit it. Kiriko, no. Reinhardt, no. You can just go around. Hog is really annoying, but you can also melt him too. He doesn't really stop you from going wherever you want. And you can matrix his hook. I don't find Hog to be that annoying. Sigma feels a little bit like a slightly easier Zarya, where like if you get stuck in a tank versus tank trade, you're gonna lose that usually, but you're not gonna lose it as fast. No, I don't think Sigma belongs. No. Echo, no. Sojourn, no. Queen, same kind of thing as Zarya, but just worse. Like she's not as good as Zarya. Like if you get stuck in a tank versus tank trade versus a Jungler Queen, you're already messing up. But Jungler Queen's easier. They're harder than Zarya. Ramattra, no. Yari, no. Tracer, no. Widowmaker's no. I don't know. Mei, yes, but I haven't tested the new slows extensively. So it's definitely not as bad. And you can still go around Mei, so... I mean, D.Va, this is the thing with D.Va. She does so well versus everything. It's like the opposite of Bastion, where like the character is like busted versus every character just isn't very strong in the macro game. You know what I'm saying? Moira, no. Moira is easy. Like she just does no damage to you. You could eat her orbs, which is fairly useful. But yeah. The Mei slow victimizes D.Va almost more than any other tank. Wrecking Ball, I'd say, is a close, maybe the first, but like D.Va is the only person that actually seriously struggles with Mei, and D.Va can't really stop Mei from taking an angle because she's impossible to kill, and that's pretty much it. I feel like this list is over, yeah. The Echo Beam can hurt a lot, yeah, sure, but you can also control an Echo really easily, and you can eat stickies and all that kind of stuff. In fact, the only reason why Echo is hard is because Echo can copy you. But yeah, no. My only one I'm still suffering with is I'm not sure about the Brig. That definitely feels like more of an esoteric read on things, but yeah, I don't know. Brig is like, okay, you know what? Here's what I'll say. I'll leave Brig because we put Orisa into soft counter instead of hard counter for Reinhardt. It's not just about how it feels, it's actually how it actually does. You know what I'm saying? Brig does a great job at denying D.Va value, even if it doesn't feel as bad. So I think objectively Brig does well versus D.Va. It just may not always feel like as awful to play versus. You know what I'm saying? But it's still stopping you from getting value. You just may not realize it. Orisa. No. 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 See, I don't even think Sim is a soft counter. I think she's too easy to javelin. And kill. No. All right, let me cook. Let me cook. We'll leave her there for a second. All right, what do you guys say? Torb is hard because I feel like his effective range is a little bit closer than some of these characters, and his hitbox is so fat that he's a little bit easier to get on top of. And you can also pretty easily break his turret. Zen is a hard counter, I think, on most maps because Zarissa does not have the mobility to be able to consistently pressure him. And Orisa is not nearly as cyclical. Like I just think Discord ruins Orisa. And I don't think she has the mobility to get close to him. The reason I don't put, like, I could probably put more characters in there, but I think this is fine. The 40-meter range, I just don't think she can do anything versus him at all. Sigma dominates Orisa, to be honest. You can rock cancel, you outrange her, you have better you take less damage, your rock cancels her javelin spin, you shift her damage, your ult post fortify ruins Orisa. Like, obviously fortify she can survive flux, but you can't fortify everything. And Orisa that doesn't have fortify just dies in flux. She's so fat. In general, Sigma does a much better job supporting poke comps than Orisa. Like, the only reason that Sigma is not in hard counter is that Orisa can reasonably brawl with a Sigma if she gets up close to him, but Orisa can't do that versus Zarya even, really. I think the only reason I think Zarya is still like hard counter is because Sigma at least has Orisa at least has an answer versus Sigma. You get close to Sigma, you can win the cooldown trade. You can force his shift early. But you don't win anything versus Zarya. The only way you beat Zarya is make her waste bubbles, like make her make a mistake. If she makes a mistake, yeah. But I don't find the Zarya matchup easy at all. You don't provide as much team value. Your ultimate's worse. You can't control off angles. Your mobility is irrelevant because both of you are slow. She wins medium range. She wins short range. The only thing that you can do versus Zarya is pray that she wastes a bubble or two and then fortify and get in her face. And it's also so freaking easy. And we're talking about like a low to mid to high rank spectrum here. I think Zarya is just... Diva is pretty good versus Orisa. Yeah, I think so, but not... I would put more annoying. Well, the thing is, if you're peeking Sigma to break shield, then Sigma's also shooting you too. He's out there. I heard him yelling. I don't think annoying and soft counters become one. Some of these characters, sure, but Okay, so talk me through the rest of the list, y'all. Far Echo you can't interact with at all, like almost at all. I almost put them in hard counter, but there are times when you do have a gun, and javelin is still something that is reasonable to land occasionally. Yeah, maybe Cassie, but again, Cassie falls into the Torbjorn category where his effective range is short enough to where I can interact with him occasionally. But you can't interact with like almost any of these DPS. Sojourn's a lot of Sojourn, maybe, yeah. Sojourn's maybe, but Sojourn farms rail off UV so easily because she's actually doing damage to you, and then also, again, it's like that medium range is just tricky. Kiriko kind of followed into the you don't interact with her, she ignores you kind of category, and she can farm your head if she wants to. Like Kiriko shooting your head is viable. So Kiriko can do the Reinhardt thing where she just avoids you entirely. She ruins your ultimate, and she also can dink you in the head, which is not something that she can do to most tanks. Yeah, but BAP is diveable. BAP is a lot more pressurable than a Kiriko, in my opinion. Sim is killable. Anything that gets close to Orisa, I'm happy with. I don't care if it's Reaper. I don't care if it's May, Symmetra. I prefer things to get close. Why are you getting close to Orisa though? Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like Reaper, Sim, whatever. Like Sim doesn't have to get close, but if all you're doing is you're playing poke Sim, there are characters that are better at that, right? Like you have to have like that dynamic, So, I mean, you can go around the Orisa, but Symmetra is not a little bit more cooldown reliant to do that than other characters. Backline Sim is okay, but like by that metric, Tracer is just better at it, Yeah. Okay, we're done. We're done. All right, let me cook. Very similar to Orisa, by the way. We probably should have left the Orisa up. I'll leave that one for now, but I want to revisit that one. Hey. Doing fine, thanks. Oh gosh. It's going fine. Yeah, counterable tier list. Counterable tier list. Nothing counters Odo, no. Uncounterable indeed, yeah. This one I'm unsure on. I think it might be a skill thing with that one for sure. Might have to revisit that one. Spyro what? Spyro bingo? Yeah, no, not yet. Yep. Am I cooking, y'all? So it's similar to Orisa. Like, she can't interact with these characters. Ah, yeah. Actually true. Because you can't interact with Life Hoover either. EDR is... Yeah, true. Not Tracer, but she can't interact with Tracer at all. And Bubble is one of the worst peels in the game versus a Tracer flank. It's not consistent enough. Remove Zen. Not after the Discord changes? All right, fair enough. Like, you can't interact at all with Pharah, Echo, or Widow, really. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's true, Dyrus J. I'll put Ryan in a soft counter based off that metric. Let's put it this way. Reinhardt absolutely craps. High-level Reinhardt with team coordination destroys Zarya. Hard counter for sure. But that's not everybody's experience. You know, we're not doing this off of just pro strategy and scrim. You know what I'm saying? And there are ways that you could play Zarya. Like Zarya does have better range. She has there's things that you could do. You know, you can poke them out. You can go around them. So that's a fair point. Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. We don't want to talk as much about like the tank interactions if they're like ships passing in the night. But I do think Winston and Ball force Zarya to behave in a certain way because you can isolate a Zarya pretty easily and you don't do a lot of damage to them. I would not put hard counter though because you can poke out the Winston, you can bubble off his dives, but I might put Ball in soft counter because the way Ball functions is because he's not as cooldown reliant, you can bubble for bubble versus a Winston. You guys can get what I'm saying? Like you can, you guys are like, it is, Winston is good versus Zarya, but you can bubble for bubble. You can poke out the Winston early, you can bubble the dive, you can push afterwards, you can solo grab Winston as well. But Ball doesn't play by those rules. Ball doesn't give a rip about bubble because he's going to go out and go right back in again 2 seconds later. And you also can't poke out a ball either. I don't know. You guys are milking the Winston thing, but I'm telling you, there's still answers for the Zarya. I don't know. Especially if you factor in lower ranks, there's just no way. Take Soldier off at least. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess. Bro, you're telling me you could bubble Helix? That's your argument? Bro, come on, man. Bubble Helix? No way you're sitting there like, guys, I'm going to bubble the Helix. No shot, bro. This guy's talking about bubbling Helix. Go ahead and switch out in the rotation. They're going to use Helix on you, so I'm going to save my bubble for their Helix. The difference, okay, so here's the difference, Luno. Lose the difference. You make a good point. Here's the difference. The difference between Ball and Ryan is that when Ball engages, you know what Ryan has to do? He has to hold a shield. And that's all he has to do. He doesn't need to do anything. He just needs to hold a shield. Zarya gets engaged on, or his backline gets engaged on, you generally need to use your bubbles. Not necessarily on your backline, but probably on yourself or whatever to hold space. And that to me is important. I think you have to use cooldowns when Ball's engaged. Whereas Ryan doesn't necessarily have to. Ryan just has to hold shield, which I guess is technically a cooldown, but you know what I mean. Proportion exchange here. Because even if the tanks don't interact with each other, Zarya loses more. I don't know. Oh, too tired for this. I don't know. Same argument can be made for a monkey. Yeah, but with monkey, you can interact with the monkey. You can poke out the monkey. And the monkey's cycle is short. The ball cycle doesn't have to be short. The ball cycle, I mean, the monkey cycle, depending on primal, obviously primal is a problem. I mean, that's a fair point. But like ball cycles are way longer than monkeys. So you can match bubble for bubble. We talked about this, Zarya for Winston, and you'll be okay. But you can't do that with ball. Nah, see, you guys are rock, paper, scissors pilled. You guys heard some random guy in 2022 November say that, you know, Winston beats Zarya, Zarya beats Diva, and you've now like installed that into your prefrontal cortex. You know what I'm saying? Like that's true to an extent, but I don't know that. I find Zarya struggles more into Winston. It's more of a map, like a map situational thing, you know? I don't know. I'll put Winston in soft counter, I guess. You know, I think it's reasonable, I guess. Maybe not soldier. No, I mean, because here's the thing, Matt. Primal sold me. Primal is kind of a dookie thing to deal with. Is Zarya. You can't really do much with Primal. But I'm going to put him on bottom of a soft counter, even though I haven't really thought about that. Is there anything else here that's wrong? You have Bastion Mei that can absolutely ruin her. Mei Wall, you don't even need to brawl with Zarya. You just wall her off. Guarantee force bubbles. That's good. Blizzard has counterplay, but I think it's okay. Bastion can ruin. No, I think I don't think Immortality Field. Yeah, I think Grav gets a lot of value even with Immortality Field, right? Life Weaver, you can't interact with him. He grips. Oh, yeah, maybe Life Weaver is a hard counter, guys. Is Life Weaver a hard counter? I forget that you can pull and pedal Grav, and you can't interact with him at all. Oh, man. Yeah, okay. I give up. I'm done. Brain is turned off. Winston. I'm gonna put her there just for right now. Nah, I can't. No. I can't do it. I'm sorry, chat. Yeah, where is Queen? Did I lose her? Yeah, there she is. Bro, honestly, I don't even know if Reaper's a soft counter. I'm not going to lie with you guys. I'll put him in there just to keep an eye on him for right now, but we're definitely going to revisit this list in a second. Baptiste, it's really easy to get his cooldowns out, which is all you really need. You get his cooldowns out, you dive again, he dies. Primal Rage kills him. He doesn't do a ton of damage to you, has no CC. Doomfist, too squishy. Is there anybody else I need to put up here? Oh, Brig, yeah, Brig probably a soft counter, yeah. Lifeweaver, I thought about Lifeweaver for a second. No, Mercy, you can kill Mercy, I think. I think you can kill Mercy. Mercy, you guys are thinking like you have to kill Mercy, but even if you can't kill Mercy, like forcing a hard Mercy pocket into a DPS for a long time is fine. I think it's okay. Being a bully. Okay. You don't, but it's the difference between Mercy peeling somebody and a Brig peeling somebody is that the Brig can throw pack or totally deny your engage and get value just beyond that. Mercy has to like constantly focus on what you're focusing on and continually give attention and give her full resources. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Because you can freaking kill Brig and you can still get value. Like the thing with hard counter is it's almost impossible to fully outplay. But you can kill her. And that's the difference to me between Brig and these guys. So I think Brig is really good in a Winston, but it's also the other thing with Brig too is it's a skill matchup too. And that gets bonus points. This takes inherently less skill than Brig. It's much easier for D.Va to hard mark Winston or Bastion just to sit on turret form than it is for Brig to counterplay Winston. Brig is a skill matchup. This character, Fan the Hammer, is ironically good versus your character, which is hilarious. Hinder is good versus your character. The extra HP is good versus your character. His pre-fight poke is pretty good versus your character. His freaking ultimate is good versus your character. He's just bad. This could honestly even approach hard counter if the character was stronger. But yeah, Echo, you can't do anything versus her. It's just freaking annoying. The only difference between Echo and Pharah is Pharah, maybe I'm just me, but it feels like it's easier to avoid Pharah damage as Winston and kill the isolated support, whereas Echo doesn't need a pocket, and Echo it's easier to just get value on Winston. What? Oh my gosh. Roadhog is just like one of those characters where he's not good, but Whole Hog is freaking amazing versus you. Hook is really good versus you. You can't even come anywhere close to him because even without Hook, he totally destroys you. You literally cannot do any sort of pressure on him whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, Hog is just obnoxious. The only reason Hog is like a perfect example of like a character that in theory doesn't have the tools to keep up with a Winston, but because if you compare Roadhog and Reaper, right? The difference between Roadhog and Reaper is you can kill a Reaper, you can't kill a Roadhog. Roadhog can hook you at range, which Reaper cannot. And Roadhog's ultimate is actually lethal. Reaper's is not. That's true, Munched. I thought about it, but also into an oppressive Sojourn, Winston is one of the first tanks that you would go into. Right? Think about it. If they're on Sojourn, she's freaking hard to kill, right? But what tank is going to deal with a Sojourn well? You know what I'm saying? There isn't a tank, right? Not even, like, nothing can deal with Sojourn well. Winston's probably the best one at it, right? D.Va, maybe? Yeah, I can't do Reaper. You're right. Reaper's just one of those characters that, like, Reaper's one of those characters that, okay, no, I'm not putting him on this. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to cave. Okay, DJ, you're capping, bro. No. No. You can go around Reaper. You can go around Reaper. The only time Reaper is a counter to Winston is literally in the worst maps possible. The worst maps possible. I literally, the last time we had this discussion, do you guys remember this? We were in the bedroom, right? Because we had company. So I was streaming in my bedroom, and somebody in chat was saying about Reaper, right? So I literally queued into a ranked game immediately. I hadn't played Winston in months. I queued into a ranked game, Masters ranked game, and the enemy team, it was on Hollywood, and they went Reaper, Torb, and I think they went Hog or something, and I dominated the game. It just ran away from them. There's two. It's more of a map problem, but the problem is by that metric. Whoops. If you're thinking there's a certain maps, yeah, but honestly, like on certain maps, you look at the hero like Junkrat is freaking annoying to deal with. Arisa is even just as much of a Winston counter on certain maps. It's just a map problem, right? And Reaper is, compared to the other soft counters, way easier to avoid than those guys. Like, it's way harder to deal with the Torbjorn on most maps. Torbjorn, because he has turret, because he has more ranged poke, is just, he doesn't do as much damage as close as a Reaper, but he's pretty darn close, and he's harder to kill. Well, not hard to kill, but he's about the same, and he has actual like decent poke. I'm not like flaming you. I'm just like using this as a springboard to talk about the other characters, you know? Queen, again, decent poke, knife. She wins that matchup pretty easily. What value are you getting? Well, you go for everybody that isn't Reaper. And even if Reaper's grouped up inside of his backline, then you can take any off angle that you want, drop onto backline, bubble cleave 4 people until your bubble breaks, then disengage. And that's high value. I mean, I feel like high value, but it's high value. Do it over and over and over again. If Reaper's sitting inside of his backline and you cannot avoid him, then you can get value by cleaving his entire team. Knife is what takes it into soft counters. Yeah, agreed. You could avoid Queen too, but Knife is something that you can't always avoid Knife. It's hard to avoid Knife. And Shout is also good versus you. And her damage is also good versus you. Lucio is an interesting one, actually. I think Lucio is because, okay, the only reason Lucio is not a soft counter is because this is a spectrum tier list. If this was like a high level tier list, then Lucio would be in soft counter. But because 90% of people watching this tier list are not going to have that experience, it doesn't apply. Because like, let's be honest, any Lucio below Masters is not going to deal with a Winston. They're not going to. That's not going to happen. Zen soft counter. The Discord changes definitely hurts that matchup. If Zen was more powerful, I think without the Discord changes, maybe Zen's a hard counter. I don't feel like I'm confident with this one. I might even bump him up a little bit. Because the 25 HP really feels that. You really feel that. You know, Soldier is easy to deal with. Soldier, you can dive. Like, it's hard to like kill consistently, but you can clear him out really easily. And his ult is terrible versus use. Hanzo is a old Hanzo for sure, but Hanzo is pressurable and primable. Doomfist doesn't really hurt you that badly. Hanzo and Doomfist are definitely like, you know, maybe. But yeah. Oh, Queen. Yo, what's up, Neo?
Good
How are you,
evening,
Sugar Lips?
Mr. Lolo. How are you doing?
Maybe soft counter, but again, I think it falls into the Winston tier list where like nobody's going to be consistently that good. I just can't picture in my brain running a queen on like Circuit Royale into Zenyatta and be like, oh, it's a soft counter, but it's like, why are you freaking playing that? Anyway, it's kind of hard to say. Oh, bro. I'm kind of struggling with this one. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Zarya is a good shout. Yeah, Zarya I think wins the slow trade, but I don't think it's a hard counter. What do you guys think? Did I miss anybody here? Let's start with did I miss anybody? Orisa, I think is like you can play around Orisa, you know, like Javelin really messes, like Knife really messes her up, and it's not easy to win the HP trade versus versus a queen as an Orisa. Like if you have two equally skilled Junker Queens and Orisas, like you don't lose that HP too much. Ram, too fat of a hitbox, I feel like. Yeah. Yeah, I think Vortex is a fair point for sure. Let's put it this way. If you're a good Ramatra and you place your Vortex and Shield and just laser her brain down, it's pretty decent. I think it feels a little bit like Ram is like a better Orisa into her, like where it's easier to force her CDs earlier, but maybe not enough for me to justify it. Yeah, but it's easier to interact with an Echo than it is with a Pharah, you know? I don't know, bro. I don't know. Yeah, also Beat freaking destroys Rampage. Beat is really good versus Rampage. Completely shuts it down and gives you a massive advantage. And it will usually kill the queen because she'll be out of position. You know, actually, fair point on the Bastion. You know, I'm thinking like I'm thinking too pro level with this. Like Bastion with a Rhine and a May wall, Jungle Queen can do nothing. She's done. But that's too niche of a situation. And Jungle Queen can ruin a Bastion. If she gets close to him, she can poke him out. She can pull him. Her ultimate does well versus him. Yeah, especially if we factor in like the mid to low ranked environment. Yeah, fair point. What do you guys think about everything else? Kiriko, I feel like you can avoid the Junker Queen entirely. You can't interact with the Kiriko. And then also in the direct head-to-head, you can do decent damage to Junker Queen, not like Orisa headshot level, but it's decent, and you just shut down her ultimate. So May, again, one of those situations where tank focus isn't as bad. But with May, it's less about the tank focus and freeze because you don't want to get too close to a Junker Queen. But you don't die to her. Wall is really good value. Just wall her. You don't even need to shoot her. You just wall her. And then she doesn't really have a very good answer for your ultimate. Even shout plus wall, it's like she's not getting away. So the thing with Mercy is I was thinking that anytime you run a Mercy pocket, Junker Queen does not deal with the Mercy pocket well. She doesn't have the way of like Junker Queen is all aggro, but there's only aggro in front of her face. So the type of people, the type of heroes that will run with a Mercy pocket are generally characters that you can't necessarily interact with. So that's where you're like, well, wouldn't you put is then Ash Hanzo soft counters? And I think that the problem with because like because I think an Ash or Hanzo by themselves is something that you can maybe poke around with, but if it has the sustain, yeah, definitely. I think Hanzo. I think Stormbow really shreds her. To be honest with you guys, maybe that's the case. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, maybe Ash too. I mean, honestly, even Sojourn is pretty good, right? I mean, can you imagine? Okay, I feel like Sojourn Mercy, it just absolutely ruins Junker Queen, and there's nothing that she can do. And you've also built a lot of rail off of it as well. What do you guys think about the Ana? Ana is fair, right? Sleep Dart's okay. Nade's okay. Hard to close the distance with her. You can't, yes, you can wall the ultimate. Widowmaker, same kind of thing, can't interact. Mercy Pocket can't interact. Sigma does pretty well. Sigma does pretty well in the mirror. Well, you know, I don't actually know if Sigma does that well in the mirror. It's more of a skill matchup, I feel like. Because you can Carnage through it. It's not too hard to break his shield. You could pull it. I don't think soft counter, to be honest. Zen, it's the same thing as the spam characters, but he's a little bit slower. He doesn't have quite the mobility that a Hanzo has. But Discord's really difficult to deal with. But Trance doesn't deal with Junker Queen Ultimate. I feel like Zen is probably still maybe a soft counter, but maybe the bottom of soft counter. I feel like it has to be there. Farah, yeah. Ryan, yeah. Zarya, sure. Am I cooking with Junkrat? I mean, you kill her with Riptire. Also, your spam value is not too shabby, but her hitbox is kind of weird, right? Okay, fine, guys. All right, guys. Sure. All right. That we're done here. We're done. Chat, we're almost done. I'm about to burst into tears. Oh, I know. Trust me. I'm counting on that one. Yo, Hinty, Detective. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I appreciate the sub. Mauga counters. Here's your Mauga counters. Or I'm messing. All right. Who do we have next, y'all? We've done Winston, Risa, Life, not Life, Reinhardt, Zarya, Diva, Darn Queen. Miss anybody? Sigma? Let me cook. Hang tight. I freaking hate playing versus Zarya, but I don't think she's a counter. Just doesn't feel very fun. And I don't think Queen is a sufficient of a counter enough in like in like most games. So no. And maybe. I'm torn with Ball because he seems like somewhere like halfway between Zarya and Reinhardt, but what do you think? No way you guys think May soft counters Sigma. Maybe. I feel like you just have so much better ways of dealing with Maywall than other heroes do. Like your shield and your shift are so much better than other tanks. Ram? Yeah, true. Actually true. Ram is the fair shout, actually. Because his poke versus you is actually quite good. Like, Ram doesn't have very good poke unless it's a tank. And if he can shoot your shield and trade your shield, and then, yeah, I think Ram's a good shout. Ryan is shoot, man. Like, Ryan is also a good shout. Ryan can do quite well versus him on the map, right? Yeah, I'm gonna put Reinhardt because any time they even get close to each other, like like Sigma doesn't have the consistent capability to avoid Reinhardt like a dive tank would. I don't think it's May. I don't think it's May. I think May is tough with a lot of things to deal with, but I think Sigma does better. Doom? My only problem with Doom is I always feel weird putting soft counters in when you actually have an ability that can seriously shut them down. Like, you can poke out a Doomfist a little bit, but you can Rock is really, really good versus Doomfist if you can hit it, right? So Sim is a skill issue. You have to hit the Rock. Echo is already on the list. You can't interact with her. She can melt you pretty quickly, and you're a really good copy target. Brig, no. Brig is hard to kill, but you can really like poke her out pretty consistently. Pharah is a good shout. I'm torn with Pharah. The only reason I put Echo and Pharah in different tier lists is because I think Echo is again one of those DPS characters that like has the capability to interact more with Sigma and ruin his day more. But like Rock, Shield, Shift, they're all fairly decent versus Pharah in certain circumstances. How do you have the most fun playing Overwatch while also trying to climb, learn? I think you have to get in the mindset where like the climbing and learning is fun, you know? Yeah, I think this is okay. Tracer is again something that like is really hard for you to deal with. You don't have any way of like dealing with her or pressuring her at all. I guess you could say the same thing with Pharah. Yeah, this is what I don't know. Why? Okay, chat, can anyone read my brain? Why does Tracer seem like more of a Sigma counter than... I know why. I have a bias because Sigma is bad versus dive comps. That's why. I actually don't think that Tracer is a soft counter. It's because I'm associating Tracer with like the larger comps that counter Sigma, right? But Tracer as a whole is like, yeah. Yeah, I do think Sombra does quite well versus him because Sombra, he can't deal with Sombra really either, but you can hack his ultimate, you can EMP his ultimate. He's actually pretty easy to like, he's actually decent, the frontline 76 on. He can't peel, you can shoot his shield, you can hack his shift. Well, if you haven't had super fun learning, then maybe the game isn't for you. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's a lot of other games and there's a lot of other skills out there for you. Yeah, I mean, I think this is an okay list. Sigma's like one of those characters, kind of like D.Va, where there's not a lot counters him, but he's just not a particularly strong tank, right? We do Ramadra. Tracer? I mean, literally, like a Ramattra can do nothing versus a Tracer. So is that a soft counter? Like literally, there's literally nothing you can do versus a Tracer at all. Like you can't even like rock Ramattra. You can hit a shot. You know, you can hit a rock. You don't do anything. No. Okay, Hanzo was not played. The only reason I'm like, okay, I'm hesitating here is because Hanzo wasn't played in the Overwatch League because Ram could pop Nemesis and chase him down a little bit. So I don't know. No, I'm putting Farah. Screw off. There's nothing he can do versus her. Like, he's terrible. It's like Sigma, but worse. Like, noticeably worse, I think. And he doesn't have like the Reinhardt that can like at least deal with Farah by like going under other targets, but Ram is like so much slower, you know? He needs people to touch. No, he can't kill her backline. Like, not consistently. That's the problem with Ramatra, is like, out of all the brawl tanks like Junker Queen, Reinhardt, his mobility just isn't there. Like, he doesn't have the self-sustain. He doesn't have the pin. Yeah, Vortex pulls down flyers, y'all. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Winston just avoids Ram. I wasn't naive at Ram launch. Oh, talking about the poll. Yeah. Bro, I played one game of Ram before they gave him. I literally remember the map. It was Junkertown Attack on Quick Play when it was first released. This was before he had his 25% Nemesis speed boost. And I was like, I was streaming. And I was like, guys, this hero sucks. This hero is actually garbage. Yeah, it was. Yeah. The tempo tank meme is when they were like, yo, it's our first tempo tank, which is just a bald-faced lie. But it wasn't like a lie. We were just making fun of them. It was like, hey, he has different forms, but literally every like character in the game, like Ball has had different forms. Every character in the game plays around their cooldown cycles. Yeah. So it's like they would just want, it was like a marketing fun little thing that was just really stupid. It was just really stupid. Yeah. It was just like, bro, like every tank has times when they go in and they don't go in. And then you already have Wrecking Ball who has an actual different form, but it was just funny. Yeah, it was just corny. You know, okay. Ram doesn't really interact well with Widow either, but it feels like you're less likely to die to a Widowmaker. And I guess your gun is okay versus Widow. Like, it's something because like she's more likely to be scoped in. Like, where does Widow belong here? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, here's a fun little nugget. Yeah, Hanzo. The difference with Hanzo is you can actually get to him. I think Bastion's actually a soft counter versus Ram. You guys saw us in the Overwatch League, which again, not trying to bring in Overwatch League things, but Bastion turret instantly forces block. And that's it. Like, Nemesis form doesn't do jack versus Bastion. Doesn't do enough damage to kill him. The only reason I might not put hard counter is because the poke from your Omnic form is pretty decent versus Bastion. But it is really, like, he is really bad versus Bastion. Like, really bad. It's the shield with Omnic is decent, and that's probably the only reason it's a soft counter for me. It's a hard counter in coordinated play. Let's put it that way. In coordinated play, Bastion's a hard counter for Ramatra, more so than probably, honestly, any other tank besides like Winston. Yeah, maybe Zarya is a little more. But yeah. Probably a hard counter. I mean, it's not easy, but it's honest. It's hard work. Or hard work, what am I saying? I don't think Mei is very good versus him. He's got shield. If you force his block, you know, he just has to live for Maywall, and then he's good to do whatever he wants. I don't think May's that good. He's not bad for Zen, but I don't think it's a counter. The Soj. Soj actually might be because it's really easy. Like most brawl tanks have some form of like damage mitigation, right? He doesn't really, besides shield, which isn't very long. So it's actually pretty easy to farm rail off of Ram, I feel like. Orisa? Yeah, what do you guys think about Orisa? Because here's the thing that's keeping Orisa from being a soft counter for me. Omnic form on Orisa's head is dirty. You can force her cooldowns fairly decently. Like if you use shield and Omnic form, you can generally force both fortify or spin. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I guess hard counter. I guess depends on the map, you know, obviously, but yeah. Is Reaper a soft counter? Because again, that's another situation where like Nemesis form doesn't really do much versus a Reaper. He's going to out heal it. No, I don't agree with May. I think May, you can block for her wall, right? And that's a good cooldown trade. You guys don't agree with Reaper? Okay. Okay. I think Ryan is pretty neutral. Mercy probably kind of falls into the poke DPS category, like where if he can't interact with it, it feels really bad. Maybe no, because he's got a little bit more speed than like what the frick were we talking about earlier? What tank did we do before this one, chat? My brain is leaking. One where you can't really interact with a pocketed DPS. Was it? Wasn't Queen? Was it? Was it Sigma? No, it wasn't Sigma. Who did we just do, guys? Why can't I remember? Yeah, that's fair, Piggy. I don't know. No, it wasn't Ryan. I'm losing my brain. I'm losing my mind. I'm literally going insane. No, it wasn't any of those. No. I don't know. We gotta stay tight. Maybe it was Queen. Okay. I'm losing it, chat. I'm losing it. Roadhog. Annoying, but he can't really consistently kill you. The Omnic form feels really good versus him as well. Yeah. No, I don't think Zarya is a counter. Pretty easy to force her bubbles with a good vortex. Genji, no. Doom, no. Is this it, guys? Is this it? Oh, you put Mercy and Queen soft counters. Thank you. Does Mercy belong in soft counters, y'all? Okay. Because if you throw like Mercy plus any of the DPS that he can theoretically get on top of, now he can't kill them. Now they can do more damage. That's a problem. And he, again, doesn't have the mobility that other dive tanks do to avoid the Mercy pocketed DPS if he wants to. Even Reinhardt can avoid a Mercy pocketed DPS. Yeah. Yeah, what do you guys think about Doomfist? You can kind of mess him up. You can also avoid him. Yeah, you can definitely Vortex Doom, but I think it's trickier. No, you can't kill Doomfist. No. You slow him down, but you can still disengage with the CD. And you actually don't do that bad versus the cooldown trade, and you can also totally avoid him, and he can't backline trade as easily. Doom doesn't counter, in my opinion. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe that's the only thing is that, like, because the matchup is just kind of like whatever. Maybe the only thing I can maybe see is Doom maybe wins the HP trades or the cooldown trades a little bit better. Wasn't in the top. Well, capital. Well, Queen doesn't consistently counter Sigma because Queen doesn't do as good versus the Bastion. And Bastion is the mover and shaker. Like, if you go Queen, they will just go Mei Bastion and you will lose. Okay, let's... Is it just ball chat? I'm getting tired. I'm exhausted. Let me cook. Soft counter, but skill issue. It's not going to happen. I think this is what I think. I think Sombra is like a skill counter, like where it becomes more of a skill matchup. But Sombra is still able to do a lot of good things versus Ball, which makes it pretty hard. I don't think there's a hard counter for Ball anymore. I just think there's a lot of things that, when stacked up, are problematic for Ball. I think Ball really benefited from the Discord changes. It's really easy to disengage and re-engage. I think the problem with Ball has always been when you stack things up. The only thing maybe I'm not sure about is Lifeweaver, yeah. But the reason I'm putting Lifeweaver in the list is because it feels like it can be hard to engage on him, maybe, with Petal. Like, it is a little tricky to go with in Petal, but I'm not sure. I don't find Kiriko or Iliari to be that hard to deal with because they just don't do any damage to you at all. So, like, you can't get as consistent kills, but you can just go in again over and over and over and over again. Okay, fair enough. I don't think, and the same thing with Iliari. Like, Iliari and Kiriko do 0 damage to Ball. And the thing with Ball is, it's like, unlike a lot of other tanks, not denying his, like, not killing him is really bad. You need to threaten a kill on Ball, otherwise he just goes for cycles on days and days and days and days and days. I don't agree with Bap in the soft counter. I don't think Bap does enough damage to Ball either, and he's very easy to engage on. Mine's ruins Bap. I think you can play around Bastion, but again, it's still like turret form is still a problem, you know? And you can do something to Kiriko. You can force her CDs easier than she can force yours. A Tracer to me is hard. I understand what you guys are saying with Tracer, but I think it's a skill matchup. I think it's a skill matchup. Yeah, Sombre's only a soft counter. Current Sombre's only a soft counter. I would put Ana into hard counter if it wasn't a skill matchup again. Again, like maybe in the pro level, maybe it's a hard counter. Same thing with Brig, honestly. Brig does a really good job doing with ball at the high level. But again, it requires too much skill for most lower rank, mid-rank players to exploit it. Sleeping Slam is way too easy, depending on your rank. If you are a platinum, gold, silver, bronze, diamond, even Onamate, and you're telling me that you consistently sleep every ball that you play versus, you're lying to me. I have seen hundreds of Onabots from all ranks. It's not. People miss it. I don't think Pharmacy. I think Ball does. I actually think Ball does really well versus Pharmacy because Pharmacy means somebody's by themselves, and that's what you want. Torb, honorable mention. Torb would fall into annoying. I would agree that Torb is really annoying, but it's not as bad as other characters. I'm not even sure about Queen. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. Because Knife is like annoying for sure, but like knifing a ball is not even that big of an HP trade. Because he's already gonna be in ball form. Like, honestly, if Queen is gonna be on this, then I feel like Diva should be on this list. And I don't know if I want to put Diva on this list. So maybe not even Queen then. What do you guys think about Hog? Hook definitely feels like a little worse because it pulls you out of ball form. And in ways, it's honestly like feels like even easier. And I think Whole Hog is pretty decent versus you too. Can you ult the mines? I thought the hitbox in those things was really tricky. Pharah, Echo are fine. Echo or Pharah, you can avoid them entirely. And you can still shoot at Echo a little bit. You can still shoot at Pharah a little bit. But the Pharah is the problem because the Pharah plays so isolated and split and demands so much heal support that you're going to be able to punish her being isolated. Yeah, maybe Doom, because Doom is really good to deny his engages a little bit. I don't know. The slam on mines is brutal though. The slam on mines is brutal. Like that one hurts for sure. I think it's definitely a skill issue, which I'm gonna put it at the bottom, but yeah. Doom is like one of those characters like on this list, along with I guess Ana to an extent, where it does require a little bit of skill to counter ball. But if you do, like a good Ana or a good Doomfist can really ruin your day. Same thing I think goes with Brig. Orisa can be an issue, but it requires her to turn around too much. I don't find Javelin to be as painful personally. And she generally has to position herself really awkwardly to deal with you. Wait, I have 2 more tanks, chat. Oh, I thought I was done. Oh, no. I thought I was done. I don't know why I forgot these guys. No, don't quit. Maybe. I don't know. Thoughts? Yeah, maybe not Orisa. Hog, I feel like you get hooked though, you lose so much freaking HP. It feels like you lose so much HP. It's hard up. Yeah, playing around a hook is really tough as Doomfist too. Yeah, Diva definitely feels like more of a skill matchup thing. Like at higher ranks, definitely pretty good at denying value, but low ranks, mid ranks, it's not going to be an issue really. Yeah, we finished it earlier, Skywin. It'll be you can go back and look at the VOD though. Torb is, you can farm block really easily off of Torb, and his hitbox is so freaking big. If you hit a punch on him, you're gonna do a lot of damage. Again, you could probably put Ana in the hard counter. It is easier to deal with. Okay, it is easier. Gosh, it's like higher risk, higher reward. Ana can much easier kill a Doomfist than she can kill a ball, but it's also easier for the Doomfist to kill an Ana than it is for a ball to kill an Ana. Cheers, Skywin. You guys get what I'm saying? Same thing goes with Zenyatta. Even with a 225 HP, one power punch, the Zenyatta's dead. Maybe Kiriko falls into here because like Suzu's pretty good. Like you can shoot Doomfist, you can do decent damage versus Doomfist, you can deny his value. Maybe Iliari, yeah. Yeah. What do you guys think? Not Iliari? Yeah, you know what? Honestly, yeah. Iliari doesn't seem as intuitive to me. It feels easier to shoot a Doomfist as Kiriko than Iliari. Yeah, no, Matt. You see, I'm being too much of a pushover. Sigma counter with Rock? No. Besides Rock, you can do pretty well versus Sigma. Yeah, what do you guys think about Mercy? No, because you can deal with her better than other tanks. Like it's nothing. Mercy doesn't feel good versus like with any tank really. Besides like maybe like Diva, like nothing feels good versus Mercy. What do you guys think here? Can't interact with these characters, or they ruin you. Brig is definitely a skill matchup. I think Ana's partially a skill matchup. I think Diva is definitely a skill matchup. Tracer's I threw Tracer in there. I don't know if you guys noticed this, because Tracer never dies to you, should never die to you, and can really ruin you. Can really do a good job marking your off angles. Tracer generally doesn't shoot tank, but Tracer versus Doomfist is like the one tank matchup, that and Winston, where it's like actually really good. Like she can do a lot of like relevant, and pulsing you is actually very legitimate as well. Lucio, too much of a skill matchup. More so than even Brig, I think. Okay. Let's almost done. Everybody's least favorite. I honestly hesitate to even do Roadhog here because of the rework coming up, which we don't really have any idea what's gonna be like, but this one should be fairly easy. I don't know. Farah, the Farah is a tricky one. Mm-hmm. Thoughts? Thoughts? Bap isn't a bad shout, but Lamp is too bad at countering hooks. It's really easy to farm, but you can also die to hook too. Queen farms Hog, but it's a bit of a skill matchup where a hook can really, really ruin Queen. Like if I'm 1v1ing in deathmatch, Queen versus Hog, I'm gonna like my chances as Queen, right? But if a Hog can pull me way farther than I can pull him, and I will die to not necessarily his shot, but I'll die to everything else he does to me. Doesn't die if she has shout, but she dies to everything else. That's the problem. I don't know about Zarya, y'all. I mean, I don't know. I think annoying to deal with for sure. Bubbles are annoying to deal with, and you can farm him pretty easily, and you don't die to him easily. But like Hook is still kind of annoying to deal with. And if you're using your bubbles only for Hook, it's not great. Like it feels like Zarya has to really focus on the tank trade to beat Hog. Widow you can't interact with? Yeah. Maybe, yeah. Why am I hesitating? Why does Hog feel better versus Widow in my brain? Why? Is it the range? The range is kind of like minimal, right? Like she can't kill you. Right, you're right, because the damage she does to you is kind of like, meh. I put Life Weaver because pull, but also because you should almost never get hooked with Petal. And also, even I feel like your damage versus Hog is actually pretty good, right? Like Life Weaver can do a pretty decent amount of damage to Hog, which is rare. I don't think Kiriko is as good. I mean, maybe. Because you can do decent damage to him, but you're never going to kill him. And also, I don't think Suzu's as good as like something like a Grip. You know what I'm saying? Stefano. Yahoo! Okay. Chat. This is something else. This was something else. By something else, I really do mean it was something else. Worst takes of all time? Yes. I mean, I think, unfortunately, this is one of those lists which I'm not as happy with because, sadly, I don't think that you can be anything but very heavily subjective with this list. So if I did something you didn't agree with, I apologize. I just don't feel like there's any way to be objective with this list, sadly. But we're going to try and be as useful as we can. Yeah. We're back earlier when this was a World Cup analysis. We still have to do DPS, y'all. We still have to do DPS. Bless me. I don't know. We'll play it by ear. I mean, maybe it's for the DPS we'll skip because some of them are not going to have like super counters, but I wanted this project. All right, chat. I'm going to toss mate over to somebody doing, I think he's doing free VOD reviews. So educational streamer, Dihan. Chat, I'll see you guys on Thursday. We'll have some juice on Thursday. Elo Mastery coaching call, a lot of other project stuff on Thursday. And yeah, that is all. See you guys later. I'm going to go lie down very, very still. See ya. Farewell. Should be fun. We'll see you guys there. Thanks for the subs and follows and all that stuff. I'll see you guys in 2 days. Cheers.